Chapter 796. In the era of Jun Changxiao's previous life, popularity was king. Some young actors who had just debuted did not have any works. As long as they had a good appearance, they would be able to attract many fans. Since the sect of all times wanted to develop for a long time, they naturally needed to create a celebrity film. As long as people mentioned it, they would naturally think of the sect. To put it bluntly, Jun Changxiao wanted to create a star, create a popular young actor who would represent the sect of all times. The more honest and inarticulate Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji would definitely not work. The most suitable one was the unsmiling and incomparably cold Yi Xingchen. In fact, from the beginning, Jun Changxiao had planned to let Night Emperor show off in front of the camera. But because of the restrictions, he was suppressed in the first 4 stages. Not only did he not attract many fans, he almost lost fans and unfollowed. Fortunately, Shangguan Xiniao's tireless efforts removed all kinds of restrictions, allowing him to show off his true colors in the 5th stage. Especially with Jun Changxiao and his fellow sect members as a foil, many naive and unaffected girls were immediately deeply attracted to this man who shone like a star. At that moment, in the projection array, Night Emperor debuted in the center position. His fan club called itself Xing Fan, and its slogan was, "Stars fly and clouds scatter. The sun and the moon represent the stars." Of course, Yi Xingchen was not just a popular young actor. He was also a strong person. No one could doubt that he persevered in the 5th heaven with a fever of 70 degrees and worked hard to show off. Do you haters know how hard he worked to take revenge for his blood feud? What right do you have to doubt and slander him? 2 hours later, the soul suppression in the 5th heaven dissipated. Jun Changxiao and his disciples lay on the ground, breathing rapidly. Their expressions were still pained. Their acting was so realistic that they almost believed it. Patriarch. Shangguan Xiniao transmitted her voice. I have already grasped the basics of the 6th heaven and earth array. Currently, she could only communicate with each layer of the array inside, but she could not completely control it, let alone change the rules or repair the reward mechanism. Rest for a day. Jun Changxiao said, "Let's try the 6th world." In order to complete the act, she couldn't just yell out numbers and recite her lines. She had to show the weakness that came with going through a great deal of torture. Boring, Lu Qianqian said. Everyone was acting, and she was the only one who stood in place. Although he had tried many times to enter the performance state, all he could do was frown. It was very difficult for this kind of cold woman who only had one expression from beginning to end to act, so she was only suitable to stand at the side as a vase. 1 day later, Jun Changxiao and his disciples recovered, and then headed to the 6th heaven and earth. Without a doubt, Yi Xingchen walked up first. As long as there was no soul restriction, the rest of the world was just a place for him to show off. Patriarch. On the way, Li Qingyang asked, "What's on the 6th floor?" This, Jun Changxiao said, "You'll know when you go in." Since the 10-directional suicide tower was the same as the Tower of Trials, the disciples of the sect of all times should know. However, they had been cultivating from the 1st to the 5th floor, and no one had entered the 6th floor. It wasn't that they couldn't enter, but that there was no need for them to do so. This was because the tempering of the first 5 floors required time to stabilize, and it definitely couldn't be done in one go. Take Xiao Ziji, for example. After entering the Tower of Trials, most of the time would be spent on tempering the body. If not for the Patriarch's constant emphasis on balanced development, he wouldn't have the time to temper his spirit, energy, and soul. As for speed-type disciples like Su Xiaoma and Li Fei, they often preferred tempering their movement techniques. Therefore, in the exploration of the Tower of Trials, the sect of all times still stopped at the 5th floor. Buzz. After ascending to the 6th heaven and earth, the projection array was set up again, and a new scene appeared on the light screen outside. It was a colorful world. Colorful light spots floated in the air like fireflies in the night. I am the five elements martial emperor, and I am here to create the five elements heaven and earth. If the younger generation passes, they will be able to obtain a chance to temper the five elements, and those who are fated will be able to obtain the inheritance of the five elements body. Five elements body. City Lord Han and Mu Changhong stared with their eyes wide open. This kind of physique was definitely one of the strongest physiques since ancient times. The possessor could easily control the five elements and become a complete cultivator of all five elements. Five elements body. Jun Changshao thought, it's the most common and most awesome physique in many fantasy novels. The system said, Host has the five elements heavenly art. If you have the five elements body, you will definitely be like a tiger that has grown wings. Jun Changxiao's eyes immediately lit up. If he could obtain the physique of the 10-directional suicide tower, his first thought would be to let his disciples inherit it. For example, the Great Desolation body would be given to Xiao Ziji, and the Gale body would be chosen from Su Xiaoma and Li Fei. The reason why he was so straightforward was because he had the sacred flame body. However, if he obtained the five elements body, he still hoped to use it himself. If the disciple was strong, the sect would be strong. If the patriarch was strong, the sect would be even stronger. Xiniao, Jun Changshao said, continue to study the array and strive to repair the reward function. Yes. Shengguan Xiniao nodded, but then said, Patriarch, this disciple has already analyzed the array. The reward function has a probability. Even if it is repaired, it might not be able to obtain the physique that exists within. That's simple. Jun Changshao said, take full control of the entire array, adjust the probability to 100%, or directly take it out from inside. This, Shengguan Xiniao said, it's difficult. Only when there is difficulty will there be a challenge. I believe you can do it. Jun Changshao said. Shengguan Xiniao, who was originally a little unconfident, immediately clenched her small fists and said with a firm gaze, This disciple will definitely work hard. This world contains the power of the five elements and will release the attributes of the five elements. The five elements martial emperor's heavy voice sounded. Those who enter not only have to bear it, but also have to refine it for their own use. Only those who meet the requirements are qualified to enter the seventh world. Refine it for my own use? Hoo-hoo! Suddenly, a vast and majestic heaven and earth attribute filled the space, which was full of the five elements of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth. Moreover, from the level, not only was it rich, but it was also very pure. Patriarch, Li Qingyang said in surprise, the heaven and earth attribute here is even stronger than the spirit gathering array. Jun Changshao said, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and absorb it. Swish, swish. All the disciples sat down cross-legged. It was definitely impossible to absorb the heaven and earth attribute here without the five elements. However, the disciples of the sect of all times who cultivated the five elements heaven reflection art had at least condensed one element, so it was not difficult to absorb it. Hoo-hoo! The brown earth attribute began to be drawn over by Xiao Ziji after he circulated his mental cultivation method, and then it instantly spread all over his body, entering his body through his mouth, nose, and pores. Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others were also absorbing their own attributes. Oh my God! All the disciples of the sect of all times are martial cultivators of one of the five elements. This is too amazing. Many people saw the energy of the five elements flowing into the bodies of the disciples of the sect of all times through the light screen, and their eyes were filled with shock. In the falling star continent's attribute system, the most common attribute was the universal attribute. Anyone who cultivated the mental cultivation method could absorb it and condense it in their body to increase their realm and strength. Other than the universal attribute, there were the various elements of metal: wood, water, fire, earth, and so on. If one could absorb one element, such as the fire attribute, then one would be considered a fire cultivator. The disciples of the sect of all times in the sixth heaven and earth could absorb one element from each of the 5 elements. This would definitely stun the world. Quick, look at Yi Xingqian, someone said. Everyone looked over and saw that the guy was still standing at the center of the light screen. The elements representing the fire element, the metal element, and the earth element continued to envelop him. This guy cultivates 3 of the 5 elements. Look, the wood attribute is also flying over. He cultivates 4 of the 5 elements. Just as everyone was in shock, the water attribute was also beginning to converge on Yi Xingqian. Then all the martial artists in the continent exclaimed in unison, "Cultivator of all 5 elements! Senior brother Yi is amazing." In the sect of all times, when the disciples saw the 5 elements converging on the light screen, their eyes were filled with intense admiration. Many of them had already started to come into contact with the 5 elements heaven reflection technique, but they were only at the stage of condensing one element. This level of condensing all 5 elements could only be used as a fantasy for now. TSK, Jun Changshao said in surprise. I didn't expect this guy to secretly cultivate all 5 elements. Chapter 797. Yi Xingqian, who had absorbed the 5 elements in the 5 elements realm, had undoubtedly become the brightest star in the entire venue. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others who had already cultivated multiple elements received the Patriarch's order and chose to absorb one element at a time, leaving the stage to their junior. Flowers were beautiful, but they could not be without green leaves to serve as a foil. At this moment, everyone, including Jun Changshao, was trying their best to act as a supporting character. They were all trying their best to set off Yi Xing. This was the friendship between fellow disciples who had deep feelings for each other. Stars fly and clouds scatter. The sun and the moon join the stars. The organized fans cheered excitedly when they saw their idol shining brightly on the screen. They were so emotional that they were tearing up. After going through these 2 realms, Xingqian should have absorbed a lot of fans. Jun Changshao muttered in his heart, if there's a chance to bring him out in the future, he might even earn a lot of money. Of course, he definitely could not let Yi Xingqian sing and dance. He could practice martial arts in the city's fighting arena. At the very least, he could produce a portrait, autobiography, or autograph session. Jun Changshao felt a little excited at the thought of Yi Xingqian wearing sunglasses, a windbreaker, and a cold expression as he entered the venue under the protection of his bodyguards. Countless fans would hold light sticks and shout loudly. The system said, "Host, do you want to completely deviate the style of this world? In an era where entertainment is scarce, can't we create a celebrity so that other than practicing martial arts, they can have an idol to dream about?" Jun Changshao said, "Why don't you debut as the center?" The system said, "I think that once the sect of all times Patriarch's sexy portrait hits the market, it will definitely take the entire Starfall continent by storm." No. Jun Changshao said guiltily, "I'm thin-skinned." The system said, "You're so thick-skinned that you can't even die after taking a hit from the upper realm. Thin-skin my ass. F***CK. I relied on my strength and equipment to endure it. I didn't use my face to receive it." Jun Chang said with a smile. The system mocked, "Don't deny it. You used your face to receive it, or else you wouldn't have been able to withstand it." Therefore, during the Battle of the Dragons and Tigers, how did Jun Patriarch manage to withstand the palm strike from the upper realm? Now that he thought about it, it was really worth pondering. Who? 2 hours later, the 5 elements that existed between heaven and earth suddenly dissipated. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others opened their eyes, their faces full of unsatisfied expressions. The 6th heaven and earth didn't have any dangers, but it was even more difficult than the previous 5, because if one didn't cultivate one of the 5 elements, it would definitely be difficult to pass. Even in the ancient times when experts were as common as clouds, there were very few martial artists who could pass through this world. However, the disciples of the sect of all times who cultivated the 5 elements heaven reflection mantra were all able to condense one. Furthermore, the mantra was of a very high level, so passing the test was a piece of cake. Is it over just like that? It's not fun. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei mumbled. Xiniao. Jun Changxiao asked, how's the research going? Shangguan Xiniao wiped the sweat off her forehead and said, there's still no progress. Then rest for a while, don't tire yourself out. Jun Changxiao said, he didn't plan to continue to challenge the 7th heaven and earth, but let everyone recuperate on the spot and wait for the 3-day time limit before going up. Disperse. Seeing this situation, everyone knew that the sect of all times didn't plan to challenge it, so they all busied themselves with their own matters. However, on the way back, the topic of discussion never left. Why did Yi Xingchen, who originally came in lying down, suddenly seem to be a different person, and his performance was more outstanding than the other disciples? Shangguan Xiniao, who had been working continuously for several days, didn't think about the formation anymore. Instead, she sat down cross-legged and adjusted her slightly chaotic thoughts. Zhen Dejuan, who was outside, also had a chance to breathe. After all, he had been answering the girls' doubts about various formations. However, what made him gratified was that bringing Shangguan Xiniao was really a wise choice. If not for this girl, even if he studied for a lifetime, he wouldn't be able to find the flaw. Jun Changxiao thought to himself, if Xiniao can solve the formation and help the sect obtain the various physique inheritances in the pagoda, she should be able to obtain a lot of merit points. At that time, there will definitely be a place for her in the Lingyan Pavilion. There were many disciples in the sect of all times, but there were only 24 places, so he hoped that 24 different disciples would enter. The next day, Shangguan Xiniao continued to study the formation. After a night of rest, her mind also became clear. When she pondered again, she found that there were some more subtle things that she didn't notice. Up until now, the Death Pagoda had already consumed a lot of chapters. Whether or not the follow-up procedures could be omitted, whether or not they could obtain the rewards, all depended on this girl. So, she was also under a lot of pressure. Don't worry, don't panic. You can do it. You definitely won't let the patriarch down. Shangguan Xiniao encouraged herself in her heart. Then, she started to study the ancient formation. Many pictures filled the sea of consciousness. It was like a fast-paced movie that kept changing. The lines and formations also seemed to come alive, constantly moving and changing positions. At that moment, Shangguan Xiniao's soul seemed to fly out of her body and into the vast universe. With a light wave of her jade-like hands, the planets and galaxies were rearranged. No, wrong. Wrong again and again, she deduced and overturned. If it were anyone else, they would have exploded on the spot with this kind of complicated brain work. Patriarch, Li Qingyang reminded her, it's about time to go to the 7th heaven. Wait a little longer, Jun Changxiao said. He had to seize every minute and every second to provide more time for the disciples to solve the formation. Swish! At this moment, Shangguan Xiniao, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly stood up and said excitedly, Patriarch, Elder Zhen, I found the biggest flaw. Just that, frowning, she said, if I change it, it might cause the formation to explode. The previous changes had been carefully calculated and deduced. Even if it failed, it wouldn't explode. But this time, the flaw found could succeed or explode. Xiniao, Jun Changxiao said seriously, no matter what, you have to believe in your own judgment because no one can help you decide. Patriarch. Shangguan Xiniao looked over and saw the encouraging eyes of the patriarch and the nonchalant smiles of the senior brothers. At that moment, everyone gave the most difficult multiple-choice question to their junior sister without any reason to believe. Although Shangguan Hong didn't know what the sect of all times was talking about, he could see from the eyes of Jun Changshao and the disciples that they trusted their granddaughter the most. Child. The old man smiled and said, You didn't choose the wrong sect. It's worth your effort and fight for. Understood. Shangguan Xinyao took a deep breath and then closed her eyes. Her spiritual sense merged into the complex array and began to erase a few lines. At the same time, she drew out a few lines. Zhan Dijuan watched the whole process. Seeing this change, his face changed slightly and said to himself, This is really a bold idea. Swish! All of a sudden, the mirror projection formation in the various cities and prefectures was shut down. Why is it gone? We are about to enter the seventh heaven and earth. Why did it suddenly stop? Everyone collapsed. Swish! About half an hour later, the scene was restored again. Jun Changshao and the others were already in another world. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the live footage. No, the angle of the scene was bigger and more comprehensive than the previous few times. It was as if they were standing at the highest point. Girl, Zhan Dijuan said telepathically, the internal formation has been connected to the mirror projection formation. Shangguan Xinyao smiled brightly and said, Patriarch, I can adjust the difficulty of this place at will. Do you want a challenge or go to the eighth heaven and earth? Before Jun Changshao could speak, Yi Xingqian said first, Challenge, challenge the most difficult one. Give him the most difficult one. Okay. Shangguan Xinyao had mastered the formation and gave her senior brother a solo test, and the difficulty was also the highest. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, extremely powerful negative emotions surged over, corroding Yi Xingqian's consciousness. His pupils constricted, and he squatted on the ground while hugging his head. He said in despair and inferiority, I'm trash. I shouldn't be living in this world. P.S. Readers have always been worried about Su Xiaoma. In fact, he had been using a face-changing mask. It could not only change his appearance, but also his voice. When he returned to the sect, even if he stood in the Taixuan Xingzong martial arts arena, no one would recognize him as Gosheng. Of course, in the subsequent plot, if the author was kicked in the head by a donkey, his identity might be exposed, and there would be a thrilling farewell. I can't make it up anymore. Chapter 798. Shangguan Xinyao did not choose the wrong sect, because not only did she have the support of the patriarch, she also had the support of her fellow sect members. But Yi Xingqian seemed to have chosen the wrong sect, because ever since he entered the sect, the number of times he acted cool was not much, but the number of times he made a fool of himself was quite a lot. For example, the test of the seventh heaven and earth originated from negative emotions. Not only did a martial artist have absolute perseverance, but they also had to have a positive attitude. Otherwise, it would be easy to be eroded and lead to despair and inferiority. Knight Emperor's perseverance was indescribable. His attitude towards revenge could be considered positive. If it was normal, he would be able to withstand it. However, the difficulty of the non-challenge was the highest. What was the most difficult? Naturally, it was to activate the age and soul restrictions. When the negative emotions that were several times more than the normal mode swarmed over, Knight Emperor did not even resist. He directly squatted on the ground and howled. He even felt so inferior that he lost the courage to live. Sigh. He could not be blamed for choosing the wrong sect. He could only blame himself for courting death. Quick, quick! Jun Changshao hurriedly said, Hurry up and stop! It was not easy to show Yi Xingqian's strength in the previous two worlds. This guy was squatting on the ground like a little wife, crying and making a fuss. Wouldn't all their previous efforts be in vain? Xiao! Shangguan Xinyao hurriedly turned off the test mode. I'm too trash. My living in this world is polluting the air, polluting. Yi Xingqian, who was howling in despair, suddenly stopped. Immediately he was stunned. What did I say just now? The most painful thing in the world was that although the sea of consciousness was controlled by various negative emotions, and said things that shouldn't be said. After it was over, he actually remembered it clearly. At that moment, Yi Xingqian squatted on the ground and did not stand up for a long time. He covered his tear-stained face with his hands and roared in his heart, "What the hell am I saying?" At this time, if there was a song with plum blossoms as the background music, it would definitely be very appropriate. What's going on? Yi Xingqian said that he's trash. I heard it. He even cried. Although Shangguan Xiniao cancelled the test mode in time, Yi Xingqian's words and actions were completely transmitted to the outside world and appear in the eyes of all the martial artists in the continent. The fans, who were still shouting, were all stunned on the spot with tears in their eyes. Their idol was the most outstanding, hardworking, and the most, but now he was denying himself. Could not accept it. Everyone. At this moment, Jun Changshao hurriedly tried to smooth things over. The seventh heaven's test is to make people disheartened and despair. My disciple is showing you what it means to be disheartened and helpless. Get calm. Yi Xingqian stood stand. When he thought about what he had just done and said in the projection array, he wished he could find a hole to hide in. His acting is so good. I almost believed him. After Jun Changxiao's explanation, all the martial artists were enlightened. Xingfan's fans also burst into laughter. They thought proudly, "This is my idol's acting. No one will dare to doubt him in the future." Of course, some people were puzzled, since there were all kinds of negative auras in the seventh world. Why were they fine standing there? Come. Jun Changxiao said telepathically, "This is a live broadcast. You can't be too casual. Act for me." They could not let outsiders know that they were controlling the array. Since they were in the seventh world, they had to act well even if they had to. Su Xiaomao howled and lay down. He clenched his fists and knocked on the ground. "This is too embarrassing. I don't want to live anymore. Why do I still have the courage to live in this world? Why don't I just die?" Li Qingyang clenched his fists and lowered his head. He tried to blink his tears, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not feel it. At that moment, he turned around to look at Xiao Ziji. He had his back to the camera. He secretly took out a green onion and wiped the corner of his eyes. Soon his eyes were filled with tears. Life is meaningless. Li Qingyang howled and walked over. He put his arm on Xiao Ziji's shoulder and said telepathically with his back to the camera, "Junior brother, give me some." Clang! The sound of a sword being unsheathed was heard. Jun Changshao placed the sword on his neck. He looked up and said sorrowfully, "Although the sect of all times has been passed down from ancient times, we are still inferior to the world. Jun is ashamed to face the spirits of our ancestors in heaven." His voice was solemn and sorrowful. *CK. The patriarch is still the best. The patriarch is still the best at acting. What are you bastards looking at? Come and take the sword. Do you really want me to commit suicide in front of everyone? Jun Changshao said telepathically. Patriarch. Su Xiaomou reacted the fastest. He immediately rushed over and snatched the sword away. Then he clamped it on his neck and cried, "I'm a burden if I live. I'm willing to go to the underworld first." After waiting for a while, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others could only care about their own despair. No one came to persuade him. He could only put down the sword and howl. "How can trash like me taint a sword?" Everyone was speechless. They could see that although the disciples of the sect of all times were complaining that they did not want to live, none of them really wanted to die. Just like that, under the eyes of the whole world, Jun Changshao and some of the disciples acted for a full hour. Then he pretended to suddenly regain his senses and said in shock, What did I do just now?" "Patriarch," Li Qingyang pointed to the front and said, "The stairs to the 8th heaven and earth have appeared." We passed just like that. Jun Changshao was not in a hurry to enter the 8th heaven and earth. He continued to rest where he was. For now, the entire array system that existed in the 10-directional life-ending tower was controlled by Shangguan Xinyao. However, the area in charge of the reward system was in a damaged state, so she still had to work hard. "You can do it," Jun Changshao encouraged her. "Okay." Shangguan Xinyao also had enough confidence. It was not because she controlled the array, but because the patriarch and senior brothers all believed in her. "Let's go." The next day, Jun Changshao led the disciples to the 8th heaven and earth. The test here was the opposite of negative emotions. The cultivators who entered would fall into an illusion where their wishes came true. Some wanted to become a powerhouse. They would have the illusion that they had already become a martial emperor and could summon clouds and rain with a flip of their hand. Some craved beauty and had groups of wives and concubines, living a carefree and happy life. As long as one dared to dream, the 8th heaven and earth would give them everything they wanted. However, the prerequisite was that if they were completely immersed in it and could not extricate themselves, they would be trapped forever. After hearing the illusionary martial emperor's introduction, Jun Changshao did not let Shangguan Xinyao start the test. He continued to act like he was in a drunken stupor with his disciples. When it was over, they would enter the 9th heaven and earth. "Medicine, medicine, medicine!" Elder Zhou shouted anxiously. Elder Zhen hurriedly took out a pile of pills and stuffed them into Yi Tianqing's mouth. Passing the 3rd heaven and earth was equivalent to setting a modern record. Now that the sect of all times had entered the 8th heaven and earth, it was equivalent to breaking the ancient record. When he thought about how he could show off to the people from other certification centers in the future, not only could he proudly say that the area he was in charge of had a sect that won the Dragon Tiger hegemony competition, but he could also proudly say that they had broken the 10-directional life-ending tower's record that had been sealed for 10,000 years. Yi Tianqing was so excited that he could not control himself. The 9th heaven and earth. The test here was more impressive because it combined the physical body, movement technique, spiritual energy, bone honing, soul, 5 elements, negative emotions, and temptation of the previous 8 heavens and earth. Of course, it was not done one by one. It was done by thunder and lightning. In the words of the creator of the 9th heaven and earth, the Thunder Punishment Martial Emperor, this place was called the Thunder Punishment Heaven and Earth. The thunder tribulation that descended contained all the tests of the previous 8 levels. As long as one could withstand one attack, one would be qualified to enter the 10th heaven and earth. Xinyao. Jun Changshao said, "Lower the difficulty to the lowest." "I'll give it a try." System. Look at Yi Xingchen. If he wanted to play, he would play the most difficult one. You actually lowered the difficulty to the lowest. What's the point of this? What's the fun in this? Okay. Shangguan Xinyao controlled the array. Whoosh! After a while, in the sky that resembled dusk, rolling thunderclouds gradually condensed and spat out lightning snakes. Boom! The lightning that contained many tests sprayed down and instantly lit up the entire space. It accurately hit Jun Changshao. The physical body, bones, soul, and all kinds of negative emotions and illusions all burst out, instantly causing him to enter a very sour rhythm. Fortunately, the difficulty was the lowest. After a short period of despair, Jun Changshao recovered and said in a cold sweat, "If this is a little stronger, I won't be able to withstand it at all." "Xingchen, do you want to give it a try?" Yi Xingchen was silent. At this time, he did not dare to act cool. "Xinyao, open the staircase to the 10th heaven and earth." "Okay." Buzz. The staircase to the 10th heaven and earth gradually appeared. He passed. It's over after being struck by lightning. Why is this 10-direction suicide tower getting simpler and simpler? The audience's eyes widened. It was not that it was getting simpler and simpler, but that Jun Changshao had to make it simple. What will the last heaven and earth be? The 10-direction suicide tower was very similar to the Tower of Trials, but the latter only had 9 floors, so Jun Changshao was more curious about the test in the 10th heaven and earth. If it was a hodgepodge of all the tests in the level, then the ninth floor was already there. The more he couldn't figure it out, the more curious he was. Let's go up. After resting for a day, under everyone's gaze, Jun Changshao led his disciple to the staircase to the 10th heaven and earth. The scene on the light screen disappeared again. Everyone was looking forward to the latest scene. But after waiting for a full 15 minutes, the light screen was still dark and no new image was transmitted in. What's going on? Buzz. An image appeared on the light screen. It was not the so-called 10th heaven and earth, but outside the tower. Jean Dejuan stood in front of the camera and announced helplessly, "There is a restriction in the 10th heaven and earth, and we can't get the image information." No way. Everyone collapsed. There were 10 worlds in the 10-direction suicide tower, and the most important one was definitely the last one. It was hard for anyone to accept that they could not be transmitted out and could not see it with their own eyes. This was like watching a TV series. After waiting for the finale with untold hardships, they would definitely be angry and curse. Although there was no new image transmitted, all the martial artists were still paying attention to the scene outside the tower because they were waiting to see if the Sect of all times could come out. If they came out, it meant that they had passed the 10-direction suicide tower. In this ancient era where experts were as common as clouds, only martial artists could reach the 6th heaven and earth. If they really passed, the shock it would bring would be very strong. The 10th heaven and earth. This was an even more illusory scene, and Jun Changshao and his disciples who had entered this place stood there in a daze. At this moment, images appeared in their eyes, flashing past like passing clouds, and finally fixed on an environment full of spiritual energy. There were mountains, rivers, and all kinds of birds and beasts. The air was filled with a desolate and ancient aura, and Jun Changshao and his disciples seemed to have turned into soul bodies floating high in the sky and taking in the scene below. Patriarch! Li Qingyang transmitted his voice. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a deafening sound was heard. Without thinking, they instinctively turned to look and saw a burly middle-aged man in the sky, holding a mountain in his hand. That was not a mountain. It was more like a miniature version of heaven and earth. Great wilderness destruction. The middle-aged man roared angrily, and the heaven and earth that he was holding suddenly flew out, and then expanded rapidly, as if covering the entire world in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh! The wind whistled, and the space shattered. Although Jun Changshao and his disciples were watching from the side as soul bodies, they could clearly feel the explosion of that terrifying power. In an instant, they could tell from the words "great wilderness destruction," and the voice that this middle-aged man must be the martial emperor of the great wilderness on the first level of the 10-direction suicide tower. Break it! Angry roars came from below the heaven and earth of the great wilderness. Several experts whose cultivation were not weaker than the martial emperor of the great wilderness shone with dazzling light, and then a terrifying power burst out, turning into fists and punching. Bang! 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 Every punch was shocking to Jun Changshao and the others, and they were certain that these people's cultivation had reached the martial emperor level. At that time, there were very few martial emperors, but now there were so many of them. Combined with the desolate environment, they immediately realized that what they were seeing now was definitely the scene of the battle of the martial emperors 10,000 years ago. That's right. What appeared before them was the scene of the battle of the martial emperors, where the martial emperor of the great wilderness fought against several martial emperors. Bang! 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 Whoosh, whoosh! Under the bombardment of power, the great wilderness destruction began to crack, but it continued to sink. Finally, under the gaze of Jun Changshao and the others, it crashed into the ground. Rumble! At the moment of contact, a corner of the continent could not bear the load and immediately burst open. Then, under the impact of the impact, it floated all the way to the east. Damn! He had directly shattered the world. Jun Changshao and his disciples widened their eyes, and even Yi Xingqian was shocked. It turned out that the martial emperors of the ancient times were so powerful. When he was at his peak, he would definitely be defeated. Shwa! The Great Desolation martial emperor landed and sat cross-legged on the Great Desolation heaven. From his perspective, his back was facing Jun Changshao and the others. His body was gradually petrified from his legs. What was going on? Everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. Ka ka ka! Suddenly a cracking sound could be heard. The crack in the grand wilderness continued to expand and expand. It's about to shatter, Jun Changshao murmured. Ka ka ka! Ka 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 ka! When the heavens and earth of the great wilderness split apart, the lower body of the martial emperor of the great wilderness that was gradually petrified also began to show dense cracks. At that moment, everyone suddenly realized that the vast wilderness was connected to him. AI. The Great Desolation martial emperor let out a long sigh. Before he was completely petrified, he tried his best to turn his head and said with an aged voice, "My great desolation land shall be inherited by you." Jun Changshao was stunned. Subconsciously, he followed the expert's gaze and looked at Xiao Ziji. "No. Can he find us?" Xiao Ziji said, "Thank you, senior." The two of them looked at each other and smiled. At that moment, they seemed to have crossed time and space. It was like two people from two different eras had completed some kind of ritual at a special node. Ka ka ka! The cracking sound continued. The vast wilderness was already full of scars. The Great Desolation martial emperor of the great wilderness was completely petrified. In the end, he completely collapsed under everyone's gaze and turned into dust. The two martial emperors who were suppressed below had their flesh and blood torn apart. Jun Changshao and the others fell silent. The martial emperors of the ancient era died, just like that. It was a little sad. Swoosh! At this moment, the scene before his eyes changed again. A streak of light sped through the boundless land at a speed that made one gasp in amazement. Ta! After running for a long time, that person gradually came to a stop. He then shook his head and looked at Su Xiaoma in the sky. He smiled and said, "Little guy, how about I give you this body of Gale?" "Thank you, senior," Su Xiaoma said excitedly. Buzz! The space shook and the scene in front of them changed again. An expert was fighting with a few people. Although he was fighting alone, the strength and purity of his spiritual energy were much higher than others. Boom! Boom! The battle lasted for a long time, and it was earth-shattering. The land in the south could not withstand the pressure and directly separated from the mainland. Jun Changshao and the others were shocked. The emperor-level expert of the ancient era had such a terrifying cultivation. It was not an exaggeration to say that he could destroy the world. Based on their level of battle, the world was considered lucky that it was not completely destroyed and was only broken into pieces. After an intense battle, the martial emperor who was fighting alone defeated a few experts of the same level. However, he was also severely injured. He then looked at Jun Changshao and the others and said, "Who will inherit my body of spiritual pulse?" Me, Yi Xingqian, spoke first. If it were any other body type, the Night Emperor would definitely maintain his cold demeanor. However, this was the body of spiritual pulse, and he could not back down. Martial Emperor Ling Ju looked at Yi Xingqian with a hint of disdain in his eyes. F***CK. What kind of look is that? Could it be that a bona fide martial emperor inheriting a spirit vein is something that he finds very embarrassing? Whoosh! The scene in front of them continued to change. More martial emperors appeared and more intense battles took place in front of them. After watching a few more battles, Jun Changshao finally understood that the 10th world did not test them. It only took them back to 10,000 years ago to witness the earth-shattering battle of the martial emperors. However, what puzzled him was, judging from the scene, it was clearly a scene left behind in advance. Why would Martial Emperor Dehuang, Martial Emperor Qingfeng, and the others capture his and his disciples' presence and choose the inheritor of the body type? Could it be that it was not a movie left behind, but a special ability that could fold the space of two different eras together so that they could spy on each other? That's possible, the system said. Whoosh! At that moment, the scene in front of them changed again. They appeared in a forest with lush foliage. This is, Jun Changshao said in surprise. Where is the 10-direction life-ending tower? The environment was right, but there was no tower. Whoosh! 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 At that moment, streams of light flew over. They were the martial Emperor De Huang and the others who had died earlier. There was also a black-robed old man who they had not seen in the previous scene. He stood at the place where the 10-direction life-ending tower was supposed to be and said, "Everyone, how about we set up a stone tower here to seal all the body types and leave them for the future generations to inherit?" Jun Changshao was enlightened. No wonder the 10-direction life-ending tower was not here. It was not built yet. Sure. No problem. Martial Emperor De Huang, Martial Emperor Qingfeng, and the others agreed. The black-robed old man said, "Let's begin." The 9 ancient martial emperors immediately performed their special abilities and took out pieces of square stones. They then piled up a 10-story tower in the shortest time possible. After the tower was built, the scene changed to the inside. The black-robed old man was setting up the array and defense on the first floor. The entire process seemed to be slowed down. However, due to the complexity of the process, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were dazzled. Shangguan Xinyao's face was filled with joy. As the black-robed old man continued setting up, she gradually gained a more comprehensive and intuitive understanding of the array on the first floor. "Have you memorized it?" Jun Changshao asked. Shangguan Xinyao said excitedly, "Patriarch, I've memorized it." Swoosh! At that moment, the scene changed again. The black-robed old man appeared on the second floor and continued setting up the array on the third floor, the fourth floor, and even the 10th floor. I see. Although the array was very complicated, Shangguan Xinyao memorized it all and had a new understanding of the structure inside. "Everyone," the black-robed old man said, "the array on each heaven and earth has been set up. If someone dies, their body type will be separated and integrated into the array, being sealed forever. However," he paused and said, "it can't be taken away easily. Therefore, I suggest that each of you choose a heaven and earth to guard and leave behind a test. Only the fated ones can obtain it." The great Desolation Martial Emperor was the first to speak. "I'll guard the first heaven and earth. I'll guard the second heaven and earth. I'll guard the third heaven and earth." The 1st to 9th floors were occupied by 9 ancient martial emperors and left behind a test with their abilities. The black-robed old man said, "I'll guard the 10th floor. If the future generations can reach here, not only can they obtain the body type stored here, but they can also peek into the array's secrets and control the entire 10 Directions Opportunity Pagoda." It turned out that the stone pagoda's real name was the 10 Directions Opportunity Pagoda. However, due to the difficulty of the challenge, many cultivators died inside. As time passed, it was named the Suicide Pagoda. Next, the black-robed old man raised his head and looked at Shangguan Xinyao. He smiled kindly and said, "It's time to set up the reward array. Girl, look carefully." Swoosh! Swoosh! Streams of light flashed as array flags flew out. They were not only placed on the 10th floor, but also around the pagoda, forming a pattern similar to the 5 elements 8 trigrams. Swoosh! Swoosh! The messy lines were drawn and then connected to the array. The entire process was done in one go. It meant that the person who set up the array was definitely a top-notch array master. Shangguan Xinyao stared at it without blinking. Images appeared in her sea of consciousness, reorganizing and expanding. Finally, it evolved into an extremely complicated star-scattered chessboard. "It's so messy. I can't understand it at all." Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji didn't have array talent. When they saw the lines drawn, they felt like they were reading a heavenly book. Jun Changxiao might be able to understand it, but after receiving so much information at once, he felt like his brain was about to explode. Patriarch. Not long later, Shangguan Xiniao said, I already understand the structure of the pagoda's array. I can control it easily. I can also take the sealed body types at will. Jun Changxiao was overjoyed. Swish! At that moment, the scene in front of them disappeared. Everyone returned to the illusory realm of the 10th floor. Wang. With a thought, Shangguan Xanyao instantly fused into the damaged array formation, and then reconnected the damaged array formation. Wang. After the repair was completed, the space vibrated slightly. One could only see elf-like lights appearing. Patriarch. Shangguan Xiniao said, these are the 10 body types sealed in the pagoda. From left to right, they are the Great Desolation Body, Raging Wind Body, Spiritual Pulse Body, and the last one is the Formation Spirit Body. I can summon all of them. You can now distribute them as you wish. P.S. 3-in-1. Chapter 799. The last world of the 10 Directions Suicide Tower was overseen by the ancient Array Emperor. Inside were some scenes of the battle of the Emperors 10,000 years ago, as well as the entire process of the array formation. Or perhaps the black-robed old man who set up the array formation had already calculated that one day in the future, someone would enter the 10th world. So he deliberately left behind the method of setting up the array formation in the form of an image. Rather than calling it a test, it would be better to call it an opportunity for those who passed. Shangguan Xiniao did not disappoint, and successfully controlled the entire tower's array formation system. Not only did she repair the reward mechanism, she also summoned out all the physiques that were sealed within. There was 1 on each floor, and there were 10 on the 10th floor. They were like a ball of flame or a flickering spirit floating in the 10th world. From the 1st world to the 10th, they were the Great Desolation Physique, Gale Physique, Spiritual Pulse Physique, Sword Transforming Physique, Primordial Spirit Physique, 5 Elements Physique, Frustration Physique, Illusory Physique, Thunder Punishment Physique, and Formation Spirit Physique. Li Qingyang said in surprise, so there is a form of the physique. In his understanding, whether it was innate or postnatal physique, they were all illusory. He never thought that they would exist like spirits. Jun Changxiao was relatively calm. After all, he had once fused with the sacred flame body, so he had some understanding of what form it was. There are exactly 10 people who came into challenge, so let's split 1 each. Hearing this, the disciples' eyes lit up. At this moment, Jun Patriarch had taken all the physiques for himself, so the disciples would definitely not say anything. After all, he was the boss, so what he said was final. But it was definitely unrealistic for him to fuse with so many physiques. Not to mention, if all the good things were given to him, then what would the disciple use to represent the sect in the future? Xiniao. Jun Changxiao pointed to the ball of flame-like light on the far right and said, the formation spirit body should be related to the array formation, so I will let you inherit it. Thank you, Patriarch. Shangguan Xiniao happily summoned the physique over. The little guy was not disgusted. It circled around her in circles, as if it was very happy. Although this kind of physique that was similar to light could not speak, it had its own thoughts and was able to form some kind of connection with the martial warriors. I have sinned. Jun Changxiao said, the Great Desolate Physique is yours. In the previous image, the Great Desolation Martial Emperor had looked at Xiao Ziji, so it was most suitable for him to inherit this constitution. Yes, Xiao Ziji walked over and held the Great Desolate Physique in his hands. When his palm came into contact with the light, a thick and heavy aura spread out, instantly making him excited and agitated. Bubbly foam, the body of Gale is yours. Yes, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei were both speed-type martial artists, but the former was a little faster, while the latter's specialty was his leg strength. Zhou Hong, the sword transformation body, is yours. After all, Jun Changshao did not deliberately pursue the sword Dao. Among the disciples present, he was the only one who could inherit it. Body of spiritual veins, patriarch, Yi Xingqian said without hesitation, this disciple is willing to inherit. Although the other physiques were not bad, he did not care about them. He only hoped to inherit the physique that would allow him to increase his cultivation faster. All right, Jun Changshao said, take it. Thank you, patriarch. Yi Xingqian anxiously walked over and held the body of spiritual veins in his hands, a smile appearing on his face. Night Emperor laughed. Night Emperor actually laughed. However, the body of spiritual veins in his hands was struggling, as if it was not satisfied with its new owner. Behave yourself, Yi Xingqian shouted in a deep voice. With such a scare, the little guy immediately became obedient. Jun Changshao said, Elder Jiang, I'll give you the primordial spirit body. Thank you, patriarch. Jiang Ye took the primordial spirit body and wondered in his heart, what is the use of this thing? If he knew that the primordial spirit body could accurately capture everything around it like spiritual sense, he would definitely jump up in excitement. After all, it would undoubtedly be of great help in finding his sister. Little Fei, Jun Changshao said, choose one. Li Fei scratched his head and said, disciple will choose the body of frustration. What about you? Jun Changshao looked at Lu Qianqian. Lu Qianqian said, disciple doesn't need it. She already had an ice attribute physique, so she wasn't interested in other physiques. You really don't want it? No. All right then. Jun Changshao looked at Li Qingyang and said, there's still the body of illusionary dream and the body of thunder punishment left. You can choose one. Li Qingyang scratched his head and said, patriarch, these two physiques don't seem to be of much use to this disciple. It's better to leave them for suitable fellow disciples. Jun Changshao said, even if it's not suitable, you have to choose one. He knew that his second disciple had a gentle personality and did not fight for anything. However, since he was here to challenge the level, he naturally could not lack the benefits. How about this? Jun Changshao said, body of illusionary dream for Qianqian, body of thunder punishment for you. Yes, Li Qingyang held up the body of thunder punishment. Lu Qianqian could only give up the body of illusionary dream. If the martial artists in the outside world knew that the two of them were forced to accept the physiques by the patriarch, they would definitely be extremely envious. This kind of physique from ancient times, even if it was not of any substantial help to martial arts, they would definitely not dislike it. They would take as many as they could. 9 out of 10 physiques were divided, and the remaining 5 elements physique would definitely be Jun Changshao's. Patriarch. Su Xiaoma said, how do we fuse? Sit down cross-legged and communicate with it with your spiritual thoughts, guiding it into your body. Jun Changshao said, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone sat down cross-legged. Whoosh. Xiao Ziji was the first to communicate with the great desolate physique. When his spiritual thoughts touched it, the other party turned into a cloud and covered his entire body. The process of fusing the physiques was extremely simple. When he absorbed all the cloud and mist, a small world the size of a fingernail gradually condensed in his dantian. This was the great desolate world. Although it was very small, after successfully condensing, it established a certain connection with his flesh and blood. Xiao Ziji communicated with it slightly and felt that the strength and hardness of his body had increased by a lot. The great desolate world had just been condensed, and the defensive strength it provided was limited. If he wanted to use it in the future, he would definitely have to temper and strengthen it. As for reaching the level where the great desolate martial emperor could use it to smash people, there was still a long way to go. Jun Changshao did not wish for his disciple to one day use the great desolate world to smash people, because at this step It would definitely be a battle of life and death. Zizi. Li Qingyang stood up and opened his right hand. Streaks of lightning condensed in his palm, and he said in surprise, "I'm a lightning cultivator now." Ha ha ha. Su Xiaoma's laughter could be heard. A whirlwind gathered under his feet, and he ran at his fastest speed. Zhou Hong stood up. He looked very normal, but the sharpness around him was as if his entire body had turned into a sharp sword. My spiritual thoughts have been strengthened. After Jiang emerged with his primordial spirit, his eyes flashed with ecstasy. With a slight release, it could even spread to a range of more than 10 miles. Patriarch, Li Fei opened his right hand, and a ball of black attributes condensed. He said, "What's the use of my physique? Find a target and try it." Jun Changshao said. "Oh." Li Fei threw it at Su Xiaoma, who had just stopped. When the black attributes merged into his body, the latter knelt on the ground and cried, "I'm not even comparable to an ant. My life is meaningless." This was not an act, it was real. "Do you understand now?" Jun Changshao said. Li Fei was enlightened. "I understand the attributes condensed by my physique can make people depressed and despair." Xiao. At this moment, his sea of consciousness was suddenly penetrated by some kind of energy. Li Fei was stunned. He suddenly felt as if he had turned into a bird, and then flapped his wings, flying freely in the sky. "Fly, fly, fly!" He waved his hands with a silly smile and ran around the 10th heaven, looking very funny. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched, and then he looked at Lu Qianqian. Needless to say, this woman must have fused with the illusory body, causing Li Fei to fall into fantasy and dream. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Suddenly, Yi Xingqian covered his face and laughed. He had already fused with the spirit vein physique. As long as he circulated the Taishan Sutra and body metamorphosis scripture slightly, he could feel extremely pure attributes of heaven and earth spreading over like a tsunami. With this physique, there was no need to worry about not being able to break through quickly. This incident tells us that no matter how arrogant and cold a person is, as long as they encounter something that makes them feel good, they will also laugh until they lose control of their bladder. Everyone. Suddenly, the Array Emperor's old voice sounded. "Congratulations on inheriting the physique sealed in the 10 directions, Opportunity Pagoda, but you also have to bear the responsibility." "Responsibility?" Jun Changshao said. The Array Emperor continued. "Why did the War of the Thearchs happen 10,000 years ago? Aren't you curious?" "Not curious." Jun Changshao said, "Xiniao, open the entrance to the outside world. We'll return to the Sect." "Yes." The Array Emperor, fusing with the physique and then leaving. This was 2F*, cat up. Buzz. The space shook and the stairs to the outside world opened. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "Sorry for the disturbance." Then he was about to leave with his disciples. "Young man," the Array Emperor hurriedly said, "Wait, I'm not finished. P.S. Today's 2 chapters add up to 9,000 words. Please vote on Monday." Chapter 800. Jun Changshao wasn't interested in finding out why the War of the Emperors had happened 10,000 years ago. In his opinion, since he had already obtained the benefits of the 10-directional life-ending tower, and he and his disciples had also inherited the Constitution, he would definitely leave happily. Moreover, the entire continent was still waiting for him to pass. That's right, that's right. His main purpose of entering the 10-direction suicide tower was to raise his ranking on the hero-seeking board. He had brought his disciple through the tower without any injuries and had broken many records. He would definitely raise his ranking. Obtaining 10 physiques would raise his sect's ranking. Jun Changshao suddenly felt like he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Patriarch. Shangguan Xiniao said, "Senior Array Emperor must have something important to tell us. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left a trace of his remnant soul in the tower." "All right." Jun Changshao stopped and said, "For the sake of my precious disciple, I'll give you a few minutes." Hurry up and say everything you need to say. Young man, the remnant soul of the Array Emperor in the formation said, 10,000 years ago, the War of Emperors started because the falling star continent was invaded by foreign tribes from other realms. Invaded by foreign tribes? Jun Changshao asked in surprise. The Array Emperor said, it's a special existence without a physical body. It can control a martial artist soul and do things that bring disaster to the world. The experts killed by Martial Emperor De Huang and Martial Emperor Ling Ju were controlled by the foreign tribes? Jun Changshao asked. That's right, the Array Emperor said. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others' faces changed slightly. They did not see anything different about the martial emperors who were killed earlier. Jun Changshao was speechless. Wasn't this kind of realm invasion a little too old-fashioned? Get to the point. Jun Changshao said, for example, what's our responsibility? The Array Emperor said, although Martial Emperor De Huang and the others sacrificed themselves to defeat the foreign tribes, their ambitions will not disappear just like that. They will definitely come back in the future. All of you must take up the responsibility of protecting the falling star continent. I'm sorry. Jun Changshao said, the responsibility of saving the common people and maintaining world peace should be left to others. Suddenly, someone asked you to protect the entire continent. It was like running into an old faker who claimed that he was the hero who saved the world when he went out to buy soy sauce. Young man, the Formation Emperor said solemnly, you have all inherited the physique legacies left behind by the emperors. You must do your best for the falling star continent. Sorry, I'm not interested. Jun Changshao said, let's go. Everyone followed him and was about to walk out of the pagoda. The Formation Emperor hurriedly said, young man, if you protect the falling star continent, you will definitely be rewarded. Shua. Jun Changshao returned to his previous position and said, everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the continent. The corners of the disciples' mouths twitched. Speaking of benefits, the speed of the patriarch's return was almost as fast as Wu Sheng's teleportation. The Formation Emperor did not expect that his words of benefits would make this guy change his attitude immediately, so he continued, this foreign race from other planes can be called the soul race. They do not have a physical body and exist in the form of souls. As long as they occupy the body of a human, they will inherit the cultivation, realm, and martial arts. Even their style of doing things will be the same as the original owner. Jun Changshao asked curiously, how did you find out? The Formation Emperor said, these foreign races have a special method. They can devour the energy of any living creature and strengthen themselves over and over again. Jun Changshao said, be more specific. The Formation Emperor said, every flower and grass in the star-field continent contains more or less energy under the nourishment of heaven and earth. The soul race can absorb them and use them for themselves. This is only for flowers and grass. If they absorb martial artists of higher cultivation realms, their strength will increase even faster. If they are allowed to do whatever they want, the end result will be that the entire falling star continent will be sucked dry of spirit chi and become a wasteland. That's a little scary, Jun Changshao said. The Formation Emperor said, when the soul race absorbs energy, they will release a green attribute. Later on, we found out. After careful investigation, we found out that they are foreign races from other planes. Like locusts, they will crazily devour the energy of every plane they come to. They will only leave when they completely destroy it. How many soul race invaded the falling star continent 10,000 years ago? 9. The corner of Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. 9 foreign races triggered a war between the emperors. In the end, the entire continent was torn apart. That was too exaggerated. He had not experienced that era and did not know that the soul race that occupied the 9 martial emperors had been absorbing energy in the early stages. When they found out, the experts of the falling star continent could not defeat them at all. In the end, they could only kill them with the determination to perish together. For example, the scene earlier. The Great Desolation Martial Emperor used the Great Desolation World to suppress the two foreign races easily. In fact, the complete scene was that more martial emperors had already fought with them multiple times, and in the end, they were either dead or injured. Seeing that he could not defeat them after a long time and that countless of his companions had died, the Great Desolation Martial Emperor finally made up his mind and used the Great Desolation World to perish together with the two foreign race experts. The Formation Emperor said, "The Soul Race will not give up on destroying the falling star continent. One day they will make a comeback. I hope that you can inherit the constitution and will of your ancestors and fight them to the death." Senior Jun Changshao said, "Let's put these things aside first and talk about the benefits." The Formation Emperor, I said it so tragically. Did he not feel anything? There are benefits. The Formation Emperor said, but it will depend on your performance in the future. F***CK. Jun Changshao immediately turned hostile. It feels like there are no benefits. You are deliberately tricking me. Young man. The Formation Emperor roared, "Are there only benefits in your eyes and no lives in the world? The world is bustling with activity for profit, and the world is bustling with activity for profit." Jun Chang smiled and said, "Only things with benefits can move people's hearts. Otherwise, I'm not interested. If there are no benefits, I will leave. Young man, when the nest is overturned, no egg can remain intact. When the foreign race invades and the world is destroyed, do you think you can still live?" The Formation Emperor roared angrily. Jun Changshao stopped and rubbed his chin. "That makes sense." The Formation Emperor said, "If you inherit the Constitution, you will not only save the world, but also save yourselves." Jun Changshao said, "Are you sure the Soul Race will invade the falling star continent again?" The Formation Emperor said with certainty, "As long as the falling star continent still has spiritual energy, they will not give up." "Do you have a specific time of invasion?" Jun Changshao asked. The Formation Emperor was silent for a moment, then said, "It may take a long time. Maybe they have already arrived at the falling star continent and have taken over human bodies. They are slowly growing." "Where is the Soul Race's nest?" Jun Changshao asked. The Formation Emperor said, "Why do you ask?" Jun Changshao shrugged and said, "Invade them and nip the danger in the cradle in advance." Invade them? Chapter 801. If the Array Emperor had a physical body, his eyes would be wide open right now. He and the other martial emperors who had died on the battlefield only thought about how to defend against the invasion of other races. They had never thought about invading other races. Jun Changshao was different. Since he knew that the other party would come back, why should he wait? He might as well gather his people and kill them. Their souls would fall, their gods would tremble, and their ghosts would tremble. Defend and invade. It represented passivity and initiative. With Jun Changshao's personality, if he knew that someone was targeting his sect and disciples, he would definitely take the initiative to attack first instead of passively accepting it. The Array Emperor said, "The Soul Race's world is extremely dangerous. Invading them is the same as committing suicide. You don't have to worry about that." Jun Changshao said, "Tell me the coordinates. I have my ways to deal with it." The falling star continent and the Soul Race's world are very far apart. Without the ability to travel through space, it would be difficult to do so. The Array Emperor said. Jun Changshao asked curiously, "If that's the case, how did they come to the falling star continent?" The Array Emperor said, 10,000 years ago, cracks appeared in space and formed a passage-like vortex. They should have used this method to come here. What about the passageway? I sealed it with a formation. Where is it? North of the continent, the land of yellow sand. The system said it should be the northern desert state after the continent fell apart. Does the Soul Race have a hobby of collecting all kinds of martial arts resources? Jun Changshao asked. The Array Emperor said, although they are other races, they also need spirit stones to increase their cultivation. They also need ores to forge all kinds of equipment to make themselves stronger. Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. Although the Array Emperor did not say what benefits there were, in his opinion, if they had the chance to invade the other races, they would definitely gain more benefits. Since the Sect of all times has inherited the Constitution, we will naturally take on the responsibility of protecting the world. Jun Changxiao said, the system. As a host, I can't be so righteous. I won't disturb Senior's everlasting existence. I'll take my leave first. Jun Changxiao snapped his fingers and said, let's go. Soon, the disciples followed him up the stairs and left the 10-directional life-ending tower. Sigh. The Array Emperor sighed and said, I've waited for 10,000 years for a guy like this. Asking him to save the world feels a little unreliable. His voice grew weaker as he spoke. A sliver of remnant had been sealed within the pagoda, waiting for the fated ones to pass through the 10 directions opportunity pagoda. Now that it had completed its mission, it could no longer exist in the world. Outside, the projection arrays were still suspended in the sky above the major cities. Everyone was waiting anxiously. Creak! Suddenly, the 2 doors on the first floor of the tower were pushed open from the inside. He's out. Jun Patriarch and the others have come out. The martial artists who had been watching the projection array all this time suddenly cried out in surprise when they saw Jun Changxiao and the others walk out of the pagoda one by one. Going in neatly and coming out neatly, they would definitely clear the stage without any injuries. Everyone. Jun Changxiao looked up at the screen and grinned. The Sect of all times has successfully cleared the 10-directional Fate Tower. Amazing. Unbelievable. Hearing him say it personally, all the martial artists on the Falling Star continent looked at him with admiration and envy. Although there was no reward for this forbidden area that had existed for tens of thousands of years, being able to clear the stage without any injuries was definitely enough to prove their strength. Jun Patriarch, City Lord Han transmitted his voice. What's the test of the 10th heaven and earth? It's just a normal test, Jun Changxiao replied. City Lord Han could tell that this guy didn't want to tell him about the 10th heaven and earth, so he didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he smiled and said, Jun Patriarch, when will you pay the 10,000 spirit stones? Jun Changxiao was honest and gave him 10,000 artificial spirit stones as the rental fee for using the projection array system. City Lord Han said, if you want to use it again in the future, you can come find me at any time. After tasting the sweetness, he started to think, why not rent out the projection array system that he had set up for the dragon and tiger battle for supremacy to earn some money? City Lord Han didn't lack spirit stones. However, he had nothing to do with the array system. He could use it to earn some extra money and also cover the daily maintenance costs. Okay. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and then chatted with City Lord Mu for a while. Then he ordered Zhen Dejuan to remove the projection array and return to the Sect with his disciples. On the way, Li Qingyang said, Patriarch, we have a great responsibility now. You don't really want to save the world, do you? Jun Changxiao said. Li Qingyang was startled. Didn't Patriarch already promise Senior Formation Emperor? He did, but Jun Changxiao said, to save the world, we have to act within our means. He didn't think that with his and his sect's strength, they could save the world. Not to mention that even if the sky collapsed, there were still the first and second-rate sects to hold it up. Qingyang, the most important task now is to make yourself stronger. When you have absolute strength in the future, not to mention saving the world, saving the entire universe won't be a problem. Jun Changxiao said. Li Qingyang said solemnly, I understand. The matter of challenging the 10-direction suicide tower came to a perfect end. The physiques that existed inside were all taken away by the Sect of all times. So even if the array was repaired now, Even if the reward mechanism was adjusted to 100%, it was meaningless. The medical sage and demon emperor who knew about it in the underworld would definitely be able to face it calmly. The forbidden land that had existed for thousands of years couldn't escape being scourged by Jun Changshao. His own things were not worth mentioning at all. Of course, the matter of the sect of all times bravely challenging the 10-direction suicide tower and clearing it without any injuries would definitely be widely spread in the Falling Star continent. Not to mention, it was even a live broadcast. The latest issue of the List of Heroes was released at the stipulated time. The sect of all times rose from 90th to 80th. Not bad, not bad. Looking at the list, Jun Changshao smiled. The sect had reached 4th rate and was ranked 80th on the List of Heroes. It had already met the 7th, most basic requirement of the epic mission. Of course, Jun Patriarch would definitely not be satisfied. After all, meeting the most basic requirement was only 100%. He had to exceed it and obtain a higher mission reward. Patriarch Su Xiaomao came to meet him and said, "This disciple has been out of the Taishan Xingzong for a while. It's time to go back." Jun Changshao said, "Be careful when you go back. If you feel that your identity has been exposed, do not hesitate and quickly return to the sect." Yes, after eating Lu Wancher's food, Su Xiaomao left the sect of all times. Then he found a place where no one was around and put on the mask again, turning into a pale and sickly youth. At this moment, he was the outer disciple of the Taishan Xingzong, Gosheng. Boom! Boom! In a mountain forest, there was a loud explosion. Ka! 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 A fist mark appeared on the mountain wall under the strong impact. Then it began to gradually shatter and spread in all directions, as if it was going to collapse at any time. A black-robed man once again punched the depression and roared, "I was tricked. I was actually tricked." Chapter 802. Dai Lu was very angry. He was so angry that he crazily bombarded the stone wall. There was no other reason. During the battle of the dragons and tigers, he took a yellowed map to look for treasures. He had worn out several pairs of shoes and finally found the location of the treasures. In the end, there was nothing. What made him even more depressed was that he met many martial artists one after another, each of them holding a map that was exactly the same as his. Everyone sat together, and after some discussion, they found out that the maps were all bought from the old man on the street. Therefore, a normal person immediately realized that they had been cheated. "Ah!" Dai Lu raised his head and roared. The green attribute around him instantly spread out like waves. The nearby plants that came into contact with it instantly withered from their lush state. He originally thought that he could rely on the map to find opportunities to improve his cultivation and then seek revenge on the sect of all times and Yixingchen. In the end, it was all for naught. This was unacceptable. Dai Lu roared, "Is it so difficult for me to take revenge?" "Kid." Suddenly, a sinister voice sounded in his ear. "To become stronger, you should absorb the energy of others. Only the weak would rely on such an illusory opportunity." "Who is it?" Dai Lu exclaimed. The voice continued. "You can call me Han, or you can call me Lord Dai Lu said, coldly, "Get out of my body!" He. The existence that called itself Han laughed strangely. "Once I leave, the devouring power will disappear immediately. You have to think carefully." Dai Lu's expression changed. He was now a martial king. All of this came from the devouring power. If he lost it, he would definitely not be able to accept it. "Kid, with my help, you can become stronger. Only then can you trample the sect of all times and Yixingchen in the palm of your hand." Han laughed strangely. Dai Lu said in a low voice, "Really? Although you have some understanding of the devouring power in the past 2 years, it has only stopped at the most basic level. Now that I have awakened, I will teach you how to use it correctly," Han said proudly. "How do I use it?" Dai Lu's heart skipped a beat. He had obtained the devouring power for no reason. And now there was a fellow who called himself Soul, in his body for no reason. He quickly adapted to it. The devouring power can only be refined into pure energy when it is combined with the devouring Heart Sutra. I will teach you now. In an instant, a series of seemingly comprehensible chants appeared in Dai Lu's sea of consciousness, causing him to unconsciously immerse himself in them. After a while, his eyes suddenly glowed with a burning luster. "Brat," Soul said proudly, "I'm not bragging, but once I've comprehended 20 to 30% of the mantra, I can easily trample on the sect of all times and Yixingchen." Crack! Dai Lu clenched his fists. His eyes flickered with a green light as he said, "I look forward to that day." Achoo! Jun Changshao, who was sitting in the study, sneezed, then rubbed his nose and said, "Is someone scolding me?" The system said, "The host has inherited the ancient era's physique. Are you really not planning to do anything for the falling star continent? Even the ancient era's martial emperors could be controlled by the foreign races. I want to do something, but my strength doesn't allow me to." Jun Changshao said helplessly. The system said, "They didn't say to let you save the world immediately. They passed the physique to their disciple in the hope that when you become stronger in the future, you can protect this plane." "We'll see," Jun Changshao said. The system was speechless. "This is because they didn't offend your sect or disciple. Otherwise, the host would have already expressed his stance." "Of course," Jun Changshao said seriously. "How dare they offend the sect of all times and touch my disciple? Not to mention the soul race. Even if it's the Parace, I will kill them all. So to prevent a disaster from happening, I think the host should focus more on the foreign races. It's best to find time to go to the northern desert state to see if you can break the formation and invade the foreign races through the passage. You can nip the danger in the bud, the system urged." "Makes sense." "That's not right." Jun Changshao suddenly became alert. "This concerns the survival of the human race. Why is an emotionless machine like you so active?" "Of course," the system said, "if the host is fighting against the foreign races, if you're not strong enough, you'll be tortured to death. You'll have to rely on the merchant store. This will stimulate spending." F***CK. Jun Changshao broke down. "You want me to spend money? Don't be so direct. Can I become stronger just by relying on this mental cultivation method? The Devouring Heart Sutra can only make you stronger to a certain extent. If you want to break through to a higher level, such as breaking through the void, you'll have to inherit the devouring bloodline." "Breaking through the void?" Dai Lu's eyes turned green. "How do I inherit the devouring bloodline?" "There's an area sealed by a formation in the desert of the northern desert state. Once you break it, you'll enter an independent space. The devouring bloodline is there." "Ta." Dai Lu stopped and said warily, "Why do you want to help me become stronger? Do you have other intentions?" "Soul." He was fooled by an old man from a street stall to look for treasure. Why did he suddenly say something like this? "It's simple." Soul said, "We have a common enemy." "The sect of all times?" "That's right." "I see." Dai Lu understood and said hatefully, "Let's work together and let this sect say goodbye to the Jianghu." "The sect of all times is a bit strong. It's hard to trample them with just the Heart Sutra. So I suggest you go to the northern desert state and break the formation seal to find the devouring bloodline," Soul said. "I don't know anything about formations." "It's okay. As long as you go, I'll be in charge of breaking the formation." "Okay." Brother Green Scarf resolutely stepped on the road to the northern desert state. He started to imagine himself having the devouring bloodline. After taking revenge, he would break through the void and ascend to the upper world. "Xinyao, get ready." Jun Changshao said, "Follow me to the northern desert state in 2 days. We'll find the area where the formation emperor sealed the space passage." "Patriarch, are you going to the foreign world?" Shangguan Xinyao asked with widened eyes. Jun Changshao said, "Since the space passage connects 2 worlds, I'm worried that it might be loose. If it's destroyed by the foreign world, it'll be troublesome. Understood, Shangguan Xinyao said. Patriarch, you're asking me to reinforce it. Patriarch, you're so considerate. It's really a blessing for the common people. Shangguan Xinyao's words made Jun Changshao feel embarrassed. After all, they were just going to confirm the entrance to the foreign world's territory. Their motive was not for the common people. Patriarch, Yi Xingqian volunteered. I'm willing to accompany you. After knowing the reason for the War of the Emperors 10,000 years ago, he was very curious about the Soul tribe. Sure. After arranging the Sect's affairs, Jun Changshao picked a day to bring Shangguan Xinyao and Yi Xingqian to the northern desert state. Hoo-hoo! In the northwestern He state, Dai Lu was also devouring energy on the way. Because he had the mental cultivation technique, his cultivation level was increasing very quickly. Not bad, not bad, Han said with satisfaction. With your current growth speed, even if you don't challenge the entire sect of all times, it shouldn't be a problem to take down Yi Xingqian. Dai Lu smiled coldly and said, Don't let me meet that guy. Hoo-hoo. In the desert of the northern desert state, the wind was howling. Sand and dust filled the sky like a storm. Patriarch. Shangguan Xinyao opened her eyes and said, This is the place where Senior Array, the Arch, set up the array back then. Can you control it? The structure of the array is more complicated than the 10 directional life-ending pagoda. I might need some time. After inheriting the array spirit constitution, Shangguan Xinyao's understanding of array formations had improved by leaps and bounds. Although she wasn't at Zhen Dejuan's level yet, she didn't need help anymore. She could decipher the complicated array formations on her own. Decipher it. I will protect you, Jun Changshao said. Yes. Shangguan Xinyao communicated with the formless array formation and started to infiltrate and deduce. Yi Xingqian sat on a huge rock at the side. He circulated the spirit vein constitution and absorbed the heaven and earth attributes that existed in this place. After a while, he opened his eyes and looked at the area where the wind and sand were howling. He saw a black figure gradually appear. He frowned and muttered, This person looks a little familiar. Chapter 803. After receiving the mental cultivation technique from Soul, Dai Lu had absorbed a lot of energy on his way to the northern desert state. His cultivation level had increased significantly, which filled him with hope for the future. Especially when he thought of the 2 battles where he was crushed by Yi Xingqian, he was furious. He wished he could turn around and go to the sect of all times and stomp on that guy. A little impatience spoils great plans. Soul comforted him. When you inherit the Devourer bloodline and have a stronger cultivation, no one will be able to bully you anymore. Calm down, calm down. Dai LV suppressed his anger and finally came to the land of yellow sand. What he didn't expect was that as soon as he arrived at this area, he would see the guy he hated to the bone on a huge rock in the distance. It's him. Yi Xingqian. How could we meet here? Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Phew! In an instant, the anger that Dai Lu had suppressed erupted like a volcano, especially when he thought of the 2 times he was tortured by that guy. His eyes burned with anger. This guy looks familiar, Yi Xingqian mumbled. Dai Lu almost vomited blood when he heard that. He had fought with this guy twice, but he did not recognize him? Or did he not see him as a human at all? Brother Green Scarf, it's not that Night Emperor doesn't see you as a human, but he sees you as trash. He doesn't care about trash. Jun Changshao looked over and rubbed his chin. He does look familiar. Uft. Dai Lu could not help but vomit blood. You stepped on my face in the first round, and you didn't even recognize me. Ta. Dai Lu walked over and stood 10 feet away from them. He took off his black robe and put on his iconic green scarf. Do you know me now? Jun Changshao remembered and slapped his head. So it's you, the lecher who teased my eldest disciple. Dai Lu roared. I'm not flirting. On the way to the recruitment of numerous sects, although he was amazed by the beauty of Lu Qianshan, he just took the initiative to chat. Even if he had any ideas, it was just an attempt, and the result was that he was abused. If I remember correctly, you should have joined the Sacred Spring Sect. Why are you here in the northern desert state? Jun Changshao asked. Humph, Dai Lu proudly said, that kind of trash sect is not qualified to accommodate me. Ever since Brother Greenscarf gained the power of Devour, he was no longer an ant. He was ambitious now, and he was floating in the air. Since we're old acquaintances, hurry up and leave this place. Don't disturb me when I'm doing my business, Jun Changshao said. Although he had some unpleasantness with Dai Lu, it was only when he had just transmigrated. Now that he had become a peak emperor stage, his outlook and vision were even wider. Naturally, he would not argue with ordinary martial artists. Dai Lu could tell from his words that he was looking down on him, so he angrily said, Jun Changshao, I'm no longer the ant that you trampled under your feet back then. Jun Changshao smiled and said, What do you mean by that? Shua. Dai Lu stretched out his hand and pointed over. He proudly said, I want to fight with you. Although he hated Yi Xingqian, he hated Jun Changshao a lot. Now that the two of them had met, he definitely had to find the patriarch of the sect of all times to settle old scores. Brother Greenscarf was really arrogant. He actually dared to take the initiative to challenge Gosheng, who had all kinds of cheats on him. Kid, the soul collapsed and said, With your current strength, you are not his opponent. Don't act rashly. I don't care, I won't listen. I'm going to fight with this guy today to wash away the shame of being trampled on in the past and take revenge for the destruction of the Spirit Spring Sect. Under normal circumstances, those who oppose the protagonist would often be labeled as villains. Although Greenscarf Brother was also a villain, he had a lot of feelings for the Spirit Spring Sect and still insisted on taking revenge today. Therefore, even villains had their own shining points. You can hate him, you can dislike him, but the mentality of overreaching oneself for revenge for the sake of the sect must be affirmed. After all, in a world where monkeys scatter when the tree falls, such people were too rare. Fight with this seat? Jun Changshao was stunned and said, Are you serious? From his eyes and tone, Dai Lu could tell that he was looking down on and despising him. So he angrily said, Do you dare to fight? Pound! A heavy punch landed on his face, and his whole body flew up into the air and exploded dozens of steps away. Yi Xingqian coldly said, What qualifications does trash have to challenge the patriarch? Dai Lu covered his sunken right face and stood up, angrily saying, What kind of hero are you to sneak attack people when they are unprepared? Although he said so, he was shocked in his heart. From the moment that guy approached to the moment he attacked, his spiritual sense did not catch him. It must be because I was too focused on Jun Changshao and forgot about him. Kid, Han solemnly said, There is something I have to tell you. With your current strength, don't talk about Jun Changshao. You can't even beat this Yi Xingqian. From the power he just endured, he roughly estimated the strength of the Night Emperor. Although Dai Lu cultivated the Devouring Heart Sutra and improved significantly in a short period of time, but if he really fought, he would still be abused. Impossible. Dai Lu roared in his heart, Didn't you say that if I meet this guy again, I can easily trample him under my feet? I did say that, Han said helplessly, but Yi Xingqian's growth is too fast. It is completely beyond the speed of a normal martial artist on the Starfall continent. Trash. Yi Xingqian pointed to the distance and said impatiently, Just disappear. Damn it. Dai Lu's eyes were even more furious. Han comforted him. Where there is life, there is hope. Just leave. Leave. Dai Lu suddenly laughed crazily. Then he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Yi Xingqian, saying, Listen up, I am not trash. Whoosh! He rushed over angrily and gathered spiritual energy in his right fist. Bang! However, before he could attack, Yi Xingqian had already approached him and punched him in the chest. The explosive power exploded on his skin, causing him great pain. Boom, plop. Dai Lu fell dozens of meters away. His chest had caved in from the attack. Ta! Yi Xingqian walked up to him and said like a god, "You don't even dare to admit that you are trash. You are complete trash." Crack! Dai Lu endured the pain and clenched his fists. Huff, huff! Suddenly his eyes started to turn green. His palms also gradually turned green. The green attribute in his body crazily poured out like a flood. I can't beat this guy, but we are so close that I can devour him. Whoosh! Yi Xingqian suddenly crouched down and grabbed his leg. Then he started to attack him left and right as if he was torturing Ao Wushuang. Bang! 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 After a series of attacks, Dai Lu's mind was seriously damaged. The eager, devouring power in his body shrank back into his dantian, perhaps because of its master or because Yi Xingqian was too overbearing. Xingqian, Jun Changshao said, "Don't disturb your junior sister." Understood. Yi Xingqian stopped and dragged the unconscious Dai Lu out of the area. Then he waved his hand and threw him far away. Trash! You should go back to the trash heap. Plop! Dai Lu, who was thrown away, landed heavily on the yellow sand. On this day he met Yi Xingqian for the third time, and it ended with him torturing him thousands of times. Sigh. Soul sighed helplessly. How did I end up in this idiot's body? Chapter 804. The third encounter between Dai Lu and Yi Xingqian ended with Dai Lu fainting once again. Even if Yi Xingqian cultivated the Devouring Heart Sutra and improved his cultivation level in a short time, he was destined to be defeated because he had only used half a move this time. To be exact, judging from the second encounter, Yi Xingqian had not improved at all. It was not that Dai Lu was not strong, but Yi Xingqian improved faster than him. Moreover, Yi Xingqian had a spiritual pulse and was eating qi, gathering pills, and absorbing spirit stones. Brother Green Scarf wanted to avenge his humiliation and trample Yi Xingqian under his feet, but it was definitely a path that seemed to have no end. Han was puzzled. The spiritual qi in the falling star continent has obviously declined. Why is there such a strong sect and such a strong young generation? If we let them grow, even if we nurture him and take control of him, we may not be able to gain the upper hand. No. Han said firmly, we have to return to the soul world as soon as possible and recover our damaged souls. Then we can take control of this guy's body and absorb more people's energy. Only then can we kill him before he grows. He had instigated Dai Lu to come to the northern desert state, not to let him inherit the Devouring Heart Sutra, but to take the opportunity to return to his own world, to recuperate, and then make a comeback. Everything was going according to Han's plan. However, there was something wrong with this stupid human's brain. He could not defeat Yi Xingqian, but he still wanted to be tortured. Han said, helplessly, "Humans are unreliable. We have to do it ourselves." Phew! Just then Dai Lu woke up. He crawled out of the sand and lay flat on the ground. He had already broken through to the martial king level and had a stronger mental cultivation method. Why was he still unable to defeat Yi Xingqian? He was still being tortured like a dog. Kid, Han comforted him. A temporary failure is not a failure. Only when you learn to grow from setbacks can you become a winner in life. That's right. Dai Lu clenched his fists and said, I have to be able to withstand failure and setbacks. Patriarch. In the land of yellow sand, Shangguan Xinyao, who had been studying for 4 hours, opened her eyes and said, Disciple has already mastered the formation set up by Senior Array Emperor. Can you find the passage? Jun Changshao asked. Shangguan Xinyao's heart stirred. The space trembled slightly, and a boundary wall materialized. She said, Patriarch, you can enter the formation now. Shua. Jun Changshao stepped forward and blended in. Yi Xingqian and Shangguan Xinyao followed closely behind. After the three of them entered, the materialized enchantment disappeared. Inside the formation, there was a space that was flickering with flowing light. There was a small crack in the center that was being suppressed by complicated formations and lines. It looked like some kind of ancient seal. Patriarch, Shangguan Xinyao said, this spatial crack should be the passage that Senior Array Emperor mentioned. Standing to the side, Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, if the soul race can come to the Starfall continent from here, we can also enter their realm from here. That's right. The system said this is a two-way space passage. It should have been opened by void worms. Void worms? Jun Changshao asked. The system explained void worms are a special species that lives in the universe. They can open up deep layers of space and create a passage for other life forms to freely travel through. Is it really that amazing? Jun Changshao asked. The system said, according to the records of the Starfall continent, higher-level void worms can open up passages between the lower and upper realms. Damn! Jun Changshao was surprised. That's a bit amazing. Of course. The system said, using void worms to open up a passage between the lower and upper realms will allow one to enter, but it will be considered illegal. Only by using one's own strength will one be considered to have ascended legally. Oh, Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, seems like the soul race's appearance in the Starfall continent was due to the passage opened up by void worms. Do you even need to guess? The system was speechless. Xinyao, Jun Changshao said, can the seal above be broken? Shangguan Xinyao said, Patriarch, the seal can be broken, but after it is broken, the soul race on the other side will take the opportunity to kill their way over. That's true. Jun Changshao dismissed the idea of breaking the seal. After all, the main purpose of coming to the northern desert state this time was to confirm if there was a passage. Now that it had been found, the mission was successfully completed. Buzz! Buzz! Suddenly, the cracks that were suppressed by countless lines and formations trembled slightly. Patriarch, Shangguan Xinyao said, there's a force trying to break the seal inside. The passage connected to another world. It was obvious that it was the soul race's doing. The Array Emperor was right. Jun Changshao said, the soul race's desire to destroy the Starfall continent will not die. Shangguan Xinyao frowned and said, Patriarch, although the seal can still be suppressed, I'm afraid it won't last long before it is broken. Jun Changshao said, can it be strengthened? Shangguan Xinyao thought for a while and said, it shouldn't be a problem. Strengthen. Yes. It would be difficult for Shangguan Xinyao to set up a sealing formation by herself, but the Array Emperor had left behind a sample, which could be used for reference and comprehension. Whoosh! Whoosh! A few hours later, a series of sealing formations with the same principle appeared on the cracks out of thin air and were reinforced again. The internal collision force was obviously weaker than before and could even be completely ignored. Patriarch, Shangguan Xinyao deduced. After strengthening, I don't dare to say too much, but it can last for at least 500 to 600 years. The Array Emperor's spirit in heaven would be very happy. The girl who inherited his constitution was more reliable. In truth, the ancient sealing array formation was gradually showing signs of collapse. It wouldn't be long before the races from the other side of the world rushed in. Now that it was stabilized, it was equivalent to temporarily eliminating the danger, and they could live for a few hundred years in relative peace. This isolation array formation is a bit old. You should improve it a bit more to prevent others from accidentally breaking in. Jun Changshao instructed. Okay. Shangguan Xinyao continued to comprehend. After about half a day, she had improved the formation left behind by the Array Emperor. Its concealment and defense were stronger. Let's go. After everything was done, Jun Changshao said, let's go back to the Sect. Therefore, The three of them left the desert and the northern desert state. After they left, Dai Lu sneaked to the area where the formation was set up. After confirming that Jun Changshao and Yi Xingqian were not around, he heaved a sigh of relief. I have sensed the aura of the formation. As long as you break it, you can obtain the Devourer bloodline. By then, you can easily beat up a martial emperor, Sol said. Dai Lu's eyes lit up. At this moment, he did not expect to beat up a martial emperor. He only hoped to trample Yi Xingqian and the Sect of all times under his feet. Whoosh! Whoosh! A special aura gushed out from Dai Lu's body and turned into a huge net. It shrouded the formation and started to penetrate it. No. Suddenly, Sol said in shock, "The formation here has been tampered with. I can't penetrate it." "Damn it," Sol said angrily. "It must be Jun Changxiao's doing." Dai Lu broke down. "You mean if you can't penetrate the formation, I can inherit the Devourer bloodline?" "That's right." "Ah." Dai Lu stood in the desert and roared in anger. The formation and seal that had existed in the northern desert state for a long time had been strengthened. No one could penetrate it, and the foreign tribes could not attack from the other side. In other words, Jun Changshao had once again saved the world without knowing why. Of course, he did not know. He was still thinking on the way back. When he and the sect became stronger, he would take the initiative to invade the Soul tribe's territory and take over their resources. No, he would take it as his responsibility to save the world. Array Emperor. The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth rose into a smile. The spatial passage you sealed is the greatest benefit. The Soul race was in a state of panic. Chapter 805. Dai Lu dragged his weak body as he walked under the sandstorm. His back seemed extremely desolate and dejected. "Kid, don't be discouraged." Sol cheered up and comforted him. Even without the Devourer bloodline, there is still the Devouring Heart Sutra. As long as you comprehend it to a higher level, you can still be invincible. Returning to his own world was the fastest way for him to recover and become stronger. He didn't expect that the array set up by the Array Emperor would be modified and become completely unfamiliar. He could only continue with his original plan and focus on nurturing this human, although he was a little idiotic and reckless. But when he became stronger, he would be able to devour souls and completely control his body. He would then be able to do whatever he wanted. Dai Lu didn't know that he was just a chess piece in front of Sol. Instead, he was deeply touched that someone would come to comfort him when he was injured. Phew! He exhaled and clenched his fists. "I will work hard to cultivate and become stronger, until one day I will make Yi Xingqian and Jun Changshao kneel at my feet." A good man with ambition. So, Sol urged, don't always look for beasts, flowers, and trees to absorb energy. You can directly absorb the energy of martial artists to improve faster. On the way to the northern desert state, he had suggested this. But after Dai Lu gradually mastered the devouring power, he would only start from beasts and plants. He would not absorb martial artists at all. To be exact, ever since he had the devouring power, most of his improvement came from absorbing beasts. Unless he encountered martial artists who were looking for trouble, he rarely took the initiative to attack. I have no grudges with others. Isn't it a little inappropriate to absorb their energy? Dai Lu said, "Kid," Sol said, "in this world it's either you die or he dies. Having a benevolent heart will only push yourself into the abyss." Dai Lu's eyes gradually turned cold. "Listen to me," Sol continued to instigate. "Only by absorbing martial artists can you become stronger faster, take revenge, and become the master of this world." Obviously, he was stronger than the system in terms of bluffing. "All right," Dai Lu said, "let me try." On the official road to Yellow Sand City, he saw an old man striding forward. His eyes lit up. It's him. The person Dai Lu saw was Old Monster Su, the Grand Elder of the Wind Riding Sect. He had just come out of seclusion and was preparing to go to the city to handle some matters. Ah, Senior, I was wrong. I was wrong. Boom, boom, boom. When night fell, LV squatted in the damp cave with a bloody nose and a swollen face, like a pitiful kitten licking its wounds alone. His soul roared in exasperation. Why did you have to find a martial emperor? Sect of all times. Jun Chang Shao sat in the main hall. Was calm. And, therefore, he decided to put the matter to rest for the time being. The most important thing now was to think about how to complete the epic quest. Although Shur-Chi has reached the minimum standard, he must exceed it by the settlement period in a year, Jun Chang Shao murmured. And the god of cookery competition. It's only 2 or 3 months from now. How's Dudu's preparation going? Jun Chang Shao got up and went to the cafeteria. As soon as he walked in, he saw Li Tiantian, Sima Zhongda, and the others squatting down and crying. Their tears wet the ground. What's going on? Could it be that Li Fei used Body of Depression to make them fall into a pessimistic state? That's not right. That kid is cultivating in the Tower of Experience. He doesn't have time. Patriarch. Li Tiantian wiped his tears and snot and cried. Senior Sister Lu's fried rice is simply too delicious. Jun Chang Shao saw a bowl of fried rice on the table in front of him. It looked no different from the fried rice he used to eat. So he rolled his eyes and said, "It's not like I haven't eaten it before. Look at you two." No, Li Tiantian cried. This fried rice is different from before. After eating it, woo, let me cry for a while more. Newly developed? Jun Chang Shao walked to the table, picked up the spoon and said, "I'll try it." Hall masterly. Outside the cafeteria, Lu Wancher smiled and said, "I just developed a new type of fried rice today. It's delicious." Li Luochio smiled and said, "The more you say that, the more curious I am. You can only smell it, not eat it. Why?" "Because," the little girl suddenly said with a straight face, "I added a special seasoning to the fried rice. After eating it, you can't control your emotions and cry." Li Luochio said in surprise, "So magical?" The two of them walked into the cafeteria as they talked. However, just as they stood there, they were stunned, because there were 3 people squatting inside, covering their faces and crying. Girl. Jun Chang Shao wiped the tears from his eyes as he cried, "Did you put tear gas in your fried rice?" Lu Wancher said with her mouth open, "You guys ate fried rice?" Jun Chang Shao and Li Tiantian cried for a full hour. Only when their eyes were swollen did they recover. Lu Wancher was like a child who had made a mistake. She leaned against the corner of the wall and lowered her head. Her small hands rubbed the corner of her clothes as she whispered, "Patriarch, I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to eat this bowl of fried rice. Not bad. Jun Chang Shao sat down and wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. The newly developed fried rice tastes much better than before. If you take it to the god of cookery competition, you'll definitely make the judges cry. Patriarch, this is just something I casually researched. There are better dishes in the god of cookery competition," Lu Wancher said. "There's something better?" Jun Chang Shao said, "If that's the case, winning the god of cookery competition will be a piece of cake." Patriarch, Lu Wancher frowned and said, "I'm afraid you don't know that the current god of cookery has sent his favorite disciple to compete." "Oh." Jun Chang Shao turned to look at Li Luochio. The latter said, 50 years ago, a man named Shi Weitian won the god of cookery competition 5 times in a row and was known as the current god of cookery." Awesome. Winning the god of cookery competition 5 times in a row was definitely not luck, but true skill in cooking. Li Luochio continued. In his later years, Shi Weitian accepted a disciple named Song Bao as his last disciple, and after a few years of training, he announced to the public that he had inherited 90% of his legacy. The god of cookery competition is about to begin. Many people have already determined that the disciple of the god of cookery will win this year's god of cookery competition. Perhaps, like the former, he will win the subsequent competitions and become the new god of cookery. Jun Changshao said, "In that case, this song Bao will be the biggest threat on Dudu's path to the championship." Li Luoqiu said, "Many of the old seniors who have won the god of cookery competition know that Shi Weitian will send his disciple to compete. This year's god of cookery competition can be said to be full of masters and stars." The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Shi Ba's mission was to let Lu Wanshi get into the top 3 of the god of cookery competition. He thought it would be easy, but now it seemed that an epic mission was destined to be difficult. There is only challenge when there is difficulty. Jun Changxiao said, "I believe that you will be able to defeat all the masters and pick up the trophy of the god of cookery competition." "Yes." Lu Wanshi nodded heavily and said, "I will not disappoint the patriarch's high hopes. Good luck. Good luck." After giving his disciple encouragement, Jun Changxiao went to the medicine hall. Lu Wanshi, who was about to continue studying Chinese recipes, walked into the kitchen and said in surprise, "Where is that bowl of fried rice?" "Boo-hoo!" At the back of the mountain, the Purple King squatted on the ground, tears flowing like a fountain, and there was an empty bowl at his feet. Not even a grain of rice was left. Jun Chang took a small bite with a smile on his face and wept for an hour. This guy ate it all. Chapter 806. The Purple King, who had eaten half a bowl of fried rice, cried for an entire day, especially in the dead of the night when he thought about how he had died before he could succeed. He immediately burst into tears. However, if he was given another chance, he would still choose to eat that bowl of fried rice, because if he ate it, he would cry, and if he didn't, he would regret it. The Purple King's strength had been recovering bit by bit during his time in the Sect of all times, but his stomach had been completely tied up by delicacies. Now he couldn't even chase him away. One day, Jun Changxiao sat beside the Purple King, holding his chin with a smile, and said, "Is it delicious?" "Delicious. If it's delicious, then eat more." The Purple King ate all the food, then drank a large bowl of soup and said, "Again, wait a minute." This guy's eyes and smile were very strange. The Purple King became vigilant. "If you have something to say, say it." Zero. Jun Changxiao stood up and patted his shoulder. "You've been in the sect for a while now. Although you've been opening the door every day, your contribution is still a little less. You need to work harder in the future." "How?" the Purple King said. Jun Changxiao sat down, his fingers tapping on the dining table, and said, "Gather all your subordinates, and then place them in the Iron Bone Mountain. I will take care of their food and accommodation." The Purple King's expression became ugly. The thing he was most worried about had inevitably happened. Jun Changxiao said seriously, "Many warriors make a living by hunting fierce beasts. If you place your kind in the Iron Bone Mountain, at least you can ensure that they will grow up without worries in the future. This king of the beast race must be used well, and then equip the sect with stronger fierce beasts, so as to develop the Tiger Rider Hall, Leopard Rider Hall, and other halls. Powerful spirit beasts could also be used as strong fighters." Even in Jun Changxiao's bold thoughts, if one day they really invaded the soul race world, they could also form an army of fierce beasts. The Purple King's expression became more and more ferocious. Obviously, he was having a fierce battle in his heart. He had already been forced to become a disciple of the Sect of all times. Did he want his people to suffer the shame with him? "Pa!" Jun Changxiao placed a beginner beast pill on the table and said, "This is a pill used to satisfy your hunger. You can try it first." Hunger? Looking at the pill, the Purple King's eyes were filled with doubt. "Using something that isn't even comparable to candy to fill your stomach? Are you insulting the stomachs of the beasts?" Shua! He stretched out his hand, took it, and swallowed it. Shua! The purple craggy monster monarch stood up, his eyes filled with disbelief. Although he had just eaten, he was only half full. But when the effects of the pill took effect in his body, he no longer felt hungry. In fact, he felt full. You're eating a beast pill. Jun Changshao said, 1 pill and you don't need to eat for 10 days. 10 days? The Purple King's eyes widened. 10 days was not long, but for a fierce beast, the calories it needed to absorb were huge. If it had this kind of pill, it could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth without having to eat frequently. Although the fierce beasts of the falling star continent did not need to cultivate various mental techniques, absorbing the attributes of heaven and earth to make themselves stronger was the most basic. I have a lot of beast pills. Jun Changshao said, it's enough for your people to live in Mount Ironbone with peace of mind. The Purple King was silent. To be exact, it was already tempted. Beasts could absorb the attributes of heaven and earth without restraint to improve. But the amount of food they needed would be a lot, which was often one of the important factors that delayed their growth. If it had a beast pill that could last for 10 days, it could use all the time to absorb the attributes, and its strength would definitely increase significantly. Have you thought about it? Jun Changshao asked. After a difficult choice, the Purple King said, I'll summon them. It was a compromise, because of the beast pills, because warriors hunted fierce beasts for a living. If it could gather its people together, it might not be a bad thing to have someone to provide food and shelter for them. Jun Changshao said, it's best to sneak them over in batches when it's quiet at night. Previously, when the beast horde attacked the Sect of all times, the whole world knew about it, and he did not want to do that again. Of course, the Purple King also muttered in its heart. If it gathered its underlings, would they complain? Although it was a king and could make them listen to it unconditionally, it should at least be able to convince them. Forget it. The Purple King said, contact them first. Whoosh whoosh. As it spoke, its body suddenly emitted a murderous aura. Then it turned into a stream of light and flew toward Death Valley. Elder Nyo. In the valley, a half-human spirit beast frowned. King has been trapped in the Sect of all times for a long time. When are we going to launch a second rescue? Don't worry, don't worry. The Purple King's right-hand man said, wait for King's instructions before making any plans. All right. The half-human spirit beast and the other spirit beasts could only wait anxiously. At this time, the number of fierce beasts in Death Valley had already reached more than 500,000 of all levels. There were all kinds of species and had already formed a relatively large scale, because they had been lurking and did not make any big moves. Therefore, the relevant departments of the Zhongzuan state did not realize that there would be so many fierce beasts gathering illegally in southwest Yangzhou. Of course, with so many fierce beasts, if they attacked the Sect of all times again to save their king, then they would definitely be sending themselves to their deaths. Whoosh! At this moment, a stream of light flew over and instantly merged into Elder Nyo's sea of consciousness, causing him to say happily, King has sent a message, asking us to sneak to Ironbone Mountain in batches. It seems that King has recovered his strength and intends to let us work together to break through the Sect of all times in one fell swoop. Go, go. Elder Nyo said, let's hurry over. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Dozens of spirit beasts that were comparable to emperor-level spirit beasts flew out of Death Valley. When they arrived at the foot of Ironbone Mountain, they immediately saw the purple-haired man in red underwear standing in the life and death arena. King! Elder Nyo and the others shouted excitedly. The Purple King said, follow me to the mountain. Yes, dozens of spirit beasts flew over and landed in the depths of Ironbone Mountain. Elder Nyo hurriedly said, King, what's the plan? The Purple King looked around and said, how's the environment here? Not bad. Elder Nyo said, it should be the place where the spirit aura has recovered. there was an isolation array set up in the mountain, but Jun Changshao had already opened it in advance, allowing them to enter. Since it's not bad, the Purple King said, "Let's stay here." Yes, Elder Niu and the other beasts shouted in unison. But in the next second, their expressions were dull as they said, "Stay? Stay here?" The Purple King said, "This king has already negotiated with the patriarch of the sect of all times to temporarily pretend to be a disciple of his sect. Then, when the time is ripe, we will work together to do something big." All the beasts were dumbfounded. At that moment, although the king had his back to them, he gave them a very unfamiliar feeling. "King," Elder Niu said with tears in his eyes, "you seem to have changed. This is the territory of humans. How can we live here and be in cahoots with them?" "King, are you kidding me?" As the spirit beasts spoke, they could not control their emotions and shed tears. The king was their faith, their spiritual pillar that would never be slaves. Now, he was letting them live in the territory of humans and join hands with them. This was simply, how's the beast core? Oh my God, it's simply too magical. King, we support you. Use humans to complete your great cause. I'll go inform my clansmen now and let them enter Ironbone Mountain as soon as possible. Chapter 807. During the time he lived in the sect of all times, the Purple King had really changed. What changed him was not only food, but also all kinds of special training methods. As a beast, he naturally did not need to cultivate martial arts, but the existence of the molding room could temper his body. The first level of the Tower of Experience was also very effective. What the Purple King did every day was to open the door early in the morning, have breakfast, go to the molding room to train for the whole morning, go to the Tower of Experience after lunch, go to the Spirit Gathering Array to absorb spirit energy after dinner, and then go back to his room to sleep. Although this kind of life was boring, it also made him gradually feel that the strength of his body was changing bit by bit. Even if he recovered his strength before being sealed, his strength would definitely increase greatly. Food and shelter were provided, and he could even improve. How could the Purple King's mentality not change? Moreover, during this period of contact, the things that Jun Changshao had done had also amazed him as a beast. He had monopolized the mineral veins in the valley, challenged 2 third-rate evil sects at the peak of Mount Hua, and cleared the Shifeng suicide tower that had existed for 10,000 years. All these things made the Purple King realize that this young man was definitely not willing to be ordinary. In the future, he would definitely be capable and dared to do great things. Since he had mentioned the human-demon combination earlier, he could completely consider joining forces with him and use the resources of the sect of all times to increase the overall strength of the beast race. Therefore, the Purple King had compromised to become a disciple of the sect of all times. In fact, he was enduring silently. If anyone said that he would never be a slave as a beast, unless food and shelter were provided, he would definitely be angry with them. As for Elder Niu and the other spirit beasts, after eating the beast cores, they also brainlessly supported their king. In just a few days, the hundreds of thousands of beasts in Death Valley were all moved to Mount Ironbone. In order to show his sincerity, Jun Changshao improved the isolation array and expanded the range so that they could all enjoy the recovery of spirit energy. There were pills that did not need to eat for 10 days, and heaven and earth attributes that were many times stronger than the outside world. At that moment, all the beasts that came and treated Mount Ironbone as their home. Of course, how boring would it be to just eat beast pills? Jun Changshao found some time and called over all the humanoid spirit beasts whose strength was comparable to Martial King and Wu Huang. He ordered Lu Wanshi to start cooking. Oh my God! I didn't expect that the human bastards would taste better than meat. Give me another, 10 bowls. Wah, 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 it's so delicious, so fragrant. The group of spirit beasts that ate meat all day felt that their lives had reached the peak after eating Lu Wanshi's fried rice. Jun Changshao would not let them eat and drink for free. After successfully grasping their appetite, he began to calculate. Lion, tiger, leopard, wolf, there were all kinds of ferocious beasts, and there were a lot of them. In the beginning, Jun Changshao had considered equipping the Wolf Rider Hall with a decent level of wolf beasts. After some consideration, he decided to establish a hall that focused on dire beasts. Although the 500,000 dire beasts had already settled in Mount Ironbone, their spiritual leader was still the Purple King. Therefore, it was undoubtedly the best choice for this guy to be the Hall Master. Disciple or Hall Master, you choose. Hall Master. The Purple King's brain was still normal. He knew that the Hall Master's level was much higher than the disciples. Jun Changshao said seriously, "Since you are the Hall Master of the Sect of all times, you have to bear the burden of being the Hall Master." "No problem," the Purple King said. "It's decided then." Jun Changshao said, "I will announce it tomorrow." The next day, the Spirit Beast Hall was listed. The Hall Master was the Purple King, the Vice Hall Master was Elder Nyo, and the other Spirit Beasts were the first batch of members. The number of members in the Sect of all times increased again. Although they were not humans, they were still counted as a spot and were still given contribution points. Jun Changshao could see that both humans and beasts could join the Sect of all times and become his disciples. That's right. I want to establish the strongest sect. How can the disciples I recruit be limited to humans? There were martial cultivators and demonic cultivators. There were humans and beasts as well. My sect of all times is an all-inclusive sect. It is a pure land of bliss in this world. Elder Nyo and the others were quite strong. There were more than 10 emperors and 50 emperors. This was definitely a strong force. If we include them, as long as we recruit disciples up to the standard, won't we be able to become a third-rate sect? Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. The system poured cold water on him. They are still beasts. Although they have the strength of humans, they don't have the aura of realms. The certification hall will definitely not recognize them. Jun Changshao was silent. Patriarch. Lu Wancher pointed at the plaque that was just hung up and blinked. If the word beast falls or fades, won't it become a morning hall? This little girl's thoughts were strange, and her angle was tricky. The Spirit Beast Hall was established. The Purple King became the Hall Master. Hiwudi was fully in charge of opening the doors. Therefore, he was now holding two positions. He was the true disciple of the sect of all times, opening and closing. Comfortable. The next day, the Purple King sat on the big chair at the entrance of the hall. His face had a hint of complacency. Hall Master Z. After a while, Shui Rengui walked in and said with a smile, "We have something to discuss. Speak." The Purple King said proudly, He had just been promoted to Hall Master and was already putting on airs. Shui Rengui smiled and said, "My Wolf Rider Hall lacks more than 3,000 wolf beasts. Can you give some to us?" "No." The Purple King rejected immediately. "Beasts will never be slaves and will never be ridden." Hall Master Z. Shui Rengui said seriously, "You and I are both Hall Masters of the sect of all times. Everything has to be done for the benefit of the sect. Moreover, the wolf beasts were sent here in the hope that they could become stronger. Also, to put it in a small way, you are; to put it in a big way, you are." Half an hour later, Shui Rengui went back happily. The Purple King gave his first order after becoming Hall Master, which was to send the best wolf beasts to the Wolf Rider Hall. A few days later, after careful consideration, Jun Changshao announced that the Wolf Rider Hall would be renamed as the Battle Rider Hall. Shui Rengui and Tao Yuan would continue to be Hall Masters and Hall Masters. The Tiger Rider Regiment, Lion Rider Regiment, Leopard Rider Regiment, and Wolf Rider Regiment would be established. Xinjiang County had Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. The sect of all times had Lion, Tiger, Leopard, and Wolf Rider Regiment. From this change and the establishment of the 4 regiments, it was clear that Jun Changshao wanted to use the beasts to build a hall that could fight on the battlefield. Hall Master Z. After the Battle Rider Hall was established, Shwe Ringue came to the Spirit Beast Hall again and said with a smile, "Can you send more lion beasts, tiger beasts, and leopard beasts to my Battle Rider Hall?" "No." Hall Master Z said firmly. He could tell that Jun Changshao made him the Hall Master of the Spirit Beast Hall so that he could send more mounts to the Battle Rider Hall. Cunning human. This king will be firm in his beliefs this time. Shwe Ringue kept on asking for more. In the end, he could only call the patriarch over. Jun Changshao came to the Spirit Beast Hall and placed the interspatial ring that contained hundreds of thousands of beast cores on the table. He said, "Are you going to give it to me?" "Here." Chapter 808. Roar. Roar. In the depths of Ironbone Mountain, the roars of berserk beasts could be heard. Jun Changshao, who was standing on top of a mountain peak, looked down and saw disciples riding on lions, tigers, leopards, and wolves. They were all lined up separately. Patriarch Shwe Ringue said, "The lion and tiger legions are for killing, while the leopard and wolf legions are for charging." He and Tao Yuan redefined the cavalry according to the characteristics of the berserk beasts. Lions and tigers were stronger in strength, so they were more suitable for close combat. Leopards and wolves were better in speed, so they were more focused on charging when the two armies faced each other. Of course, there were only 5,000 to 6,000 members in the War Cavalry Hall, so the strength of the 4 cavalry divisions was not much. In the future, whether or not we can attack cities and expand our territory depends on you and Tao Yuan, so we must build the War Cavalry Hall into a first-class battle group. Jun Changshao said. Yes. Shwe Ringue and Tao Yuan said in unison. This kind of army of humans and beasts was a test for them, and it was also an opportunity to show the world their commanding strength. The Spirit Beast Hall was established, and the Wolf Cavalry Hall was changed to the War Cavalry Hall. Next, Jun Changshao was worried again. Hundreds of thousands of berserk beasts lived in Ironbone Mountain. Although it was not crowded, it required a huge amount of beast cores. Just 1 pill per beast would cost 500,000 pills. If he didn't prepare them in advance, it would be difficult to maintain them for a long time. So, the system said the host can consider the mid-level beast core formula or the high-level beast core formula. Where could he get this thing? He had to go to the mall to refresh it. Jun Changshao knew that the system was deliberately instigating him to spend. However, getting the mid-level beast core or higher was the best way to solve the problem of hundreds of thousands of berserk beasts. Come. Bathing and burning incense, he sat in the study room. He pulled open the door to the intermediate shopping center. Good for you, the system said. Jun Changshao rubbed his hands and spent 100 contribution points to refresh the mid-level mall. After the new item appeared, his face showed a crumbling expression. It was obviously something useless, so he bought a magic-modified full-function vacuum cleaner and continued to refresh. Ding! Ding! Refresh again and again, spend again and again. His contribution points began to decrease from 28,000 points until it reached around 15,000 points. Finally, he had obtained the intermediate grade beast pill formula. He spent more than 10,000 points, but not all of them were wasted on daily necessities. At the very least, he bought a few martial skill books. Although the level was not as high as the Scarlet Heaven Raging Flame Slash, it could still be used to enrich the Sect's martial skill library. It tells us enough. It wasn't enough to rely on the protagonist's aura alone to buy what he needed in the shop. He also needed to have enough contribution points to squander. To put it bluntly, as long as one dared to spend money, they could have anything. Jun Changshao slumped in his chair, howling in his heart. What do I need this luck value for? The system said, the luck value only increases the spawn rate of resources that are useful for martial arts. The mid-level beast pill formula is not included in the luck value. It's already not bad that the host can get it. Jun Changshao was speechless. If he had known that he would spend so much money, he would have gone to the advanced shop. Perhaps he would have been able to get some good stuff. The system said most of the goods in the advanced shopping center are related to martial arts, so they might not even have this kind of beast-type pill formula. Although Jun Changshao felt the pinch, at least he got what he wanted. Thus, he spent another 1,000 points to buy the formula, and it was automatically matched to the Spirit Beast Hull. Schwa! He clicked on the mid-level beast pill. Item, mid-level beast pill. Effect: after a beast takes it, it can quickly replenish its energy. It won't feel hungry for 50 days. It can also increase the beast's speed of absorbing spiritual energy. Requirements: 312-1312 gene of beast meat for 23182 stalks of hunger grass. Jun Changshao said happily, I only need 2 gene of meat and 2 stalks of hunger grass to refine a stronger pill. It can also increase the beast's speed of absorbing spiritual energy. It's much better than a low-level beast pill. The system said the host can solve the problem of food for hundreds of thousands of beasts and can even sell it for a higher price. The contribution points are not a loss at all. Ha ha ha! Jun Changshao laughed. The depression in his heart was swept away. The mid-level beast pill's effect was stronger. There weren't many materials, and it didn't take much time to refine. Dozens of pills could be refined every second. As long as there were enough materials, refining 1,000,000 pills in one night was not a difficult matter. Hall, masterly, Jun Changshao said, order the procurement hall to collect meat and hunger grass from all the major cities. The more the better. Okay, Li Luoqiu said. Jun Changshao also ordered his disciples to bring back the meat if they received a mission to hunt vicious beasts. Even if they didn't want the skin and bones, they had to bring back the meat. Patriarch, Li Qingyang said, there are so many vicious beasts in the mountains. There aren't many Earth-rank vicious beasts left in Qingyang County. Meat isn't easy to find. True. Jun Changshao held his chin and whispered, if I cut off 2 gene of meat from them, it should be able to grow back quickly, right? Damn, the system said, the host is good at controlling the fork bugs. What? The Purple King stood up and said with wide eyes, you want to cut off meat from my tribe? Not much, just 2 gene. Jun Changshao said. The Purple King's mouth twitched. Although cutting off 2 gene of meat wouldn't kill them, it would definitely hurt. Jun Changshao said seriously, I cut off their meat for their own good. What do you mean? The Purple King asked. Jun Changshao said, meat will age easily after a long time. After cutting it off and growing new meat, it will be rejuvenated. That's why it's also known as the meat cutting enhancement therapy. Who are you trying to fool? The Purple King wasn't human, but he had come into contact with it before. He had never heard of the meat cutting enhancement therapy. You don't believe me? Jun Changshao said, you can call Elder Nyo over and let it cut off 2 gene of meat. After it grows back, it will consume a beast pill and see if there are any changes. Seeing how serious he was, the Purple Craggy Monster King felt apprehensive, so he called his right-hand men over. Elder Nyo was stunned, cut off meat. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up. Okay. Elder Nyo walked out of the Spirit Beast Hall and transformed into his physical body. Huff, huff! An ox beast as big as a mountain appeared. It was covered in hair and exuded a heavy aura. This was the mountain-moving spirit ox. Although it wasn't a special breed, it was very strong. Especially its meat was fresh and tender, very suitable for cooking. Judging from this head, it's at least 10,000 gene of meat. Cutting off 2 gene is definitely the tip of the iceberg. Jun Changshao walked over and summoned the green dragon crescent blade. Swoosh! Swoosh! The blade flickered with an imposing aura. Jun Xiao kept the blade and picked up the peeled apple, saying, Elder Nyo, my blade is very sharp. The apple won't break when it's peeled, so you just need to relax. You won't feel any pain when you cut it. Elder Neo's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Swoosh! Swoosh! The blade flickered again and slashed across his back. Because he didn't activate his defense, 2 gene of meat was cut off instantly. Li Fei took the basket and caught the meat. Sun Bukong tiptoed and sprinkled golden sore medicine on Elder Neo's wound to stop the bleeding, reduce the pain, and bandage it. Does it hurt? No. Ferocious beasts had strong bodies. Another characteristic was that they recovered quickly and had powerful spiritual energy replenishment. Therefore, in just one day, the 2 gene of meat on Elder Neo's body grew back. Come. Jun Chang Shao threw a mid-level beast pill to him and said, Eat it and test the effect. Gulp. Elder Neo swallowed it. After the medicine took effect, he stared and said, King, my speed of absorbing heaven and earth attributes is faster than before. Of course, the Purple King wouldn't suspect that his right-hand man was deliberately lying to him, so he thought to himself, Is there really such a thing as cutting off meat strengthening therapy in this world? Jun Chang Shao said, Do you believe it now? The Purple King said, Find a few more and try it. A few more spirit beasts reverted to their original forms, then cut off their meat and consumed mid-level beast pills. All of them increased the speed of absorbing spiritual energy. At that moment, the Purple King really believed that there was such a thing as cutting off meat strengthening therapy in this world. Therefore, he said, straightforwardly, You can cut off the meat of my people as much as you want. If it can increase the speed, it's not a problem to cut off a few more gene. There won't be any effect if you cut off too much meat. Moreover, there will only be one effect every 50 days. You can't be too hasty. I see. Just like that, the disciples of the sect of all times would go into the mountains to cut off meat at a fixed time and use it to refine mid-level beast pills. The hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts were completely unaware. The pills they consumed were all provided by themselves. Chapter 809. Vicious beasts were stronger than ordinary animals, not to mention 2 caddies of meat from their bodies. Even if they were cut dozens of caddies, it would still be fine. Therefore, the meat needed to refine the intermediate beast pill was solved. After all, 500,000 vicious beasts could be produced and sold on their own. Of course, Jun Chang Shao would not limit himself to 2 caddies. Once they experienced the benefits of the intermediate beast pill, they would increase the amount they cut, increasing it by 10 caddies or more, and then strive to sell it to the entire continent. From the looks of it, this guy tricked the Purple King's underlings into Iron Bone Mountain. Not only did he expand the scale of his mount, but he also opened a farm and regularly slaughtered them for domestic and export. The so-called meat-cutting strengthening treatment naturally did not exist. All of this stemmed from the fact that after consuming the intermediate beast pill, it would increase the speed of absorbing spirit energy. The host scheme is too deep. The system side. Jun Chang Shao said, It doesn't hurt their lives and it doesn't hurt much. Cutting meat from their bodies in exchange for absorbing spirit energy to increase their speed and become stronger, this isn't considered a trick, right? The system was speechless. Although Jun Patriarch had used a method, this method was indeed beneficial for the beast race to become stronger. Even if the Purple King knew the truth, he would not object to cutting meat. Instead, he would let his subordinates actively cooperate. Moreover, his back would also be straightened, because my little brother is using his own meat to raise himself. Next, as long as the camera turned to the depths of Iron Bone Mountain, one would be able to see a large number of bandaged, vicious beasts happily lining up to receive the intermediate beast pill. The Purple King stood on the mountain peak, watching his clansmen grow stronger day by day, and secretly vowed, One day, this king will lead you to do something big. The 10,000 ancient beast material store has produced a new beast pill. It is said that after consuming one does not need to eat feed for 50 days. So magical? Let's go and take a look. When Jun Changshao began to sell the excess intermediate beast materials, it immediately caused a rush to buy them in the various counties. This was definitely a profitable business. After all, the meat could be casually cut from Iron Bone Mountain, as long as there was enough grass to satisfy one's hunger. Jun Changshao had handed the matter of the beast materials store to Li Luoqiu. At this moment, he was bringing Lu Wanshi to the great sovereign's imperial city to participate in the god of cookery competition that would be held in a month's time. Yao Menjing and Purple Craggy Demon Monarch followed along. The little girl had the best relationship with Lu Wanshi. This time, she also hoped to cheer for her senior sister. As for Hall Master Z, although he said that he was here to act as a bodyguard, his real motive was to be able to eat the food cooked by that girl whenever he wanted. Z Huan. Along the way, Jun Changshao repeatedly exhorted, "No matter what happens, I won't allow you to tear off your clothes." Yes, the Purple King grumbled in his heart. It's not like this king is going to fight. This king obviously won't tear off his clothes. Right. Jun Changshao said, "There are countless ferocious beasts on the Starfall continent. How come you've only recruited 500,000? Moreover, his most capable assistants are only at the Martial Emperor realm. None of them are even at the Half-Saint realm." This question perplexed him for a long time. Although the Falling Star continent could not be compared to the ancient times, it still had the 9 great martial emperors. With its small number of people, if it really caused any trouble, it would be beaten 1,000 times over in a matter of minutes. The Purple Craggy Demon said, "My strength can't return to its peak. It's very difficult for me to gain the recognition of other races." The peak he was referring to was not before he was sealed, but when he was in the upper realm. In fact, when he escaped from the upper realm, the Purple King's cultivation had been suppressed very badly. Later on, when he grew up, he was only comparable to Wu Sheng's level. Among the ferocious beasts living on the Falling Star continent, there were definitely advanced spirits comparable to martial saints. Their physical bodies might not be stronger than the Purple King's, but their strength was not weak. Naturally, they would not listen to orders, let alone become enemies with the entire world. To put it bluntly, at that time, there were not many powerful spirit beasts who responded. The subordinates that the Purple King gathered were just a bunch of motley crew. Otherwise, they would not have scattered immediately after being sealed. Although the ferocious beasts were not as orderly as the humans, they also had their own forces. Who was in charge of this area and who was the boss of that area had long been divided. The Purple King, who came to the Falling Star continent, did not have strong strength. It was normal that he was not recognized. As for his death before he could succeed, it was also because the news of his conquest of the continent was leaked. While it was still in the planning stage, he was found and sealed first. "How tragic," Jun Changshao said. "Sigh." The Purple King sighed. Especially when he thought of the past, he could not help but cry. Jun Changshao said, "If it were me, I would definitely conquer those ferocious beasts who did not agree with me before thinking about conquering the continent." "You want to see us ferocious beasts kill each other?" the Purple King said coldly. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "Have you ever thought that the news of your invasion of the continent was leaked deliberately by those ferocious beasts who did not agree with you?" The system said, "They're starting to sow discord." The Purple King was silent. Jun Changshao patted him on the shoulder and said, "The human heart is sinister, but so is the heart of the ferocious beasts. They were afraid that you would conquer them when you were strong in the future. So it's not impossible that they leaked the news in advance." Crack! The Purple King clenched his fist and said, "Everything I did was to prevent the ferocious beasts from being bullied. What they did was worse than animals." So, Jun Changshao said, "Only by conquering all ferocious beasts and unifying all forces can we shout the slogan, 'Ferocious beasts will never be slaves.' Otherwise, who knows if someone will stab us in the back." "That's right," the Purple King said. "When I regain my strength before being sealed, I will definitely take down all those ferocious beasts who did not obey me. You are the hall master of the sect of all times Morning Hall. Naturally, I will help you unify your ferocious beasts and become the true king of the ferocious beasts in the Starfall continent, Jun Changshao said. The system. This guy definitely did not have good intentions. That the Purple King broke down and said, I am the hall master of the Spirit Beast Hall, not the Morning Hall. It doesn't matter, Jun Changshao said. With one less word, the meaning changed completely. How could it not matter? Patriarch. At this moment, Lu Wanshi pointed to the front and said, There is someone lying on the ground. Jun Changshao released his spiritual senses and found a 12 to 13-year-old boy lying in the wilderness. His breathing was slightly hurried, as if he was injured. Patriarch. Lu Wanshi guessed. Could it be that he encountered a ferocious beast in the wilderness? Let's go and take a look. As they happened to pass by, Jun Changshao led everyone over and stopped in front of the boy. Seeing his pale face and his hands covering his stomach, he said weakly, So hungry. Then he fainted. Patriarch. Lu Wanshi said in surprise, He fainted from hunger. Jun Changshao was speechless. In a forest full of fruits, he could still faint from hunger. This was considered a talent. Crackle, crackle. In the cave, a bonfire was lit. The little boy opened his eyes in a daze and saw a cute face in front of him. He smiled and said, I have a bowl of fried rice here. If you are hungry, swoosh. Before he could finish, the fried rice was snatched away. Munch, munch. The boy didn't use chopsticks and directly ate with his hands. After a while, he finished the fried rice. Then he curled his lips and cried, I have never eaten such good fried rice in my life. The boy cried for a long time. When he calmed down, he thanked Lu Wanshi. Thank you for the meal, miss. Jun Changshao sat in front of the stone wall and said with his hands crossed, You are not young anymore. Climbing a tree is not difficult. How could you be so hungry that you fainted on the road? The boy scratched his head and said, Because I have been lazy since I was young, Jun Changshao said. To be able to live until now with such laziness, your family must be rich. I have some land. The boy smiled foolishly. Jun Changshao said, This bowl of fried rice saved your life. 100,000 taels is not expensive, right? Patriarch, I have never eaten such delicious fried rice in my life. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is phoenix marrow and dragon liver. 100,000 taels is cheap. It is at least 1,000,000 taels. Swoosh! The boy waved his hand and put 1,000,000 taels of silver on the ground. He said seriously, Please take it. Swoosh! Jun Changshao appeared in front of him and placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, I can see at a glance that this young friend's bones are extraordinary. You are definitely not an ordinary person. How about we become friends? The Purple King's mouth twitched. If it was not for Lu Wanshi's pleading, you would not have helped her. Why did you suddenly become so enthusiastic when she took out 1,000,000 taels? Chapter 8:10. The young man casually took out 1,000,000 taels of silver without even blinking. This was a friend. I, Jun Changshao, am definitely going to be friends. Are you still hungry? Do you want another bowl of fried rice? Just eating fried rice is not nutritious. Zidan, go to the river and catch some carp. Let Dudu make a sweet and sour carp for him to nourish his body. Once Jun Patriarch became enthusiastic, it was really unbearable. Sweet and sour carp? The young man said in shock, This seems to be the dish made by a girl called Lu Wanshi during the cooking competition in southwest Yangzhou, right? You've heard of it? Jun Changshao said in shock. Of course. The young man said, I don't have any hobbies. I just like to eat all the delicacies in the world. All right. A person who had the same hobbies as Zhendijuan. It was a pity that his cultivation was trash, so there was no need to rope him in. Wait a minute. If this guy was rich, he could reluctantly accept it. Cough, cough. Jun Changshao moistened his throat, pointed at Lu Wanshi, and said, "She is Lu Wanshi. The sweet and sour carp was also made by her." Ah! The young man opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, You are Lu Wanshi?" "Yes," Lu Wanshi said. "Oh my God, oh my God!" The young man stood up, then pinched his face and said, "Am I dreaming? Is it really her?" Jun Changshao put his hands behind his back and introduced himself. "This humble one is Jun Changshao, the patriarch of the Sect of all times." The young man clearly did not care about him, but carefully sized up Lu Wanshi and said, "No wonder the fried rice was so delicious, so it was made by the champion of the cooking competition." "Little friend," Jun Changshao said, "I still don't know your identity." "Miss Lu," the young man said seriously, "if I can eat the sweet and sour carp you make, it would definitely be a blessing of 3 lifetimes." The corner of Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. A dignified sect leader was actually ignored like this. Or could it be that in the eyes of a foodie, the most important thing was the chef? "Zidan, what are you still standing there for?" Jun Changshao urged. "Hurry up and go catch some fish." Yes, Purple Craggy left in a hurry. Normally, as the king of the beast race, it would be shameful to do such a thing. However, thinking that he would soon be able to eat the sweet and sour carp made by Lu Wanshi, he was quite diligent and excited. "Young friend, my disciple still has to participate in the God of Cookery tournament. I'm afraid that cooking for you will delay his schedule." Jun Changshao said. The youth understood what he meant, so he scratched his head and said, "I don't have any money." "Out of money?" Disappointment appeared on Jun Changshao's face. However, the young man paused and said, "I have 10,000 natural spirit stones here. If Miss Lu doesn't mind, I'm willing to compensate you for the delay." I don't mind." Jun Changshao smiled. With 1,000,000 taels of silver notes and 10,000 natural spirit stones, he was indeed a friend worth befriending. But why would he go on the road alone? Was he not afraid of being robbed? Maybe his family was strict and did not allow him to go out, so he snuck out. He was used to living a life of stretching out his hand and opening his mouth, so he fainted on the road. The world of the rich was indeed incomprehensible. The system was speechless. The host did not have any good points, but he had a big imagination. The young man was really generous. He took out 10,000 natural spirit stones and did not even frown from beginning to end, as if the things did not belong to him. "The fish is here." The Purple King caught a few carps from the lake. Jun Changshao smiled and said, Do make a sweet and sour carp for this young friend." "All right." Lu Wanshi put on an apron and chose the most suitable carp. Then she placed it on the chopping board and began to skillfully remove the scales and organs. The young man exclaimed, "I can tell from the way you move, like water. Miss Lu must be a master chef." Half an hour later, the sweet and sour carp that was shaped like you came out of the pot and was placed on the dining table that was taken out temporarily. Because it involved the recipe and cooking method, the cooking process was omitted to prevent people with ulterior motives from learning it and using it to apply for non-inheritance. "Try it," Lu Wanshi said. "Okay." The young man sat down and then gently opened the package on the table. There was a plate, a spoon, and a pair of chopsticks inside. From the color, it looked like it was made of gold. "Damn!" Jun Changshao exclaimed. "A rich person." He had always eaten with bamboo chopsticks, porcelain bowls, and the like. Occasionally, he would use the multi-purpose cold and hot plastic cups that were bought from the store. He had never even thought about using this kind of precious or to make food. Lu Wanshi's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. She did not care about the expensive utensils, but the other party's slow and methodical movements. The young man placed the utensils and gently picked up the chopsticks. The entire process was methodical, and there was a serious glow in his eyes. Jun Changshao thought to himself, he's an expert in food. The young man picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth. He did not chew, but used the taste buds on his tongue to fully feel the food. Gradually, his brows furrowed, relaxed, and furrowed again. The expression on the young man's face kept changing, as if it was a fierce battle on the battlefield. "Brother, why don't you eat?" Jun Changshao was anxious. He wanted to rush over and snatch the food in his mouth to help him eat. After carefully tasting it, the young man began to chew. With every movement of his teeth, the juice of the meat gradually spread in his mouth. He closed his eyes, and his soul seemed to have flown out of the 9 heavens. Drip, drip, tears flowed out from the corner of his eyes, dripping down his cheeks and onto the table. The young man swallowed the food, then put down the chopsticks, raised his arm to wipe his tears, and choked. To be able to eat such delicious food, I have no regrets in this life. The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Although this guy was young, his words and actions seemed to be quite experienced. Scared, the young man put a space ring on the table and said, "How can the delicacies of the world be measured by 10,000 spirit stones? There are still 10,000 spirit stones. Please be sure to take them." Jun Changxiao took it and cupped his fists. "From the way you eat, I can see that you must be a great connoisseur in the field of food." The young man said rather shamefully, "Although I am a lazy person, I am more knowledgeable in the field of food. Ordinary food can't enter my mouth. Even if you faint from hunger, you still insist on not eating something you don't like." "I can see that," Jun Changxiao said. The young man smiled and put away the cutlery. "I'm full." "You're full after one bite." Jun Changxiao was stunned. The young man said, "I don't eat to satisfy my hunger, but to taste it carefully. Besides, I just had a bowl of fried rice." Such a weirdo. He deserved to faint from hunger. The Purple King said, "Can I have a bite?" Seeing that the young man was crying from eating, his stomach had already begun to churn. "Eat." Whoosh! The Purple King walked over. He was not as professional as the young man. He directly opened his mouth and took a big bite. Then he began to cry. "What's your surname, little friend?" "My surname is Qian. Just call me Qian Boudoir." "Good name." "I heard June Patriarch say that he's taking Miss Lu to participate in the God of Cookery competition?" "That's right." "I'm also going to the Great Sage's Imperial City. Can I go with you?" "No problem. But why are you going to the Imperial City, Brother Qian?" "I'm indebted to the organizers for letting me be the judge of this year's God of Cookery competition." "Oh, G.A." Jun Changxiao suddenly stopped and said with a blank face, You're the judge of the God of Cookery competition?" "This is my judge token." Qian Boudoir took out a gold-rimmed token. On it was written, "Chief Judge of the 49th God of Cookery competition." "Damn, he's the chief judge." "Brother Qian, you and I hit it off at first sight. I regret that we didn't meet earlier. I can't take these banknotes and 20,000 spirit stones. Please take them quickly." Chapter 8:11. Not managing the sect, not teaching the disciples. Jun Changxiao brought Lu Wanshi to participate in the God of Cookery competition. Wasn't it to complete the epic mission of suppressing one's realm? This little brat, called Qian Boudoir in front of him, was actually the main judge of the competition, which made him a little elated. In a martial arts competition, defeating the opponent and knocking them off the stage was considered a victory. However, it was different in a cooking competition. The key to victory was the judge, because whether the dish was delicious or not depended on the judge. Although Jun Changxiao thought that Lu Wanshi had the strength to win the championship. Since she met the main judge, her attitude must have changed. To be exact, whether the disciple could advance to the top 3 and win the championship, whether he could complete the epic mission, all depended on the other party. Money. He could not take it. June Patriarch. Qian Boudoir smiled and said, "Miss Lu cooked for me. This money and spirit stones are considered service fees." Now that you are returning it to me, are you trying to bribe me? Little brat, what nonsense was that? Jun Changshao said, Brother Qian, you are thinking too much. I treat you as a brother, so I naturally can't take this money and spirit stones. The Purple King was speechless. The speed at which he took the money and spirit stones just now. I can't tell that you treat him as a brother at all. Jun Patriarch, Qian Budwa said, this money and spirit stones are what Miss Lu deserves. I won't take it. Of course. He paused and said, as this year's main judge, I will also adhere to the principle of fairness. This kid was not old, but he had the demeanor of a judge. All right, Jun Changshao said, then I won't force you. Qian Budwa said, actually, Jun Patriarch, you don't have to worry. With the sweet and sour carp that Miss Lu made just now, advancing to the top 20 is not a problem. If it were other participants, they would definitely be overjoyed to hear the main judge's evaluation. But Jun Changshao and Lu Wanshi both frowned. Top 20? This was completely useless. To be honest, Jun Changshao said, since I brought my disciples to participate in the God of Cookery tournament, I'm aiming for the championship. Qian Budwa shook his head and said, there are many experts in this God of Cookery tournament. It will be very difficult to win the championship. Although the sweet crispy carp was amazing, the dishes made by the other contestants might not be inferior. Therefore, Qian Budwa could not judge that Lu Wanshi could get the best result. In that case, Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, this year's God of Cookery competition is quite valuable. Very high. Qian Budwa said, I've looked through the past records, and I can confirm that this year's God of Cookery tournament has gathered the most experts, and it's also the strongest. A trace of hesitation flashed through Lu Wanshi's eyes. The little girl was a little worried. She was worried that she wouldn't be able to win the championship and that she would disappoint the patriarch. After all, she was still a child and had not experienced a big battle. Knowing that there were many experts in this year's God of Cookery competition, it was inevitable that she lacked confidence. Little girl, Jun Changshao saw it and encouraged. The one who can defeat you is not your opponent, but yourself. So no matter what, you must believe that you are the strongest. Lu Wanshi clenched her little fist and said, I will work hard and not embarrass the sect. Let's go. Jun Changshao snapped his fingers and led everyone to the great sage's imperial city. Brother Qian, what business does your family do? Not much business, just a few mines and real estate. Are you interested in joining the sect of all times? Well, I have no plans to join a sect for now. A few days later, Jun Changshao entered the middle state and walked on the official road to the imperial city. The God of Cookery sent his disciple to participate in the God of Cookery tournament. There's no doubt that he will be the champion. That might not be the case, right? I heard that many heirs of the tournament champions are participating, and their strength might not be inferior to the God of Cookery's disciple. On the road, many martial artists were discussing. Obviously, they were also heading to the imperial city to watch the upcoming God of Cookery tournament. Although culinary arts were not mainstream in the Falling Star continent, as the noblest culinary tournament, it would still attract many people's attention. Little brother, I'm afraid you don't know, but the God of Cookery's disciple, Song Bao, made a dragon and phoenix dish in the Eastern Radiant States Culinary Arts Tournament. After it was served, there was a natural phenomenon as if a dragon and phoenix were hovering in the sky. A martial artist said. When Jun Changshao heard this, a strange expression appeared on his face. Even cooking a dish could cause a natural phenomenon. This must be Tai Xian, hallucination. There's such a thing. The martial artists who were rushing on the road were also surprised. That person said, when the 10 judges saw the natural phenomenon, they didn't even taste it and directly gave the God of Cookery's disciple the title of champion. Cooking is not refining pills, but it can cause a natural phenomenon. This is unbelievable. It's normal. After all, during the God of Cookery tournament, the dishes made by the God of Cookery would cause a natural phenomenon. If he couldn't do it, he wouldn't be qualified to be called the God of Cookery's disciple. Patriarch. Lu Wanshur said dejectedly, I feel more and more unconfident. Don't think too much. Jun Changshao said, You're the best. Although it was undeniable that the guy called Song Bao was indeed a little amazing, his disciple had Chinese recipes and knew all kinds of cuisines. It was not impossible to win. Not to mention, culinary arts were competing in color, aroma, and taste. This kind of behavior that caused a natural phenomenon was completely gaudy and had completely deviated from the path of cooking. Great Senior Imperial City. This was Jun Changxiao's second time here, so when he entered the city and saw the bustling scene, he did not show any surprise. Jun Patriarch, City Lord Han, who was standing on the city tower, said, Why are you here again? The two of them were now old acquaintances. Jun Changxiao smiled and said, I'm taking my disciple to participate in the God of Cookery tournament. I see, City Lord Han said. Do you have a place to stay? I plan to find an inn to stay in. Jun Patriarch, if you don't mind, you can stay in my city Lord's mansion. This all right then. City Lord Han almost fell down from the city tower. I just said it casually and he actually agreed to it shamelessly. Don't be polite to Jun Patriarch, because this guy will definitely not be polite. City Lord's mansion, backyard. Jun Changxiao walked on the path beside the fish pond and said, Jun is very satisfied with the place City Lord Han arranged. City Lord Han did not say anything. If he politely said that he had already prepared a banquet, would he be shameless enough to freeload? By the way, Jun Changxiao sat in the small pavilion and said, This God of Cookery tournament has attracted a lot of attention. Does City Lord Han plan to broadcast it live? City Lord Han shook his head and said, The God of Cookery tournament is jointly organized by several families in the city. It has nothing to do with me. I see. Jun Changxiao took a sip of tea and said seriously, City Lord Han, I think this is a business opportunity to make money. A business opportunity to make money? City Lord Han was confused. Jun Changxiao said, In the falling star continent, although martial arts is the mainstream, people still have to eat. So food shows will definitely be popular. We can broadcast it live with arrays. City Lord Han's mouth twitched and said, Arrays cost manpower and material resources to activate. How can we make money from it? It's simple. Jun Changxiao said, Attract investment. Attract investment? Let's put it this way. Jun Changxiao said, We can activate the array before the tournament starts, and then vigorously promote the God of Cookery tournament to attract enough attention, and then advertise some family businesses at the appropriate time. City Lord Han almost spat out the tea in his mouth. Speaking of advertising, he suddenly remembered this kid's shameless behavior in the Dragon-Tiger battle for hegemony. City Lord, a servant came to report. The second young master of the Tang family is here to visit. Jun Changxiao said with a smile, City Lord Han, if you are willing to use arrays to make money, I think young Master Tang will be willing to pay a large sum of advertising fees. Chapter 812. When Jun Changxiao entered the great sage imperial city, Tang Rin received the news. He originally planned to take the previous house for him to continue living in, but in the end, City Lord Han was one step ahead of him. Snatch my ass. I just asked casually, and he agreed without hesitation. City Lord Han, Jun Patriarch. Tang Ren was led down to the small pavilion by a servant and bowed gracefully. Jun Changxiao said, Young Master Tang came at the right time. Jun and City Lord Han have business matters to discuss with you. Oh. Tang Ren immediately became interested and said, I would like to hear the details. Jun Changxiao began to explain. At this moment, he didn't seem to be a guest, but the owner of the city, Lord's mansion. As for City Lord Han, he sat at the side and listened carefully. He thought to himself, this guy not only knows how to advertise, he also knows how to do business. That's how it is. After Jun Changshao finished speaking, he took a sip of tea and said, "Young Master Tang, are you interested in advertising your business on the formation?" "Of course I'm interested." Tang Rin didn't even consider it. Previously, in the dragon and tiger battle for hegemony, Jun Changxiao's crazy advertising method made him very envious. He also thought that if his own pill store could also be advertised, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. City Lord Han. Jun Changxiao said, "Young Master Tang has agreed. You can discuss the advertising fees." This guy's enthusiasm stemmed from 2 points. Firstly, the higher the sales of young Master Tang's pill store under the advertising effect, the more money he would get. Secondly, the god of cookery competition would be broadcasted live. If Lu Wanshi won the championship, it would also increase the Sect's reputation. To put it bluntly, as long as the projection array was activated, it would definitely be beneficial to him. City Lord Han, if you allow me to advertise Tang's pill store on the formation, this Tang is willing to pay 100,000 spirit stones as advertising fees. All right. City Lord Han readily agreed. Although it took a lot of manpower and resources to activate the projection array, it was not worth mentioning in front of 100,000 spirit stones. Not to mention, Jun Changshao had just said that they could not only recruit one person. Other business families might come to advertise, and at that time they could also earn advertising fees from them. It was Wu Sheng. Just like that, he was slowly led astray by Jun Changshao. It was not hard to imagine that if the dragon-tiger battle for hegemony in the lower realm was still held in the imperial city, advertisements on the formation would definitely fly everywhere. After the advertisement was settled, Castellan Han immediately went to visit the family that was organizing the god of cookery competition. When the family found out that Castellan was going to broadcast the competition live, they all expressed their support. After all, it could increase the popularity of the competition. "Young Master Tang," Jun Changshao whispered, "are there any beauties?" Huh. Tang Rin was stunned and immediately understood what Jun Patriarch meant, so he said, "Yes." "Is it a lot?" 210. "Too little," Tang Rin muttered to himself. "Is Jun Patriarch that strong? You can't even satisfy 10 beauties? How about this?" Jun Changshao said, "Call all the beauties over, the more the better. It would be best if they could sing and dance well." All right. Tang Rin hurriedly acted, but secretly he thought, "If I find a few hundred beauties, can Jun Patriarch's body take it? I don't care. Since he liked this kind of thing, he had to satisfy it. Tang Rin was quite efficient. At dusk, hundreds of enchanting beauties all gathered outside the courtyard where Jun Changshao was temporarily staying. Castellan Han, who had just rushed back, saw this and said, "Young Master Tang, why are there so many women?" "They are here to serve Jun Patriarch." Tang Rin smiled and said in a low voice. Castellan Han was stunned. It was normal for men to like women, but to find so many at once, wasn't he afraid that his body would collapse? Creak. The door opened, and Jun Changshao, who was dressed in white, walked out. He carefully looked at the hundreds of beautiful women and said with a smile, "Not bad, not bad." Tang Rin cupped his hands and said, "I won't disturb Jun Patriarch. This Tang will take his leave first." Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said. After Tang Rin left, Castellan Han said seriously, "Jun Patriarch can be considered young and promising. This Han hopes that he can control his private life and not harm his vitality." Apart from the crazy advertising and unauthorized hijacking of formations, he still admired this young man. "Don't worry, Castellan Han." Jun Changshao said, "Jun has always been very restrained. The system could testify. The readers could also testify. But Castellan Han didn't think so. After all, if he found a few hundred beauties at once, it would be hard to say if he could walk out of his room the next day. Since that is the case, Castellan Han said, this Han can't say more. Beauties. Jun Changshao clapped his hands and said with a smile, "It's time to get down to business." The next day, Castellan Han woke up early to enjoy the scenery on the small path. He saw Jun Changshao sitting in the small pavilion and was surprised. "You can still wake up early after playing the whole night?" Sigh. It was good to be young. Castellan Han. Jun Changshao opened his eyes and said with a smile, "Good morning." Castellan Han smiled and said, "Jun Patriarch is so energetic today. You must have had a good time yesterday." "Don't mention it." Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "I almost died of exhaustion." The corner of Castellan Han's mouth twitched. "Right." Jun Changshao said, "When does Castellan Han plan to activate the formation?" Jun Patriarch decided, "Today." "Okay." As the two were chatting, Tang Ren walked in. Seeing Jun Changshao's radiant face, he secretly admired. "He is really strong." "Young Master Tang, we have decided to activate the projection formation today to promote Tangji Elixir Store," Castellan Han said. Tang Ren smiled and said, "Thank you very much." Jun Changshao stood up, pointed to the green space in the distance, and said, "Let's do it here." Here, Castellan Han and Tang Ren were confused. Shua. Jun Changshao walked over, and according to the method Zhen Dejuan had taught him, set up a small floating formation and said, "Castellan Han, I have already communicated with your projection formation. You can let them activate it." Yes. Castellan Han sent a sound transmission to the people of the array hall. Buzz. Buzz. In an instant, the projection formation in the Imperial City appeared, and mirror-like light screens also appeared above the cities of the various provinces. The projection formation of the Great Sage Imperial City has been activated a little frequently recently. I have an ominous feeling. Just as the martial artists of the entire continent were discussing, sure enough, a familiar face appeared on the screen and said with a smile, "Fellow countrymen, we meet again." At this time, there was only one word that represented the mood of the martial artists of the entire continent. The 49th God of Cookery tournament is about to begin, and the projection formation will be broadcasted live all day long. Please look forward to it. This tournament is sponsored by my Sect of All Times and Tangji Elixir Store. Sect of All Times, inheriting the legacy of the ancient times, is the best choice in your life. If a man wants to be strong, he must eat the treasure of kidney. Where can I buy it? Tangji Elixir Store. The entire continent. Next. Jun Changshao said, "Please enjoy the dance performance brought by Shengshi Tang Girl Group." Shengshi Tang Girl Group? Tang Ren and Castellan Han looked at each other, wondering what was going on. Clap. After exiting the camera, Jun Changshao clapped his hands, only to see a veiled woman walk over with graceful steps. Clap. The magically modified sound system was turned on, and a dynamic rhythm sounded. The veiled beauty danced to the beat, and as the music reached a high point, more beautiful women appeared on camera and danced. They sometimes lined up and sometimes scattered, and it was quite stunning from the light screen. Tang Ren and Castellan Han were completely dumbfounded. Advertisement. Can be done like this? Can it be done like this? Schwa. At the end of the song, the beauties gradually gathered together, and a long couplet appeared in their hands out of thin air. From the camera, it looked like a peacock spreading its tail. The words Tangji Elixir Store were written on the couplet. The woman standing in the center position gently removed her veil, revealing a beautiful face, and said with a sweet voice, "Welcome to Tangji Elixir Store to purchase elixirs." Whoosh! The light screen of all the states and counties went black in an instant. Jun Changshao made a gesture and smiled. "Thank you for your hard work, beautiful ladies. Thank you, Castellan." Jun has recorded this scene through the projection formation, and it can be broadcasted all day long. Castellan Han and Tang Ren opened their mouths, and their expressions were very interesting. They swore that everything they saw today had completely overturned their worldview. Chapter 8:13. Jun Changshao was quite tired yesterday as he spent most of the night teaching a group of beauties how to dance. The dance he taught was different from the ones in the Falling Star continent. With the dynamic music accompaniment, it had a great visual and auditory impact. After City Lord Han and Tang Rin saw it, they were stunned for a long time. This kind of different dance, this kind of advertising method, was simply unimaginable. It was not just the two of them. After seeing a group of beauties dancing, all the warriors in the continent were dumbfounded. This kind of modern advertising method for an ancient society was definitely an impact on everyone's worldview. It was the same as Jun Changshao's words. Adapting to the Falling Star continent is not my character. I will let the Falling Star continent adapt to me. Using the projection array to do something that no one could think of, Jun Changshao was personally changing the world. As for whether he could change it or not, it was no longer important because he had already done it. Amazing! City Lord Han said with sincere admiration. He had to admit that Jun Changshao's way of advertising Tangji Elixir Store with a group of beauties was very awesome. At least he remembered it immediately. Didn't remember it? There were even recorded images. Dong, 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 dong. The dynamic music was transmitted, and a group of beauties were dancing on the light screen. It began to loop endlessly and began to brainwash. Busy warriors would occasionally look up and see it. Some would even patiently watch it over and over again. Of course, some warriors might not be watching the advertisement, but simply watching the beauties dance. This kind of traditional music and dance seemed neither fish nor fowl at first glance, but after a long period of bombardment and gradually becoming a habit, the more they watched it, the more they felt it. In just one day, the advertisement of the flourishing age Tang Girl Group was played hundreds of times on the light screen. In the alleys of various cities, there were always young children imitating the dance in the advertisement. Some children were even learning to sing, and their singing was somewhat similar. Without a doubt, Jun Changshao's behavior was subtly changing the younger generation. When the time came, it would not be strange for them to develop into singing and dancing. On the second day of the advertisement, the effect was reflected. Many warriors would subconsciously think of Tangji Elixir Store when they went to purchase elixirs and would unconsciously walk in. Young master. At night, the head shopkeeper in charge of the Imperial City's medicinal pill stores came to report. The sales volume of the inner city's medicinal pill stores has increased by about 30% compared to the past. So many? Tang Rin was overjoyed. Spending 100,000 artificial spirit stones to advertise was mainly to give face to Jun Patriarch. Now, it seemed that there was an unexpected harvest. It wasn't just the sales of the elixir stores that were increasing. After a few days of advertising bombardment, all the industries related to the Tang family's business improved to varying degrees. The Tang family was already involved in many industries. Under the impact of brainwashing, they would naturally change the consumer mindset of others. Even if it was just a small portion, the profits it brought were very substantial. During the Tang family's regular meeting, Elder Tang praised Tang Rin in front of everyone. The more he looked at this grandson of his, the more he liked him. However, the direct descendants and uncles who had ambitions for the position of patriarch became vigilant. This clansman that had been neglected in the beginning was growing at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, he had been praised by the old man in public many times, which made them feel a sense of crisis. AI. In the small pavilion in the backyard of the city lord's mansion, Tang Rin unconsciously sighed. Young Master Tang, why are you sighing? Jun Changshao asked. Tang Rin said bitterly, recently the old man has been praising me at the family meeting. Very good, Jun Changshao said. Tang Rin shook his head and said, Cousin and uncle have been fighting for the position of patriarch for a long time. During this period of time, The old man has often praised me in front of others, so I will definitely be targeted by them. Jun Changshao took a sip of tea and said, "Maybe the old man is testing you to see if you can withstand the targeting of your clansmen." This. Tang Ren was stunned. Jun Changshao said, "Your old man has been in the business world for so many years, and has walked more rice than we have eaten. If he didn't have his own plans, how could he have stabilized a huge business empire?" Tang Ren was silent. Jun Changshao continued, "A real man is not afraid of any challenge. Use your actions to prove to the old man that the next patriarch will definitely be you." But, Tang Ren said worriedly, "Cousin and uncle are strong. I am afraid that they will join forces to target me." In terms of business, he boasted that he was not weaker than others in the same clan, but he was afraid that the other party would play some shady schemes. "Young Master Tang," Jun Changshao said, "Jun will always be on your side." He had expressed his position and stood on the same side. In fact, from Jun Changshao's point of view, he naturally hoped that Tang Ren could take over the position of patriarch of the Tang family. After all, it would be more convenient for them to cooperate and make money in the future. Besides, during this period of contact, the other party's performance was very good, and he was a friend worth making. If he really wanted to compete for the position of patriarch, he was willing to help as much as he could. Tang Ren cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Jun Patriarch." With the support of such a sect with unlimited potential, he suddenly had a lot of confidence. Jun Changshao said, "No need to thank me. Helping young Master Tang is also helping myself." Tang Ren was startled, and then he immediately laughed. He liked this kind of open and straightforward way of speaking. Of course, Tang Ren also knew Jun Changshao's words were telling him that if it could bring him benefits, he would definitely help to the end. The advertisements of the Golden Age Tang Girl Group were still bombarding the light screen all day, and the impact was increasing day by day. The business of the Tang family's pill shop was booming day by day. Tang Ren began to focus on expansion and strive to bloom in the mainland. Not only did he want to operate pills, but he also began to involve herbs and ores, hoping to achieve a balanced development. The Tang family's advantage was the spirit stones, but its disadvantage was the single industry. Tang Ren's goal was very simple: to develop the family industry in a diversified direction and completely tear off the label of Tang family's spirit stones in the future. There was still more than half a month before the God of Cookery tournament. Jun Changshao was quite bored living in the city, Lord's mansion, so he occasionally took Yao Menjing out to shop. Jun Patriarch. On this day, just as he walked out of a crystal core shop, a few burly men blocked his way and said, "Our young master is holding a banquet at Yihong Restaurant. I wonder if you have time to go." "Young master?" Jun Changshao said. The middle-aged man said, "Tang family's young master Tang Li." "Oh!" Jun Changshao said in surprise. "He's a big shot. Even if he doesn't have time, he has to make time." "Junior sister, why did you come back alone? Where's Patriarch?" Patriarch was invited to Yihong Restaurant. Yihong Restaurant? That's a brothel. How can Patriarch go to such a place? I tried to stop him, but the sect master insisted on going. He even purposely sent me away. If I knew, I would have called senior sister. Yihong Restaurant, one of the top high-class brothels in the Great Sage Imperial City. At this moment, at the door of the Drunken Life box, the 4 leading ladies were left outside, each with a more interesting expression than the last. "Young Master Tang." Jun Changshao sat inside and said, "Since it's a discussion, it's a bit inappropriate to let them stay here, right?" It's inappropriate. Tang Li smiled, then gave Qing Mei, Zhulan, and the other 2 girls a look. The latter bowed slightly and retreated, muttering in her heart, "I didn't expect the eternal sect's sovereign to be such a hypocrite." If they knew that Jun Gosheng was not only indifferent to a group of beauties, but also taught them to dance in the middle of the night, they would not think of him as a hypocrite, but as an idiot. Chapter 814. After the 4 main characters left, Jun Changshao said, "Young Master Tang, why are you looking for this seat?" Tang Li frowned slightly. As the third-generation young master of the Tang family, he had made friends with many patriarchs of the big sections. No one dared to call himself the seat. In fact, Jun Changshao had been calling himself the seat for a long time. Some readers tend to treat this as a poison point at the beginning of the article and retreat, but he was already used to it. However, sometimes it also depended on the person and the place. For example, in front of Tang Rin and City Lord Han, he would call himself Jun, which would make him seem more amiable. As for other patriarch or enemies, he would definitely call himself the seat. In front of Tang Li, he called himself the seat. This meant that Jun Changshao did not treat this guy as a friend. It was not because he was on Tang Ren's team, but because when the middle-aged man who came to invite him called him young Master Tang, Tang Li, his attitude and voice were almost as arrogant as Li Tian. With this kind of conduct, the master must be very arrogant. Sure enough, this was the first time he met this fair-skinned young Master Tang. Although the other party had been very gentle, the arrogance between his eyebrows could not be suppressed. His cooperation with Tang Ren was very confidential. He definitely did not know. Today he took the initiative to invite him should be because the sect was in the limelight recently. Sure enough, he guessed right. Tang Li smiled and said, "Jun Patriarch is young and promising, and the sect has also recently become famous. This young master admires him quite a lot. Today I invited him, just hoping to make friends." If Jun Changshao invited him when he was in urgent need of business partners, he would definitely take it seriously. But now he just treated it as a courtesy and did not take it to heart at all. Jun Changshao said rather awkwardly, "This seat is a little embarrassed to let young Master Tang spend money." It's okay. Tang Li smiled and said, "This little expense, this young master won't care." In that case, Jun Changshao picked up the menu next to him and said, "Jun, will you order now?" "Please." Tang Li smiled. "Don't choose." Jun Changshao put down the menu and said, "Give me one of each." Tang Li's expression froze as he said, "There are at least 100 kinds of food on this menu. Can Jun Patriarch eat them all?" "I definitely won't be able to eat it." Jun Changshao said, "However, if it's paired with a few jars of the most expensive wine, there shouldn't be any problems." The corner of Tang Li's mouth twitched. "Forget it," Jun Changshao said, looking at young Master Tang's distressed expression. "Just a bowl of rice and some side dishes will do." No. Tang Li hurriedly said, "Since Jun Patriarch can eat, this young master will gladly lend you a loan." She looked at the old woman who was waiting by the side and said, "Shopkeeper XN, give me one of every dish in your restaurant." "Yes, young Master Tang." Just as Shopkeeper XN was about to leave, Jun Changshao asked, "If we can't finish it, can we take it away?" Tang Li almost fell to the ground. "Brother, don't order so much if you can't finish it. What's the meaning of takeaway? Still, this young master doesn't lack money, so you're wasting it." Shopkeeper XN smiled and said, "Since you're young Master Tang's friend, of course you can take it away." "Oh," Jun Changshao responded and looked at Tang Li. "I still have a disciple who hasn't eaten yet. You don't mind letting him come, right?" Tang Li politely said, "I don't mind." Schwa. Not long after, the Purple King received the patriarch's message and rushed over. He sat down, and his eyes immediately widened because there were many dishes stacked on the big round table. The most valiant thing was, because there was no place to put them, many servants were standing at the side with 2 dishes each. What's going on? "Zi Huan," Jun Changshao said, "You haven't eaten in a long time since you rushed from the sect to the imperial city. Since young Master Tang is treating you to a meal, don't be shy and eat to your heart's content." He transmitted, "Eat all of it. If it's not enough, ask for more." The Purple King was a little confused, but since the patriarch said so, he took a deep breath and said, "In that case, I won't be shy." Tang Li said, "Please." Pung! As soon as he said that, the Purple King's clothes suddenly burst open, revealing his red underwear. The sudden change shocked young Master Tang so much that he almost fell off his chair. Jun Changxiao's expression collapsed. F***CK. He even burst his clothes just to eat. This guy is really hopeless. No, he's incurable. Jun Patriarch, this disciple of yours. Tang Li's expression was also very interesting. After all, people from big clans were more cultured. This kind of naked behavior was really inappropriate. Jun Changxiao said, "Young Master Tang, please don't mind him. This disciple of mine likes to eat naked." Tang Li collapsed. What a refined taste. Shua. The Purple King completely ignored other people's strange gazes. He took a few meat dishes in front of him and began to wolf them down. Although the taste was far from Luansher's, it was at least better than raw meat. He could still make do with it. Don't just eat. Drink some wine. Jun Changxiao said, "It's at least tens of thousands of taels per jar." Yes. The Purple King ate with both hands, with one hand holding the rice and the other holding the jar of wine. He took the opportunity to gulp down a few mouthfuls. If a human were to eat so much, they definitely wouldn't be able to finish it. But as a beast, as long as he ate without restraint, he could clean the entire Yihong restaurant. Seeing him eat so happily, Jun Changxiao was also hungry. Thus, he ignored his status as the patriarch and began to wolf down the food. And so, the scene that appeared in the private room was Tang Li stared with wide eyes. The two of them were wolfing down the food like a tornado sweeping away the clouds. Jun Patriarch, if you have something to say, wait until I'm full before we talk. Fine. Tang Li didn't say anything else. Half an hour later, countless plates were stacked on the table. There wasn't even a trace of oil on them. They had finished everything. As for the wine that cost tens of thousands of taels per jar, they had also drunk 5 or 6 jars. Tang Li's face twitched. Although he didn't lack money, eating and drinking in the extremely expensive Yihong restaurant would definitely cost a lot of money when the bill was settled. The money of the rich didn't come out of nowhere, so it would definitely be very painful. Burp. Jun Changxiao leaned back in his chair and burped. Then he bit his toothpick and said, "Thank you for your hospitality, young Master Tang." Tang Li didn't forget his etiquette and gave a heartache smile. He was still looking at the Sect of all time's disciple from the corner of his eye. This guy had eaten the most, but from the looks of it, he was only half full. Patriarch. The Purple King said, "Can I order more?" This. Jun Changxiao looked at Tang Li and said, "That will depend on young Master Tang." Tang Li's current mood could only be described as holy shit. But in order to show his magnanimity, he could only force a smile and say, "Please help yourself. Just one of each. Remember, bring 4 jars of wine," Jun Changxiao said. Since someone was treating, based on his principles, he would eat as much as he could and wouldn't hold back. Chapter 8:15. Half an hour later, the Purple King clutched his stomach and yawned. "I'm full." The plates on the table in front of him were piled up 1 meter high, and the empty wine jars were scattered all over the floor. This was really not polite at all. Tang Li's forehead was covered in sweat, but he was also relieved. Jun Patriarch. He smiled. This young master has always liked to make friends with heroes of the world, so I hope we can keep in touch. Treating him to a meal was secondary. The real purpose was to make friends. Even if he wouldn't help him for the time being, it might be useful in the future. Jun Changxiao said, "Based on my relationship with the Tang family's second young master, I will naturally keep in touch with the Tang family's eldest young master." Tang family's second young master? Tang Li's smile gradually froze. Jun Changxiao said in surprise, "Does young Master Tang not know Tang Rin?" This young master's cousin naturally knows him. Tang Li said, "But your relationship?" "Friends." Jun Chang smiled and said, "The very iron kind." Tang Li's face became ugly. That year in the Tang family, he stopped his cousin and gave him the Sect of all times as if he was giving alms. He thought that with Tang Ren's ability, the most he could do was pay a visit, and the two wouldn't have much of a relationship. Today, he personally went out, and he would definitely be able to pull this Sect over. However, in the end, they had already become friends and very close friends. Tang Li understood that Jun Changshao was telling him that he had already teamed up with his cousin. People who did business all year round had a good brain. Young Master Tang, Jun Changshao said, "It's getting late, so I'll take my disciples back first." After saying that, he took his disciples and left. When he reached the door of the room, he didn't forget to say in a very gentlemanly manner, "Thank you for your hospitality." Tang Li tightly held the wine cup and said coldly, "Cousin, I still underestimated you." Young Master Tang. Shopkeeper Xan walked in and said with a smile, "The total cost is 354,000 taels, rounded down to 350,000 taels. So expensive." The expression on Tang Li's face could no longer be maintained. Manager Xan said, "Young Master Tang ate more than 300 dishes and 10 bottles of osmanthus wine. Oh, by the way, Jun Patriarch also took several jars of wine with him before he left. He said that he could savor them at home." Crack! The wine cup suddenly shattered. Tang Li gritted his teeth and said, "Jun Changshao, you're messing with me on purpose." Discovered, but it was too late. Jun Changshao wouldn't have been so deliberate if the men he sent had been more humble when inviting people. Conclusion: young Master Tang had treated them for nothing, and Jun Patriarch had freeloaded them for nothing. City, Lord's Mansion. Jun Changshao had just returned when Tang Ren rushed in and asked, "Tang Li invited Jun Patriarch?" "Okay," Jun Changshao replied. Tang Ren became nervous. After all, his eldest cousin brother was better than him in roping people in. "Your eldest cousin brother is very enthusiastic. He treated me to a big meal. I'm afraid he spent a lot of money," Jun Changshao said. Tang Ren said bitterly, "My eldest cousin brother is the most generous when it comes to roping people in. He wants to be friends with me, but I've already told him that we're very close friends. I think he won't bother us anymore," Jun Changshao said. Tang Ren was delighted. "Brother Tang," Jun Changshao said seriously, "continue to work hard. Don't let Jun down." He had laid all his cards on the table with Tang Li, which meant that he had placed all his bets on Tang Ren. If Tang Ren couldn't become the next patriarch, he would definitely be very depressed. "Thank you, Jun Patriarch, for your trust," Tang Ren said. "This Tang will definitely not let you down." Having the right to sell divine weapons and pills was his capital to gain a foothold in the Tang family. As long as he managed it well and led the other businesses, he would definitely get the old man's approval. The advertisement was still playing wildly, and the happiest person was none other than City Lord Han. This was because many business tycoons in the city continued to come to him, hoping to put their businesses on the projection array. Tang Ji Pharmacy's business was booming, and many people could see it with their own eyes. Therefore, shrewd businessmen wouldn't miss such a great opportunity. "It's possible," City Lord Han said, "but the price might be a little expensive." "City Lord Han, please name your price." 100,000 spirit stones." "No problem." City Lord Han's mouth twitched slightly, and he transmitted his voice to Jun Changshao behind him. "Jun Patriarch, did I ask for too little?" "Of course." Jun Changshao broke down. Tang Ji Pharmacy's sales skyrocketed after the advertisement, and the profit it brought is definitely not something 100,000 spirit stones can compare to. No matter what, you have to ask for 200,000 spirit stones. "Sigh," City Lord Han said. "Isn't that because I don't have experience?" "Tell them." Jun Changshao said, 100,000 spirit stones can only be broadcasted during the morning and noon hours. If you want to broadcast it during the prime time, You have to ask for at least 200,000. 300,000 spirit stones. This, City Lord Han was a little embarrassed, but he could only take a gamble. Therefore, he told them about the advertisement being broadcasted in segments. In the end, the business mogul agreed readily. It turned out that using the projection array to make money was such a simple thing. Why didn't he think of it before? City Lord Han. Someone said, "Can we advertise our businesses like Tang Ji's Elixir Pharmacy?" "Of course," City Lord Han added, "but we have to pay an additional fee." A satisfied smile appeared on Jun Changxiao's face. He didn't deliberately remind him. City Lord Han had been enlightened and knew how to seize business opportunities. Sai, a Wu Sheng. Just like that, he was influenced by Jun Changxiao and became secular and commercialized. He was definitely deceiving people. Of course, with City Lord Han's imagination, he could only use the projection array to earn the rental fee. The creative planning of the advertisement would still be done by Jun Changxiao. The spirit stones given by the rich people would naturally fall into his pocket. We're not accepting gifts this year. We're only accepting brocade. Although the golden wine is good, don't drink too much. 8 hearts, 8 arrows diamond ring from He Jade Store. Not 3 to 500,000. Not 1 to 200,000. Just 998. Just 998. Bring the 8 hearts, 8 arrows diamond ring home. Southwest Yangzhou's largest tannery. Southwest Yangzhou's largest tannery has closed down. Return my hard-earned money. Return my hard-earned money. All kinds of advertisements were broadcasted on the projection array. The whole world was turned upside down by Jun Changxiao. Some people even stopped cultivating and sat on the small bench looking up at the screen, wondering what the next advertisement would be. City, Lord Mansion. The big families came in an endless stream to visit. As long as they had a big business that covered the whole continent, they would definitely be willing to spend money on advertising to increase their popularity. At first, it was only from various industries. As their peers joined in, the advertising fee gradually increased. In the end, City Lord Han didn't offer a price. He called a few big shots of the same business over and sat at the side to watch them offer price. Whoever offered the highest price would get the advertisement spot. There were only a few days left before the start of the God of Cookery tournament. The big business families were fighting for the advertising rights. A large number of spirit stones poured into the City Lord Mansion and poured into City Lord Han and Jun Changxiao's money bags. Cheers! Cheers! The two of them would celebrate every night as if they were in cahoots. The God of Cookery tournament was about to begin. Participants from all over the world entered the great sage imperial city one after another. The atmosphere gradually became serious. Jun Patriarch. On the city wall, Tang Rin pointed to the young man who had just entered with a kitchen knife and various tableware hanging from his waist. His name is Lin Yao, the personal disciple of the 43rd God of Cookery tournament's champion. His knife skills are superb. Where's Song Bao? Jun Changxiao said, "Is he here yet?" Tang Rin shook his head and said, "As the top seed of this God of Cookery tournament, he shouldn't appear in front of others easily." "Tsk tisk." Jun Changxiao said, "He's quite mysterious." Chapter 816. There were only a few days left before the start of the God of Cookery tournament. A large number of martial artists from other prefectures poured into the imperial city. The reason why there was such a large audience was because of the advertisement that was broadcast to the entire continent every day after the projection array was activated. The participants of this year's God of Cookery tournament also arrived one after another. They might not be strong in martial arts, but they were definitely the best in cooking. After all, to be qualified to participate, they had to at least get a good ranking in the prefecture's cooking competitions. Strangely enough, Song Bao, the favorite to win, was nowhere to be seen, creating a very mysterious feeling. The strongest, they were all the last ones to appear. So, Many martial artists expressed their understanding. Jun Changshao was also very curious. What was so special about that disciple of the god of cookery? Even before the tournament started, everyone was talking about him. During this period, Lu Wanshi studied recipes in the city, Lord's mansion, every day and almost never went out. Participating in the Southwest Yangzhou cooking competition, she could remain calm, but as the God of Cookery tournament was about to start, she became more and more nervous. Girl, don't doubt yourself at any time. Just work hard and fight. Jun Changshao encouraged her verbally. Lu Wanshi calmed herself down and told herself not to be too nervous. Let's go. Jun Changshao said, let's go register. The registration point was at the plaza in the center of the city. When Jun Changshao arrived with his disciples, there were already cooking geniuses from all over the world. Although there were many people, they all had one thing in common, and that was that they were all very young. The oldest was only in his early 30s. Name. Arriving at the registration point, the old man said. Jun Changshao said, Sect of all times, Lu Wanshi. Oh. The old man raised his head in surprise and saw the smiling young man in front of him. He immediately recognized that this was the patriarch of the sect of all times who was crazily advertising on the screen. From the projection array, he seemed to be asking for a beating. He did not expect to see the real person. It turned out that he was even more annoying. Take out the proof of qualification, the old man said. Any tournament had to be done according to the rules. He would not make things easy just because the other party was the sect leader who was in the limelight recently. Slap. Lu Wanshi placed the token given to the champion of the Southwest Yangzhou cooking competition on the table. After the old man confirmed it, he recorded it down and said, 3 days later, go to the west side of the city. Remember not to be late, or you will be disqualified. She's Lu Wanshi, the champion of the Southwest Yangzhou culinary competition? Tisk, I didn't expect you to be so young. The Ouyang family can be considered as a culinary family with a long history. I can't believe they were defeated by a 15-year-old girl. Don't underestimate her. I heard that she passed all 3 rounds with full marks. The judges of such a small place definitely haven't seen the world. If they came to my central province to participate in the culinary competition, it would undoubtedly be a fool's dream to get full marks. While everyone was discussing, some contestants began to show off their superiority, completely looking down on Lu Wanshi. The grand culinary competition was held in every province, and each place had its own standards. Therefore, getting full marks in Southwest Yangzhou might not be enough to catch the eyes of other warriors. Furthermore, back then, the Ouyang family had also had a direct descendant who had obtained full marks in the finals and participated in the God of Cookery competition. In the end, he did not even enter the top 10. A place's environment nurtured a place's people. Areas with superior environments and geography, in terms of overall strength, were indeed stronger than remote areas. I heard that this Lu Wanshi is the illegitimate daughter of the Ouyang families. Ouyang Jun, there's such a thing? Everyone looked at Lu Wanshi, and a different kind of light appeared in their eyes. In the falling star continent, status was often emphasized. The direct descendants of the family were the noblest, and the illegitimate children were the most despised. They were also the most criticized by others. Her father, Ouyang Jun, was also a famous playboy in Southwest Yangzhou. As that person was talking, he suddenly felt someone approaching. The Purple King had unknowingly appeared behind him, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. The patriarch had ordered him to come. However, seeing that Lu Wanshi kept her head down, he instantly became angry. Although the Purple King had always firmly believed that he was enduring in the sect of all times, he only had a good impression of Lu Wanshi. After all, the delicacies that he ate all came from her. Now that someone was gossiping and making her very sad, it was absolutely unforgivable. Zhan Dijuan did not come. Otherwise, seeing that the girl was wronged, he would have already started to set up a lightning array. It would not matter even if the entire imperial city was blown up. Among the disciples of the sect of all times, if the danger level reached 10 stars, Yi Xingqian could give it 9.5 stars. Only Lu Wanshi could reach 10 stars, because whoever bullied her had to ask the Purple King, and Zhen Dejuan first. What are you doing? That martial artist said in horror. The elder beside him said in a deep voice, Jun Patriarch, what is your disciple trying to do? Boring. Jun Changshao was expressionless and said, Let him remember. Hit. Boom! The Purple King pushed forward with his shoulder and directly hit that gossipy man to the ground, causing him to spit out blood on the spot. It was better to hold back or else he would die. The surrounding martial artists were all dumbfounded. To dare to make a move in the imperial city, the sect of all times was really lawless. Remember all of this in your heart. Jun Changshao glanced at the surrounding martial artists and said, Anyone who dares to use words to hurt the disciples of the sect of all times will have to pay the price. If it was just questioning Lu Wanshi's cooking skills, he would definitely not care. After all, their mouths were on other people's bodies. The only thing he could do was to let his disciples win the competition and slap their faces. Just like that gossipy man just now, who purposely used his background to ridicule. Not to mention the imperial city, even if it was in front of the emperor, he would still punish him. When Jun Changshao spoke, his face was expressionless, but the surrounding atmosphere instantly became solemn, causing many martial artists to shudder. At that moment, their instincts told them deeply that they could not afford to offend this man. Jun Changshao, that elder, said angrily, making a move in the imperial city without permission, This old man will go and find the city lord to judge. No need to go. At that moment, City Lord Han had already appeared at the scene and said, I'm already here. City Lord Han. Everyone bowed one after another. That elder pointed at the Purple King and said, A disciple of the sect of all times injured someone. Please seek justice for my disciple. City Lord Han. This City Lord has already seen the scene just now. City Lord Han said, The other party just happened to bump into your direct descendant. He did not intend to hurt anyone. Everyone's mouth twitched. As long as one was not blind, they could see that guy had intentionally bumped into someone under Jun Changshao's instructions. Understood. City Lord Han was protecting the sect of all times. That elder's expression was extremely ugly, but he could only admit defeat and said, Since City Lord Han said so, I guess it's just a misunderstanding. Since it's a misunderstanding, let's disperse, City Lord Han said calmly. The elder helped the injured direct descendant up. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Jun Changshao say, You must pay attention to your safety when you're outside. You must not casually stand on the road. Otherwise, if you get hit by a passing car and die, your family will cry. His voice was still calm, but there was a hidden killing intent in his words. When that elder heard this, a chill ran down his spine, and he was secretly annoyed that his direct descendant had to discuss the private matters of the sect of all times in front of others. Chapter 817. Jun Patriarch. After returning to the City Lord's mansion, City Lord Han was speechless. You're making me look bad. Although he was the City Lord and could ignore the rules, there were so many people watching. Forcefully protecting the sect of all times was a little inappropriate. I won't do it again, Jun Changshao said apologetically. He and City Lord Han were business partners, so he deliberately suppressed it just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just let the Purple King bump into it. Another 2 business families got the right to advertise. You'll have to do the advertising, City Lord Han said. When it came to business, this Wu Sheng powerhouse immediately smiled. Obviously, it was just a small matter. Earning money was the big deal. No problem, Jun Changshao said. After chatting with City Lord Han for a while, he returned to the courtyard where he was temporarily staying. He saw Lu Wanshi sitting alone in the pavilion, her small face full of worry. "What are you thinking about?" Jun Changshao sat down. Lu Wanshi came back to her senses and lowered her head. "Patriarch, I'm sorry." "Why are you sorry?" Jun Changshao asked. "Because," Lu Wanshi said, "my identity has embarrassed the patriarch." "Silly girl." Jun Changshao patted her head and laughed. "Your identity is a disciple of the sect of all times. How can it be embarrassing?" I have another identity," Lu Wanshi said. Jun Changshao frowned. "I've always emphasized that others can look down on you, but you must look up to yourself. Otherwise, it's really hopeless." Lu Wanshi also wanted to look up to herself, but her identity as an illegitimate daughter would always make her heart ache whenever it was mentioned. "Look," Jun Changshao pointed at the craggy monster king, who was happily eating fried rice at the entrance of the central room, and said, "He is the king of the beast race. His status is incomparably noble. How can he not be happy when he condescends to become a disciple of the eternal sect?" Lu Wanshi was speechless. "Why is he happy?" "Because I ate fried rice," Jun Changshao said. "For an incomparably noble king to bow down to your craftsmanship, it means that status is useless. It's nothing more than some idiots deliberately belittling others because they think too highly of themselves." Hearing the patriarch's explanation, Lu Wanshi seemed to have understood something, especially when she looked at the purple king who was eating fried rice. Her brows relaxed, and she said with a smile, "This disciple seems to have understood. The competition is about to begin." Jun Changshao said, "So what you need to do now is adjust your mentality and represent the sect of all times to bring back the championship trophy." "Yes." Lu Wanshi nodded heavily. With a wave of his hand, Jun Changshao took out a new set of white clothes and said, "This is the chef's uniform used by the ancestors who created the Chinese cookbook. Wear it to show the prestige of the sect." The system retorted, "You obviously bought it from the mall." It did not understand that Jun Changshao was encouraging Lu Wanshi. He was not affected by his identity and became less confident. Munch, munch. The purple king, who was sitting at the door of the central room, finished his fried rice and looked at the pavilion. He thought to himself, "What are they mumbling about?" 19. The weather was sunny, and the weather was pleasant. Martial artists from all over the country went to the west side of the city and entered the viewing platform with decent specifications. Jun Changshao brought the Purple King and Yao Menjin to watch as well. Jun Patriarch. Just as he sat down, Tang Ren walked over and saluted. "Brother, I'm here to cheer for your sect's disciple." "Thank you." Jun Changshao saluted. In the middle of the circular viewing platform was a wider platform. There were many stoves and cooking tools on it. That was right. This was where the God of Cookery tournament would be held. When the tournament began, culinary geniuses from all over the world would compete on the platform for the trophy with the words God of Cookery. The lens of the projection array transmitted the image of the arena to the whole continent. Martial artists who could not come had already prepared snacks such as melon seeds and peanuts to watch the upcoming large-scale food broadcast. Of course, because it was not a hot-blooded battle, the atmosphere was relatively calm. Dong, dong, dong. Dong, dong, dong. Just as everyone was waiting for the contestants to appear, the image on the light screen suddenly changed to an advertisement of Tang Ji Elixir Pharmacy. No way! The God of Cookery tournament was about to begin, and they were still advertising crazily. However, what made everyone collapse was that, once the advertisement started, it could not be stopped at all. It was not until more than 10 advertisements that the screen returned to the host venue. Was this an advertisement in the God of Cookery tournament or an advertisement in the middle of the God of Cookery tournament? Everyone. At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared in the arena and said loudly, "Welcome to the 50th God of Cookery tournament. I am one of the organizers, Huang Jinzan." "The 50th? Jun Changshao was stunned. Tang Rin, who was sitting next to him, said, "June Patriarch, is there a problem?" "Isn't it the 49th? That was the previous one." June Changshao suddenly frowned. There was not much money left after entering the imperial city. The token clearly stated that it was the 49th, and he had always thought that it was the 49th. No, since it was the 50th, what was the use of being the 49th chief judge? "Brother Tang," June Changshao said, "do you know not much money?" "Yes," Tang Rin said, "a fat tycoon with mines and real estate." "Fat head and big ears?" Based on this description alone, June Changshao suddenly realized that the money he saw was not much money, as Tang Rin said. Damn! June Changshao collapsed and said to himself, "Why do I feel like I've been cheated? It doesn't seem like it. The system said I've really been cheated." The corner of June Changshao's mouth twitched. He had always been the one to fool others. He did not expect to be cheated by a little brat. However, there was no loss, not to mention that he had earned so much money and spirit stones. However, what made June Changshao puzzled was, since this little guy was not much money, who could it be? An ordinary teenager would definitely not have so much money, and would not give it to others casually. Just as June Changshao was thinking, Huang Jinzan had finished talking about the glorious history of the culinary god competition, and then announced in a clear voice, "Now let's welcome the contestants." Swish! Just as the contestants were about to go on stage, the virtual screen once again showed the advertisement of Tang's Elixir Pharmacy, which almost made them stand up and curse. After the advertisement ended, under the anticipation of everyone, culinary geniuses from all over the world came out one after another. Lu Wanshi was among them. She was wearing the chef's uniform given by the patriarch and a tall hat, which was very eye-catching in the crowd. Clothing was only one of the reasons. The real eye-catching thing was that among the 100 contestants who came in, she was the only female. I didn't expect there to be a girl among the contestants. This girl is a disciple of the Sect of all times. It can't be. Everyone was surprised. Obviously, they did not expect that a sect that was in the limelight recently would send a disciple to participate in a culinary competition. Junior sister Lu, senior sister, go for it. In the Sect of all times, Li Tiantian, Cui Bujian, and the others shouted loudly, although the person involved could not hear it. As fellow disciples, they were duty-bound to cheer for her. The entrance of the culinary god competition was not as grand as the entrance of the dragon and tiger battle for supremacy. The audience did not even have any emotional changes, giving people the feeling that they were just here to watch the fun. Next, suddenly Huang Jinzan said in a clear voice, "Let's welcome the culinary god's disciple." As soon as the words came out, everyone was suddenly interested and looked at the entrance. All the martial artists in the continent were very curious about what this mysterious champion looked like. Swish! Under the anticipation of everyone, a person walked out from the darkness. He was not tall, and he was young, with an innocent smile on his face. What the F***CK? After seeing that guy's face, June Changshao suddenly widened his eyes. Lu Wanshi also covered her mouth and said in surprise, "It's him!" Who? Not much money to leave after entering the city. Thud! The little guy walked to the high platform and stopped in front of Lu Wanshi. He revealed his white teeth and smiled. "Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Song Bao, a disciple of the culinary god competition. The culinary god's disciple, the champion's favorite." He actually took the initiative to introduce himself to a contestant. In an instant, all the contestants present looked at Lu Wanshi, their eyes flashing with a strange luster. Song Bao said seriously, "Miss Lu's culinary skills are very strong. I might not be able to win, but since I'm participating in the culinary god competition, I will definitely do my best." As soon as the words came out, the audience was in an uproar. The culinary god's disciple actually said that this girl's culinary skills were strong, and he might not be able to win. P.S. I have to admire the readers. They guessed that this kid might be the culinary god's disciple, and even wrote a modified vacuum cleaner to deal with the soul race. They actually guessed it. You guys are embarrassing me. Chapter 8:18. Jun Changshao never thought that the real identity of the young man he saved would be the disciple of the culinary god Song Bao. Then, what was the situation with Qian Boudoir? Jun Changshao thought for a moment and knew that this guy was definitely pretending. As for the reason, only he knew in his heart. A successor of the culinary god who could make himself faint on the road was definitely a super weirdo. Or this guy did it on purpose, deliberately getting close to Lu Wanshi. No. Jun Changshao rubbed his temples and said, "My mind's a little messy. I have to think carefully. If this guy was deliberately getting close, why was he so generous with money and spirit stones? Moreover, why did he pretend to be rich?" Jun Changshao, who had a lot of imagination, suddenly realized that the more he thought about it, the more unreasonable he felt. He could not guess what that guy's intentions were. The system gloated. "It's rare to see the host suffer. Why am I so happy to pinch? Get lost." Back in the arena, when the contestants heard Song Bao's words, all of them widened their eyes. This year's culinary god competition was recognized as the favorite to win the championship. But he actually thought that he could not defeat this girl in cooking. Polite words, modest words. However, from his eyes, it was obvious that he was very serious. Lu Wanshi's face was full of doubts. Didn't you not have much money? How did you become Song Bao?" "I won't hide it from Miss Lu." Song Bao scratched his head and said, "My surname is Qian. My name is Song Bao. Qian Boudoir is my father. He asked me to become a disciple of the culinary god. Unless I learned my skills and used my surname, I had to obediently go home and inherit the family business." "I see." Lu Wanshi understood. Jun Changshao, who had been releasing his spiritual sense, heard this and suddenly understood. His heart collapsed. Let the son be a chef. If he doesn't do well, he will come back and inherit the family business. Even if he doesn't have much money, he is still a top-quality weirdo. "Sure," Qian Song Bao said. "This is my secret. Don't tell anyone." The contestants, the people of the entire continent, at this time should we cooperate with him and pretend not to hear? So Song Bao is Qian Song Bao. Although the Qian family head has many wives and concubines, he only has one son. I thought that the identity of the god of cooking's disciple was very ordinary. I didn't expect him to have such a rich father. I heard that family head Qian likes to eat very much. As long as the food is to his liking, he is willing to pay a lot of money or even spirit stones. The corner of Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. He's very similar to his father in this aspect. Master Qian's son has been very lazy since he was young. It is said that he didn't even use chopsticks until he was 7 years old. He always let the servants feed him with a spoon. The son of a landlord is awesome. How could such a lazy person become the culinary god's disciple? That's unbelievable. Maybe Patriarch Qian spent money to let his son become a disciple of the food god. Sure enough, money makes the world go round. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. However, they also had doubts about Qian Songbao's cooking skills. Money could buy him the identity of the culinary god's disciple, but culinary skills could not be bought with money. The contestants also thought so. Therefore, his vigilance towards Qian Songbao gradually weakened. He thought to himself, "Why should I be afraid of a guy who relied on his father?" As for what he said to Lu Wanshi just now, everyone did not take it to heart. There were even some people who thought that this guy might know that he did not have the real ability and wanted to find a way out in advance to avoid embarrassing himself. Jun Chang smiled and said, "What an unfathomable little fellow. Why did you pretend to be your father?" Lu Wanshi asked. Qian Songbao smiled and said, "It's fun." The corner of Jun Changshao's mouth twitched violently. The son pretended to be the father only because it was fun. He definitely did not take the normal path. All right. Lu Wanshi did not say anything else, although she was very surprised by Qian Songbao's identity. Since she was participating in the culinary god competition, she naturally had to focus on the competition. Miss Lu, Qian Songbao said, your clothes are not bad. Lu Wanshi said proudly, this is what my sect of all time's culinary ancestors have worn before. I see. Qian Songbao's eyes were filled with respect. May I know the name of the sect of all time's culinary ancestors? This, Jun Changxiao transmitted his voice to Lu Wanshi. Our sect of all time's culinary ancestors are called Yin. 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 Qian Songbao said in his heart, I have never heard Master mention this person before. That was right. Yin was a Chinese from Earth. He was a famous politician and thinker in the early years of the Shang dynasty. He was one of the earliest known Taoists and was also known as the ancestor of Chinese culinary. Huang Jinzhan announced loudly, the 50th Culinary God Competition has officially begun. Participants, please enter the venue and choose your own stove. It's finally starting. It was rare for everyone to be excited, but the screen turned into an advertisement again. They were so irritable that they almost vomited blood. F***CK. How could they let others watch it? Show. After the advertisement ended, the screen showed the screen. 120 participants were all in their seats. 10 of the judges were also seated. These judges were much more professional than the judges in the culinary competition. They were all top-notch gourmet appraisers. Lu Wanshi chose a corner that was hard to find if one did not look carefully. Beside her was Qian Songbao. To be exact, this guy followed her here on purpose. Miss Lu, he whispered, you are free to do whatever you want in the first round. If you cook the sweet and sour carp, you will definitely advance. Lu Wanshi did not say anything. She carefully cleaned the cooking utensils. She came to participate in the culinary god competition as a representative of the sect of all times. Naturally, she did not dare to be negligent. Qian Songbao sensibly began to prepare. Swoosh! One of his hands rested on the handle of the wok. His eyes, which were originally slightly lazy, suddenly turned cold. Expert. Jun Changxiao said, definitely an expert. You are free to do whatever you want in the first round of the culinary god competition. Huang Jinzhan said loudly, participants, please make your signature dish in 2 hours. After the judges give you 80 points, you will advance to the next round. The highest score given by each of the 10 judges is 10 points. 80 points to advance to the next round means that the average score is 8 points. This culinary god competition is indeed more difficult than the culinary competition. Everyone exclaimed. Begin. Huang Jinzhan shouted. Huff, huff, huff. As soon as she said that, the participants condensed flames and injected them into the stove. The entire arena was suddenly filled with hot air. Those who came to participate in the culinary god competition all mastered one type of fire element. These flames are not used for combat. They are all from the culinary category. The disciples of the sect of all times and the culinary god's disciple did not move? Did they not hear that the competition has begun? One was the only female participating, and the other was the culinary god's disciple. Therefore, Lu Wanshi and Qian Songbao naturally attracted many people's attention. Miss Lu, Qian Songbao smiled and said, I'm starting. Swoosh! As he spoke, he turned his wrist. Purple flames erupted from his fingers and immediately merged into the stove. Hidden purple flame. This is one of the strongest flames used for cooking. This culinary god's disciple is the real deal. He definitely did not use money. Huff, huff! The hidden purple flame burned wildly. The temperature instantly suppressed the other flames. It was like a crane in a flock of chickens. Huff! Lu Wanshi exhaled, then looked up at Jun Changshao. The latter gave her an encouraging smile and said, "Little girl, you must believe in yourself." Lu Wanshi raised her hand, her eyes shining. Wang. The word stove that was originally hidden on her skin suddenly appeared. Huff, huff, huff. The fire of the culinary god whizzed out and merged into the stove. When the flame rose, the temperature of the entire venue instantly rose. Swish, swish, swish. The flames of the other stoves could not withstand the pressure. They instantly turned from high to weak, as if they could be extinguished at any time. All the contestants' faces changed. They all looked towards the direction of the commotion and saw the fire of the culinary god in the stove. They were all shocked and said, What kind of flame is this?" Qian Songbao, who was closest to it, had a change of expression. Even if he tried hard to control the hidden purple flame, he could not change the fact that he was at a disadvantage. He exclaimed, "To be able to make my flame submit, this flame is definitely the strongest of the culinary category." When Lu Wanshi released the fire of the culinary god, all the flames in the arena were suppressed. It could be said that once the strongest flame was released, no one could compete with it. Jun Changshao leaned back in his chair, shrugged helplessly, and said, absolutely crushed, "No suspense." Chapter 819. The falling star continent did not have the stove god fire, so when Lu Wanshi took it out, no one could tell what kind of fire element it was. But that was not important. What was important was that after the stove god fire appeared, all the contestants' flames, including Qian Songbao's purple hidden flame, were suppressed. It's definitely not ordinary. I didn't expect there to be a flame that can suppress the purple hidden flame in this world. This little girl is not simple. The 10 judges exclaimed as they discussed. Although flames did not represent cooking skills, a high-level flame would undoubtedly be of great help in cooking. I've asked about the Southwest Yangzhou cooking competition, but I've never heard of this girl having a powerful flame. She even used firewood to start a fire during the competition. Maybe her opponent was too weak to use it. If that's the case, this girl might bring us a big surprise. The judges all locked their gazes on Lu Wanshi. She also realized that she had released the stove god fire and made a big commotion, so she hurriedly restrained her aura. Whoosh! Whoosh! Without the pressure of the king-level flame, the contestants' flames gradually returned to normal. However, after this incident, everyone's expression was extremely solemn. At first, they did not take Lu Wanshi seriously. After all, she was a woman who came to participate in the god of cookery competition because there was no one in southwest Yangzhou. However, when the stove god fire was released and displayed an extremely powerful pressure, they realized that this girl might be a strong opponent on their way to becoming the champion. "Miss Lu," after Qian Songbao stabilized the flame, he said in surprise, "I didn't expect you to have such a powerful flame." "Don't talk," Lu Wanshi said, "focus on cooking." "Okay." Qian Songbao shut his mouth. After starting the fire, he took half a kilogram of beef and selected various ingredients from the basket. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of a knife being unsheathed was heard. The contestants who were preparing ingredients subconsciously looked over and saw Lin Yao in front of the central stove had taken out the black kitchen knife hanging from his waist and slapped the chopping board with his other hand. His spiritual energy vibrated, and ingredients placed on the chopping board suddenly flew up. Whoosh! 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 The light of the knife and the shadow of the sword crisscrossed. What a fast knife technique! A king-level expert frowned and said, "At least 100 times in a breath, 156 times." Jun Changshao gave him the exact number of times he attacked with his knife. He was speechless as he said, "There's really no one else who would choose to be a chef instead of cultivating his knife path properly." The system said, "Everyone has their own ambitions." That's true. Jun Changshao agreed. After all, with his looks, even if he couldn't become the strongest person in the other world, He could at least hug the thighs of a beautiful martial emperor and laugh proudly in the pugilistic world. However, he just had to become the leader of a sect. Sigh. Time and fate, the system said. Does your family know how shameless you are? Shwa. Lin Yao put the kitchen knife back into the sheath. All the auxiliary materials were cut into strips, so thin that they could be threaded with a needle. Strong, as expected of the great Saber King's personal disciple. Using it to kill people can also easily dismember the target into countless pieces. Lin Yao's miraculous saber skills amazed the martial artists. However, in the sect of all times, Ma Yongning's eyes were filled with disdain as he sat in front of the cafeteria. There was a kitchen knife nailed to the chopping board behind him. Although Jun Changshao gave him a cloud-piercing knife, he was still using this kitchen knife because he was still responsible for cutting vegetables. Although Ma Yongning rarely fought in actual combat, he helped out in the cafeteria every day. His understanding of the saber skills was also increasing day by day. He even gradually comprehended the Ma's vegetable cutting technique while cutting vegetables. Lin Yao, who showed off his saber skills, in his opinion, was nothing more than fancy moves. If he was assigned to cut vegetables for tens of thousands of disciples, he would definitely fail. Old Ma, oh, Yang Jun said, don't just stand there. Hurry up and prepare lunch. Okay. Ma Yongning walked into the kitchen. He skillfully put on an apron and drank a bowl of wine beside him. He grabbed the kitchen knife with one hand and said with his back facing the camera, "A true master is not fancy, but can stand the test of time." Shwa. Desert dust. Shwa. Flying yellow sand. The kitchen knife cut across the void horizontally and vertically, and then it was inserted on the chopping board again with a ding. The whole process was plain and unadorned, but the various auxiliary materials placed on the table were instantly cut into pieces from their intact state. Although Ma Yongning was not as showy as Lin Yao, his technique was more mature and sophisticated. Oh, Yang Jun, who was making a fire, looked out and shouted, "Old Ma, where are you going?" "The pharmacy. You cut your finger again." Ma Yongning walked to the pharmacy without a word. He kept his back to the camera, giving off a heavy feeling of desert, dust, and flying yellow sand. An expert, worthy of an expert, back at the God of Cookery competition. After Lin Yao showed off his knife skills, the other contestants got busy one after another, obviously unaffected by the former. Good saber skills only provided assistance. The real determining factor was cooking skills. What should I cook? Lu Wanshi began to think, and various cuisines from Chinese cookbooks appeared in her mind. Got it. The little girl picked out a large piece of tofu and various auxiliary materials, and then began to cut it seriously. Sometimes she would come over to help cut the vegetables, and her knife skills were not inferior to Lin Yao's. Now that she was being careful, she hoped to do it perfectly. In order to get a good result, in order not to disappoint the patriarch, Lu Wanshi had already brought out her best state. Jun Changshao knew his disciple very well. Looking at her serious look, he shook his head and said, "The contestants this year are lucky and unlucky to be able to compete with this little girl on the same stage." Lucky was to be able to compete with a powerhouse who was proficient in cooking. Unlucky was that when she cooked seriously, she would definitely be affected. The contestants were busy working hard, and only Qian Songbao would occasionally be distracted to look at Lu Wanshi. In this year's God of Cookery competition, he did not care about the others, but this girl made him feel pressured. This was because he had eaten fried rice and sweet and sour carp on the way here. Qian Songbao inherited the mantle of the God of Cookery, and at the same time he also inherited his father's foodie attribute. He was extremely sensitive to the taste of food, and even believed that what he had eaten before, even his master might not be able to make it. It was because of this that he did not reveal his true identity, but took out his father's token to participate in the God of Cookery competition in the upper realm. To be exact, After eating fried rice and sweet and sour carp, Qian Songbao's heart was already filled with a sense of inferiority. He especially could not understand how a girl who was only a few years older than him could have such superb cooking skills. Lu Wansher's cooking skills were strong, partly because of her talent and partly because she was in charge of the kitchen of the Sect of all times. The scariest thing in this world was a talented person who was also very hardworking. How could those who comforted themselves by saying that the clumsy bird flies early and that hard work can make up for one's lack of talent live? Qian Songbao collected his slightly depressed mood and began to focus on cooking. Time passed quietly. 2 hours later, the big table in front of the ring was pieced together, and it was filled with the contestants' various dishes. Although the martial artists who were watching the screen could not smell the flavor, they could tell from many of the dishes that this was definitely a first-class delicacy. Saliva, unstoppable. As Lu Wansher was sitting in the corner, the dishes she cooked were the last to be served. They were served in a casserole pot with a lid on top, so no one knew what kind of cuisine it was. "Let's invite the 10 judges to evaluate," Huang Jinfan said. "Please." The 10 judges took their own cutlery and walked to the table to taste it. After tasting it, they would give the corresponding score. Ma Tiancheng has a total score of 79 eliminated. The champion of the Northern Desert State culinary competition has been eliminated in the first round. Why? Ma Tiancheng roared at the judges in dissatisfaction. An old man with a sage-like demeanor said lightly, "The heat and taste are a little off." Everyone's mouth twitched. Just a little off, and they rejected the other person's work. These judges were too picky. Chapter 820. If it was a culinary competition, even if the contestant had the slightest flaw, the judges would be considerate. For example, Ma Tiancheng's dish could get at least 90 points, but he only got 79 points in the culinary god competition. Although it was only 1 point away, he could only be eliminated. The 10 judges invited by the organizers were extremely picky. They could not tolerate sand in their eyes and were extremely picky when it came to the color, aroma, and taste of the food. "I don't accept this. I don't accept this." Ma Tiancheng was taken away by 2 powerhouses. He was still roaring loudly with tears in his eyes. After winning the culinary competition, he had been working hard on his culinary skills, hoping to get a good result in the culinary god competition. However, to deny all his years of hard work because of an insignificant flaw was unacceptable. The other contestants watched as Ma Tiancheng was taken away. They did not gloat, only anxiety and nervousness. After all, they might be eliminated like him in the next second. After the 10 judges rinsed their mouths with water, they began to evaluate the other contestants. In the end, the highest score for the first few works was 76 points. "This is a bit too much," Jun Changshao said. He could smell the food made by the contestants through his spiritual sense. The taste was very good, but none of them met the passing standard. At this rate, more than 100 contestants would be eliminated. Humans were not saints. How could they not make mistakes? Being harsh because of a small flaw, or being harsh on purpose, would seem unreasonable. Tang Rin said June Patriarch did not watch the last culinary god competition. The main judge did not have much money. After the first round of evaluation, only a few people advanced. No way. Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. If only a few people advanced this time, it would be the same as entering the finals. The system said the author should not exaggerate the word count. The taste is a bit salty. Failure. This flower peeled from a radish is very bad. It lowered the overall beauty of the dish. Failure. The taste is not bad. The knife skills are okay, but it looks older than me. A failure of failures. The corners of the martial artists' mouths twitched. If the taste was not right, it was normal to be eliminated. If the knife skills were bad, it was normal to be eliminated. However, if the person was eliminated because of his age, how could cooking be based on appearance? Of course. with the same culinary skills. One was a dish made by a peerless beauty, and the other was a dish made by a muscular man. Which one would you choose? Anyway, I chose the second option because of her looks. Eliminated. None of the top 20 contestants got 80 points. They were all eliminated. Naturally, they couldn't accept it. When they were pulled down, they all shouted, "There's a conspiracy! There must be a conspiracy!" I thought that half of the 120 people in the first round would make it to the next round. Now, it seems that it would be very good if 20 people could make it to the next round. More than 20. I think it's probably in the single digits. Could it be that this group of judges came from the heavens and are all otherworldly? What the audience couldn't stand the most was that the judges would throw the dishes into the trash can after determining that they were unqualified. Even if there was a small flaw in the dish, they shouldn't waste it like this. He's asking for a beating. Jun Changxiao, who was sitting in the audience seat, almost couldn't help but fly over and rub the 10 fellows who were wasting food on the ground. Oh my God! An advertising maniac actually dared to say that someone was asking for a beating. Was there still any law? Was there any justice in this world? In the continuous evaluation, a contestant finally got 81 points and successfully made it to the second round. The number of eliminated people had reached 40. Such a terrifying elimination rate was simply outrageous. At the same time, it also showed that the God of Cookery competition was very strict. It was worthy of being called the continent's greatest culinary event. Not bad, not bad. When it was Lin Yao's turn, the 10 judges nodded and praised him. In the end, they gave him the highest score so far, 91 points. Next, a few more contestants made it to the second round. The audience also realized that those who made it to the second round were all disciples of the previous God of Cookery competition. Those who didn't have a strong background were indeed used as stepping stones. It was not that they suspected that there was a conspiracy behind the competition. It was just that the champions were all capable. Naturally, their disciples were also capable. The evaluation was still going on. After the 100 contestants' dishes were tested, only 8 people made it to the next round. The disciple of the God of Cookery will definitely have no problem. If the other contestants are eliminated, they won't be able to make it to the next round. The girl named Lu Wanshi should have no problem, right? Everyone was looking forward to it. Fail, fail, fail. The 10 judges continued to evaluate. More than 10 contestants were eliminated. Little guy, an old man with the demeanor of an immortal, walked up to Qian Songbao and said with a smile, "The dish you made should be a special beef brisket. The God of Cookery once made it, and I had the honor of tasting it. I wonder how much of his legacy you have inherited?" Several other judges also walked over. They didn't taste it immediately. Instead, they evaluated the color of the dish and nodded their heads in affirmation. "Everyone, please." The old man picked up a piece of beef with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth. He was overjoyed and said, "This is the taste." As expected of the successor of the God of Cookery, the other judges praised him with rich expressions after tasting it. When they raised their scoreboards, all of them had 10 points. Qian Songbao's special beef brisket gets full marks. Huang Jinzan announced loudly, "Oh my God, the judges are so strict, but they gave him full marks. It's unbelievable." The audience in front of the TV widened their eyes. "He's really capable," Jun Changxiao said. From the change in Qian Songbao's eyes when he touched the kitchen utensils, he realized that this kid definitely had some skills. To be able to get full marks in the first round proved that his eyes were very sharp. System. Was this guy praising others or praising himself? There are more and more Sect members, and Dude Do's workload has increased a lot. If we can pull this kid over and make him the number 2 golden chef, it's not bad. Jun Changxiao's eyes gradually lit up. Qian Songbao suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He said to himself, "Ominous premonition. Little girl." After the 10 judges rinsed their mouths, They stopped in front of Lu Wanshi and said with a smile, "This dish is mapo tofu," Lu Wanshi said. "Oh." Everyone looked at each other. Obviously, they had never heard of such a dish in the Falling Star continent. "What's the specialty?" The old man with the demeanor of an immortal smiled. Other than Chen Songbao, he had a serious face when facing the other contestants. Facing Lu Wanshi, he was so amiable. He also thought highly of this girl. "This," Lu Wanshi scratched her head and said, "it's mainly spicy and numb." "Can you open the lid?" "Yes." The old man waved his hand lightly, and a natural spiritual energy spread out. The lid flew up on its own and landed on the table. At this moment, the projection array in the sky also zoomed in. A plate of Sichuan mapo tofu appeared on the screen. It was red and white in color, with some green onion sprouts as decoration. The specialty of mapo tofu is that it's numb, spicy, hot, and salty. Jun Changshao crossed his arms and said, "This girl used a clay pot to store it because she was afraid that it would get cold after a long time." The dish is not bad. The 10 judges nodded their heads in agreement. "Everyone, please." The old man was just about to eat when Lu Wanshi reminded him, "It's best to prepare more water, because it's a little spicy." One of the judges smiled and said, "When it comes to food, I'm always happy if it's spicy." He picked up a piece of tofu with his chopsticks and touched it. He obviously felt that it was very elastic, so he praised, "It's really surprising that it's still so elastic after being preserved until now." He put it in his mouth and chewed. The other judges either used chopsticks or spoons to evaluate. Everyone stared at it without blinking. Soon, through the camera, they saw that their faces were all flushed red, and beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. The judges who were happy if it wasn't spicy had already closed their eyes. It was as if they were at the mouth of a volcano. Their whole body, and even their internal organs, were experiencing the heat. So spicy, so numb. Shwa! Without caring about anything else, they picked up the water used to rinse their mouths and drank it. They even felt that if they didn't quickly get rid of the spicy taste, their whole body would burn. The other judges also picked up the water bottle and drank it in a panic. After drinking it all, they still felt that it was extremely spicy. Shui, 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 shui. P.S. For the sake of this water, can you throw the recommendation ticket to me? Chapter 821. The 10 judges were like 10 fire-breathing dragons, looking for water to drink. The audience's eyes were wide open. Was mapo tofu really that spicy? Spicy. Super spicy. Not only was it spicy, but it was also spicy. Of course, it was undeniable that the tofu was very smooth and bouncy, which shocked the judges greatly. So, when the spiciness in their mouths gradually dissipated, the 10 judges were not stingy with their comments. Huang Jinzan announced. Lu Wanshi's mapo tofu also got full marks. Full marks again. Everyone was surprised. The culinary god competition had been held for so many years, and there were very few dishes that got full marks. It was unbelievable that there were 2 full marks in the first round. "Girl," the old man who liked spicy food wiped his tears and said, "Your dish is the spiciest and most special I have ever eaten." To be able to make tofu to such a degree, it's really amazing, the old man commented. Hearing the praises of the judges, many people realized that Lu Wanshi's dish was no doubt better because her ingredient was only tofu, while the culinary god's disciple used beef. Meat dishes were often the most impactful, and many contestants liked meat as their main ingredient. Cooking with tofu was inherently inferior, and it was impossible to get full marks in front of the picky judges without strength. "Thank you." Lu Wanshi smiled brightly. Since the start of the competition, she had been nervous, worried that she would not be able to get a good result. With the announcement of the score, she was completely relieved. The culinary god's disciple did not seem that scary. The first round has ended. Contestants who have advanced, please rest for 15 minutes before returning to the stove for the Because of the number of contestants, the rules have been changed. The finals will be held directly, and the top 3 will be decided based on the score, Huang Jinzan announced. As expected, Jun Changshao broke down. The finals. More than 100 contestants went straight to the finals in the second round. The pace was simply too fast. I wonder what kind of delicacies the next 10 contestants will bring. Sigh, I can only watch but not eat. I'm so hungry. The audience could only drool at the 10 kinds of promotion works presented on the projection array light screen. Miss Liu, Qian Songbao, who was resting on the sidelines, said seriously, the champion will be decided in the next round. I will definitely work hard. He definitely recognized the girl's culinary skills, but at the same time, it also stimulated his competitive spirit. Not for the sake of returning home and inheriting the estate, not for the sake of defending Shizhuan's honor, but for the sake of not admitting defeat. Lu Wanshi ignored him and closed her eyes to rest. Jun Changshao, who was sitting on the spectator stand, also had a grave expression on his face. The final round would determine the ranking. If the disciple couldn't get into the top 3, the mission would be considered a failure. Lass, Jun Changshao said telepathically, the chef uniform you're wearing represents the glory of ancestor Yiyin. You must not disappoint his spirit in heaven. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, he could only use words to motivate his disciples. The effect was not bad. Lu Wanshi opened her eyes and said with a firm gaze, Disciple will not disgrace the ancestors and will not disgrace the sect. 15 minutes later, the finals began. There were only 10 stoves left in the arena. The contestants chose one after another. Lu Wanshi also chose a corner closest to the edge. Although she seemed to be very low-key, when she walked up, the camera automatically gave her a close-up. When they first met in Qingyang City, the lass was only 12 years old. Now that more than 3 years had passed, not only did she grow taller, but she also became more beautiful. What a cute girl! Not only is she beautiful, but her cooking is also superb. Whoever marries her in the future is really lucky. Everyone was whispering. Jun Changshao leaned on the back of his chair and thought to himself, I can let this last debut in the center position. Yi Xingchen was a celebrity in the sect of all times. If there were a few more, there would be no problem. The rules of the finals are also to let the contestants perform freely. The one with the highest score will be the champion, and the second and third place will be the second and third place respectively, Huang Jinfan said. Because it was the finals, the contestants looked serious and treated it as a life-and-death battle. The finals of the 50th God of Cookery tournament begins now. Huang Jinfan announced loudly, Huff! Huff! As the announcement ended, the contestants summoned their flames one after another. From their serious eyes, it was obvious that they had entered the strongest cooking state. Qian Songbao, who was not giving it his all, frowned. He began to carefully choose the ingredients and chose a chicken and a fish. One of the judges said in surprise, This kid is going to cook the dragon and phoenix, bringing prosperity. Not only are we lucky, but we can also see the auspicious signs with our own eyes. Someone laughed. When the contestants who were choosing their ingredients saw the ingredients Qian Songbao chose, their faces all crumbled. During the culinary arts tournament, this god of cookery's disciple had already cooked the dragon and phoenix, bringing prosperity, which caused a heavenly anomaly. It was still widely spread. Now that he was going to cook it again, it would definitely make everyone feel pressured. No, Qian Songbao raised his head and smiled at the judges. The dish I am going to cook next is called Dancing Dragon and Phoenix. Although the main ingredient is also chicken and fish, the cooking method and taste are different from Dancing Dragon and Phoenix, bringing prosperity. Dancing Dragon and Phoenix, bringing prosperity. The 10 judges had never heard of this dish, but it did not stop them from looking forward to it. Lu Wanshi, who was sitting in the corner, also made her decision. She chose a piece of meat and used a kitchen knife to cut it into a 1 centimeter square. Red braised meat? Jun Changshao asked. As one of the top 10 famous dishes in China, red braised meat could be said to be the most common dish. However, Lu Wanshi had improved on the cooking method. The main ingredient was also replaced with more chewy, vicious beast meat. Whoosh! The stove god's flame rose again. Because it was controlled well, it did not burst out with pressure to intimidate the flames of the other contestants. The final round was going on intensely and excitedly. All the contestants were cooking seriously. Even Qian Songbao did not dare to slack off. The most troublesome thing was this guy had set up 2 stoves. One was stewing chicken, and the other was steaming fish. He stood in the middle area and opened his palms. The purple hidden flame kept pouring in. Sometimes it was big, sometimes it was small. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The knife flashed, and pieces of supplementary ingredients fell into the pot. This kid's knife skills are not bad, Jun Changshao said to himself. The other contestants did not care about Qian Songbao. Instead, they focused on cooking their own food. Time slowly passed. The fragrance of several dishes spread from the ring and floated in the spectator stands. It immediately stirred the taste buds and saliva of the martial artists present. Swoosh! At that moment, Qian Songbao waved his hands. The pot on his right flew up on its own. The purple hidden flame spewed out and burned in the air. The flame was as strong as the breath of a divine dragon. Swoosh! The pot on his left flew up as well. It kept spinning around the other pot. There was a flame behind it, like a dancing phoenix. Jun Changshao took out a cigar and said, "What a fancy one." Swoosh! Swoosh! About a few minutes later, the 2 pots landed on the table. Although there were lids covering them, one could clearly see the heat seeping out through the gaps. "Look at the sky!" someone exclaimed. Jun Changshao, who was about to light his cigar, looked up. He saw golden and red auspicious clouds appear in the sky. They then gathered together and finally formed a dancing dragon and phoenix. F***CK. Cooking can really create a natural phenomenon. The scene of dragons and phoenixes appearing in his field of vision shocked Jun Changshao so much that he opened his mouth. He did not even notice that the cigar had fallen to the ground. When the 10 judges saw this, they stood up excitedly. No matter how many times they had seen this kind of natural phenomenon caused by cooking, it was still awe-inspiring. Looking at the judges' excited eyes, Jun Changshao said pessimistically, "This girl wants to win this year's God of Cookery tournament. I'm afraid it will be very difficult." Whoosh! Whoosh! Right at this moment, winds and clouds suddenly surged in the eastern sky and gradually gathered together, facing off against the dancing dragons and phoenixes. This, Jun Changshao's eyes widened. He immediately looked below the clouds and saw Lu Wanshi releasing the stove lord's fire, wrapping the pot together. Hot air billowed out and continued to extend upwards. Oh my God! That girl's cooking also created a phenomenon. It's changing. Jun Changshao hurriedly looked up and saw the rolling clouds gradually changing shape. Finally, it stopped at a line of words. The content was the strongest sect of all ages. In the sect with the plaque, the strongest sect of all ages, all the disciples cheered loudly for the natural phenomenon caused by Lu Wanshi. Ah, 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 ah. Li Fei and Tianqi were so excited that they roared loudly. Their faces were red from all the roaring. Su Xiaoma, who was at the back mountain of Taishanxingzong, saw the words on the inner courtyard's light screen. An undetectable sense of pride appeared between his brows. Jun Changshao sat down and picked up the cigar on the ground. He then lowered his head and lit it. He took a deep puff and blew out a smoke ring. He smiled and said, "Girl, you're so considerate." A natural phenomenon caused by the gathering of the strongest sect of all ages was definitely more powerful than a fancy advertisement. That was because all the martial artists in the continent were looking at the light screen. They were all looking at the 5 words floating in the sky. City Lord Han said sincerely, "I'm convinced." His disciple used her cooking skills to create a phenomenon and did not forget to advertise for the sect. This show made his head explode. Chapter 8:22. The phenomenon caused by Lu Wansher's cooking was definitely not as flashy as Qian Songbao's. After all, the dancing dragons and phoenixes were truly spectacular. However, the 5 words that were gathered together had a strong advertising effect on the camera. Awesome! The phenomenon can even turn into words. Calling their own sect the strongest, how arrogant! Everyone had a lot of controversy about this forceful advertising. However, regardless of whether it was good or bad, at least the world would remember it. He did not purposely teach Lu Wansher. It was her sudden inspiration that made Jun Changshao very pleased. The system said, "You've all been led astray." Under Go Sheng's influence, a little girl from another world's thoughts began to be liberated and became active. The 2 contestants caused a phenomenon while cooking, and the shock it brought was very strong. Everyone was also thinking who would be the champion. If Lu Wansher did not do this, many people would have thought that it would be Qian Songbao, because the dragon and phoenix phenomenon was definitely the biggest bonus point. Indeed, when the phenomenon first appeared, the 10 judges were very optimistic about the food god's disciple. In their opinion, only a delicacy that had reached the pinnacle could cause a phenomenon. It was definitely not a simple embroidery. Even Jun Changshao, who was always confident, could not help but be a little worried that his disciple would lose to Qian Songbao. However, when Lu Wansher caused a phenomenon and formed 5 words floating in the sky, the gap between the 2 was directly closed. The most miserable ones were the remaining 8 contestants. At this moment, despair gradually appeared in their eyes, and they realized that the ending was just a side race. A delicacy that caused a phenomenon was destined to reach the realm of perfection. How could they muster the courage to compete with it? Huff, huff! Huff, huff, huff! The 2 phenomena occupied the east and west respectively and did not dissipate for a long time. It was as if they had turned into 2 ancient fierce beasts that were fighting, vowing to determine the winner. Amazing! Qian Songbao praised. The phenomenon he caused was with the help of the chicken and fish, and the scene formed looked like a dancing dragon and a dancing phoenix. This girl gathered 5 words on purpose, and it was definitely not unchanging. Of course, Qian Songbao would not feel inferior because his phenomenon was better in terms of momentum. Therefore, the winner could only be decided after the judges tasted it. Half an hour later, the other 8 contestants finished cooking. When the staff of the organizing committee took away their dishes, they were all dejected. The appearance of the 2 phenomena in the sky affected them greatly. It was inevitable that some accidents would occur during the cooking process, so the food they made was not perfect. "Let's invite the 10 judges to evaluate," Huang Jinzan said in a clear voice. As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately aroused the passion of all the martial artists of the continent. After all, the next judging segment would directly determine who the champion belonged to. "Please." The 10 judges walked down the judging platform one after another and stopped in front of Qian Songbao without even looking at the other 8 works. Regardless of whether the 8 contestants' dishes were perfect or not, they were all ignored because they were destined to only serve as a foil in front of the works that caused the phenomenon. AI. Lin Yao sighed. He was also one of the contestants who had won the championship, second only to Qian Songbao. However, when it came to the finals, the judges didn't even look at his work. It was really a blow to his spirit. "Young man, it's not that you aren't outstanding enough. It's just that you have 2 monsters." The sage-like old man looked at the chicken and fish on the table and said, "Is this 1 dish or 2? 1. Qian Songbao waved one hand and spiritual energy burst out. The 2 dishes suddenly spun and then flew up and were placed upside down on the prepared big plate. From the perspective of the camera, The complete fish was in Anne's shape with chopped chicken decorating it, forming a Tai Chi pattern. Sizzle! Qian Songbao waved his hand and took out the pot on the stove. He poured the hot oil in the pot, and steam rose together with a fragrance. Whoosh! The dragon and phoenix phenomena in the sky suddenly merged and chased each other in a cycle, corresponding to the dishes on the plate. Qian Songbao waved his hand and said, "My dragon and phoenix dance is ready. Please taste it." The 10 judges were stunned. Obviously, they didn't expect this kid to finish the last step of the process only now. However, after the hot oil was poured, the fragrance rushed to their faces. With just a sniff, they felt refreshed. The smell alone is enough to make one salivate. The fragrance didn't only exist in the arena, but also spread to the audience. All the audience who smelled it felt intoxicated and salivated unconsciously. This is definitely a delicacy in the world. I'm willing to use a few years of my life in exchange for a taste. A few years is too little. At least a few decades. The taste of Qian Songbao's dragon and phoenix dance could no longer be measured with money. Instead, it could be exchanged with lifespan. The audience couldn't wait to rush over and kick the 10 judges out so that they could taste it themselves. Jun Changshao also smelled the extremely impactful fragrance and said to himself, "He's indeed a strong opponent." Whoosh! The Purple King, who was sitting next to him, was drooling. His eyes glowed, and he couldn't wait to tear his clothes off. "Don't embarrass me," Jun Changshao reminded him. "Patriarch," Yao Menjing said, "the dishes this person makes are so fragrant." She and the Purple King were used to eating Lu Wansher's dishes, so eating other people's dishes was like chewing wax. However, Qian Songbao's dragon and phoenix dance could affect their appetite, which meant that he was really strong. "Everyone," the sage-like old man cupped his hands and said proudly, "Let's try it. Please, please." Although everyone was polite, their bodies had already betrayed them. They hurriedly picked up their chopsticks to pick up fish or chicken pieces. Some even picked up a spoon to taste the fish soup and chicken soup. The audience from all over the world could only watch. The 10 judges tasted it together. When the delicacies entered their mouths, their bodies suddenly trembled slightly. They immediately closed their eyes, and an ethereal expression appeared on their faces. At that moment, their souls seemed to fly out and merge with the phenomenon in the sky, dancing along with the dragon and phoenix. They are dancing. Through the screen, the martial artists from all over the continent saw the 10 judges dancing in circles together, corresponding to the phenomenon in the sky. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. How delicious was this to make them put down their noble statuses and do such an embarrassing thing. They danced for a while. The 10 judges' souls returned to their bodies. When they realized that they couldn't help but jump, their old faces instantly turned red. "Everyone," Huang Jinfan said, "give them points. 10 points. 10 points." The 10 judges raised their scoreboards one after another, all showing 10 points. As expected, it's still a full score. The audience was not surprised by this result. After all, just the phenomenon alone was a very high bonus point. If the disciples of the sect of all times also get a full score, will it be a tie? You don't say. It's really possible. Just as everyone was guessing, the 10 judges came in front of Lu Wansher. The sage-like old man asked, "Girl, what is this dish of yours?" "Lu-style red braised pork," Lu Wansher said. The dish was learned from the Chinese cookbook, but the cooking method and ingredients had been modified, so it could be considered an innovation from her own reference. "Can you open the lid?" Swoosh! Lu Wansher waved her hand, and the lid flew out. 10 pieces of red braised pork of just the right size appeared and melted in the rich gravy. "It looks very ordinary," the sage-like old man said. Judging from the appearance of the dish, Lu-style red braised pork was definitely not as fancy as the flying dragon and dancing phoenix. However, since Lu Wansher had gotten a full score before, The judges did not look down on her. They first rinsed their mouths with water, then picked up a piece of red braised pork with their chopsticks and gently put it into their mouths. The taste was fragrant and rich. With a light bite, some gravy flowed out from the meat layer and filled every taste buds. It was fat, but not greasy, soft and delicious. Jun Changshao watched without blinking. Seeing that the 10 judges did not have any changes in their expressions, his heart suddenly jumped to his throat. Shouldn't they immediately explode on the spot? Shouldn't they immediately entangle themselves to the ends of the world? Or, with Qian Songbao in front of them, they had developed an immunity to Lu Wancher's food? This was not good. Judging from the current situation, the judges liked Qian Songbao and Lu Wancher very much. The other contestants had been excluded, so no matter the result, they could at least get second place and meet the requirements of the epic mission. However, Jun Changshao, who pursued exceeding the requirements, was not satisfied with second place. He hoped that his disciple could get first place. From the judges' reaction, it was obviously not as strong as Qian Songbao's. This meant that the red braised pork did not touch the deepest level of the soul. Munch, munch. The sagely old man and the others chewed with relish, then swallowed it into their stomachs. They subconsciously picked up their chopsticks to pick up another piece, only to find that there was only gravy left on the plate. Lu Wancher had cut many pieces, but only strictly chose 10 pieces, so each person could only eat 1 piece. Sigh. The old man shook his head and said, "I still want more." The judge, who was not happy without spicy food, said, "Although this Lu's red braised pork did not shock the soul, it aroused my appetite and made me feel what it means to not be full." So he paused, raised his points card, and said, "Give 10 points. Food is the most important thing for people, but the original intention is to fill the stomach. Although this dish is simple, it allowed me to find the most basic definition of food." A judge raised his card. The others raised their cards one after another, showing 10 points. Huang Jinzhan announced loudly, "Lu Wancher's red braised pork with Lu's is also full marks." As expected, both of them got full marks. Is this a tie? It's still considered as winning at the same time? Everyone started to discuss. Huang Jinzhan was also in a difficult position. After all, in the previous Culinary God tournament finals, there had never been a situation where 2 people had the same number of points. How should the champion be distributed? "Master Huang," the sagely old man said, "why don't the 2 of them have another round?" Huang Jinzhan thought for a while and said, "That's the only way." "Master Huang." At this moment, Jun Changshao was sitting on the spectator stand, said, "What if the 2 of them still get full marks?" The system broke down and said, "Force an extra round." This, Huang Jinzhan said. Jun Changshao said, "Jun has a suggestion. Why don't the 2 contestants each cook a big pot of food, and the audience will give the corresponding score after tasting it? 10 people can have the same score, but 100, 1,000, or 10,000 people may not have the same score. The slightest difference will determine the winner." Everyone, Jun Changshao said loudly, "What do you think?" Agreed. Agreed. Jun Patriarch's suggestion is not bad. Let us be the judges and score the contestants. It's fair and just. No one objected because they really wanted to taste the food made by the 2 contestants who got full marks in 2 rounds. They wanted to see how delicious it was. "Master Huang, we're willing to taste it. Master Huang, we're willing to be the judges for free." The audience shouted loudly, and their voices became louder and louder. This made Huang Jinzhan frown. After all, there was no precedent for non-professionals to be the judges. "Master Huang." At this moment, Castellan Han's loud voice sounded in the venue. "This is the public opinion. Why don't you go along with it?" As the Castellan of the imperial city, he was very intimidating. Huang Jinzhan, who had been hesitating, suddenly had an idea and announced loudly, "If that's the case, then let's have another round." The public will be the judges to decide who's better. Jun Changshao leaned back in his chair and transmitted his voice. Castellan Han, thank you. Chapter 8:23. Lu Wanshi and Qian Songbao's dishes both got full marks. It was hard to tell who was better, so the organizers decided to add another round. The other 8 contestants were disqualified. They didn't even go to evaluate their dishes. Actually, it didn't matter whether they were evaluated or not. In the eyes of these culinary geniuses, as long as they didn't get first place, the second and third places were meaningless. Sigh. They shook their heads and walked off the stage. They turned to look at Lu Wanshi and Qian Songbao. There was despair and helplessness in their eyes. Their culinary skills might not be bad, but they ended up meeting 2 monsters. The organizer's staff removed the 8 stoves. Since they were going to make a big pot of rice, the stoves were modified. 2 big pots were placed on top. There were at least 100,000 martial artists who came to watch the competition. Even if each person ate a mouthful, it would take a lot. Therefore, after short discussion with the other organizers, they decided to choose 5,000 people to try the food. Most of these people came from the imperial city. They were either the upper echelons of their families or famous wandering cultivators. More importantly, it had nothing to do with the 2 contestants. Done. Jun Changshao leaned back in his chair with a smile on his face. He took the initiative to speak, not to steal the show, but for Lu Wanshi to win the championship. In terms of culinary skills, Qian Songbao wasn't weak. If this competition continued, there would be no meaning. Therefore, Jun Changshao wanted to make a big pot of rice to let the public decide who the champion would be. The audience was very supportive. Why should the delicious food be decided by the 10 of them and not by everyone else? It's a trap, the system said. Lu Wanshi had been making big pot of rice in the sect of all times for many years. She was absolutely proficient in this aspect. The host was shameless to let the 2 compete like this. What was even more shameless was he secretly sent a message to City Lord Han to force the organizers to accept his suggestion. In order to let his disciple win, he was really unscrupulous. Patriarch. Lu Wanshi sent a message. This isn't good. She could see that the patriarch was intentionally letting her have the advantage to win the competition. However, this was a bit unfair. Girl, Jun Changshao said, food is the most important thing for the people. This person represents the people and not a small portion of people. Therefore, the true value of food is to share it with the people. The last 4 words were so righteous that even he himself was moved. Lu Wanshi was silent. Jun Changshao continued to enlighten him. A true master chef's dish can only be considered a success if it is recognized by the public. A few people can't represent everyone. The system said, you really know how to **T. I understand. Lu Wanshi's gaze became firm. It was undeniable that Jun Changshao had used a trick to give his disciples the greatest advantage. However, what he said just now was not reasonable. Food was the most important thing to the people, and whether the food was delicious or not was up to the people to decide. A big pot of vegetables. Qian Songbao stroked his chin and said, it seems very interesting. He had learned a lot of skills from the culinary god, but he hadn't cooked many times. Now that he had to cook for 5,000 people, it was undoubtedly very challenging. The rules of the tiebreaker are as follows. Contestants are free to do as they please. Huang Jinzan announced loudly, make food for 5,000 people in 4 hours. After public evaluation, the one with the highest total will be the champion of this year's competition. Competition! Now let's begin. Shua! Shua! Lu Wanshi walked to the stove on the right first. There were many ingredients placed nearby. After all, she had to make food for 5,000 people. Qian Songbao also walked up. After seeing the huge amount of ingredients, he broke down and said, "So many!" He swore that this was the first time he had seen so many ingredients since he started learning how to cook. From another point of view, Qian Songbao was just making stir-fry, suddenly asking him to cook with a big pot of vegetables. Although it was challenging, it was also very difficult. Lu Wanshi said, "If you feel that you can't do it, we can change the competition method." Although the patriarch was right about food being the most important thing to the people, she really didn't want to use her advantage to bully the other party. However, Lu Wanshi had neglected a very important issue. No man, even if he was only 12 or 13 years old, was allowed to be questioned. "No, I can do it," Qian Songbao said seriously. "All right." Lu Wanshi didn't say anything else. She waved her hand and took out a bag of flour. She poured it all on the table and began to stir with water. Noodles! Jun Changshao was stunned. This little girl's strength in cooking with a big pot of vegetables was undoubtedly fried rice. Noodles were still very rare. Shua! Shua! Lu Wanshi stood in front of the chopping board. Her small hands swayed left and right, stirring evenly. The whole process could be described as smooth as flowing water. Qian Songbao looked sideways, and admiration rose in his heart. You can ask him to cook, but he definitely can't make noodles like this. A moment later, when the dough came out, Lu Wanshi grabbed the left and right ends of the dough and slammed it on the chopping board. She then began to pull it repeatedly. Jun Changshao suddenly realized, ramen! As one of the Chinese delicacies, ramen had a very wide popularity. The famous ones were Lanzhou ramen, Hunan ramen, and Dragon Whisker ramen. Japanese ramen was also passed down from China. Ramen was affordable and had a unique flavor. Lu Wanshi's choice to make this one was undoubtedly very suitable for the public to judge. Pa! Pa! Under repeated pulling, the dough gradually separated. Sometimes it was like a silver snake dancing wildly. After it was stretched, it was like a stormy sea under the shaking. When Lu Wanshi finished the last buckle, she placed one end of the noodles on the table and pulled the other end over her head. Her fingers kept shaking, and the silky noodles suddenly poured down like a waterfall. This scene was transmitted to the falling star continent through the virtual screen. It immediately brought a strong visual impact to the audience. Amazing! Qian Songbao, who was closest to her, was stunned. Lu Wanshi's repeated movements continued until strands of noodle appeared. She was simply like a fairy dancing gracefully. It could be said to be extremely beautiful and would cause others to slap the table in praise. Lin Yao, who was extremely excellent in knife skills, said with admiration, "I'm not as good as her." He was able to slash more than 100 times in an instant and turn the ingredients into fine threads only because of his spiritual energy. On the other hand, the girl in the arena had relied on her hands and exquisite finger skills. It was impossible for her to do that without going through a lot of practice. At that moment, the eliminated contestants were all convinced by Lu Wanshi's craftsmanship. Jun Changshao said in surprise, "I didn't expect Didu to have such a unique skill." There were ramen tutorials in the Chinese cookbook, but no one personally demonstrated it. Yet, she could figure it out by herself and make it to such an extreme. Her culinary skills were really unparalleled. Suddenly, Jun Changshao frowned. After the girl pulled the noodles, she began to cut the vegetables and put a lot of supplementary materials. He wondered, is this ramen? Shua! Shua! Lu Wanshi put a few beef bones in a big pot. After adding all kinds of seasonings, she used the stove to heat up the soup. Because of the time, it only took half an hour. Then, she cut the noodles into pieces and put them in batches. After boiling for a while, she took them out and put them in clear water to cool. Jun Changshao suddenly realized, she's going to make fried noodles. As expected, she cleaned the pot and poured oil into it. After the pot was hot, she added the prepared supplementary materials and noodles and skillfully stir-fried them with a big spoon. If she wanted to make food for 5,000 people, even if it was just one mouthful per person, it would still require a lot of food. However, when Lu Wanshi was busy, it gave people a feeling of ease. There were tens of thousands of people in the sect. She prepared 3 meals a day, so it was natural for her to make a big pot of rice. Qian Songbao, who was standing at the side, was dumbfounded. It was not impossible for him to stir-fry noodles, but it was impossible for him to stir-fry so much at once. After all, without long-term experience, it was difficult to reach Lu Wanshi's level. No, Qian Songbao said, I have to work hard. Shua. He retracted his gaze and adjusted his state of mind. Then he took out more than 10 pounds of high-quality beef and began to cut it with a kitchen knife, preparing to make a big pot of flavored beef brisket. However, all kinds of materials were prepared, and he began to stir-fry. As the pot was too big and there were too many ingredients, he was a little flustered. The culinary god's disciple is a little weak. This is normal. After all, in terms of identity, this person is considered delicate. It's okay to make a small stir-fry on normal days, but to suddenly make a big pot of rice, he definitely can't control it accurately. Therefore, such a person is destined to be a high-end chef. Those who can afford to eat his dishes are also rich people. As for the disciples of the sect of all times, they're more suitable for people like us. Regardless of whether the food was good or bad, the audience was more inclined towards Lu Wanshi. After all, there were not many rich people in the world. Most of them were ordinary people. To make the food fancy and impeccable, they were destined to not be qualified to taste it. It was better to spend a few coins and eat a bowl of clear soup noodles at a stall. Shua, shua. Qian Songbao tried his best to stir-fry, but because there were too many ingredients, it was difficult to finish them all. Beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. This was in stark contrast to the calm Lu Wanshi beside him. The 10 judges were whispering to each other. If it was just from stir-frying alone, they were also inclined towards Lu Wanshi. After all, it was really commendable to do such a large amount of work so easily. However, the final champion would be decided by the taste. After a while, Lu Wanshi's first pot of stir-fried noodles was done. Then she placed it in a basin, added oil, and stir-fried. After repeating this several times, a few large bowls of stir-fried noodles were done and arranged on the table. From the beginning to the end, she was always calm. After all, she had been preparing 3 meals for her fellow disciples day after day. She had long been used to it. This girl had contributed a lot to the sect. Therefore, after Li Qingyang, she was given the second title of one of the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion by Jun Changshao. She received the kitchen seal and had the kitchen god fire. The golden stir-fried noodles were placed on the table, looking dazzling under the sun. The audience's appetite was greatly stimulated. They could not wait to rush over and try it. After waiting for a while, Qian Songbao finally finished his work. He stir-fried a large bowl of beef brisket. However, he was so tired that he was sweating profusely. It was as if he was going to collapse at any time. Let's invite the 5,000 judges to enter in order. After tasting the food, we will give a score. Huang Jinzan shouted loudly, Shua! Shua! Before the judges entered the arena in order, they first began to taste Qian Songbao's beef brisket. After eating it, their expressions were blank. All of them were infatuated and exclaimed in unison, It's really too delicious! 10 points! 10 points! Many martial artists with noble statuses from large clans gave the highest score and were recorded by the staff. 8 points. Suddenly, a discordant voice was heard. The one who gave 8 points was actually the old man with the demeanor of an immortal. He shook his head and said, This taste is still a bit lacking compared to the beef brisket just now. Not bad. The other 9 judges nodded. They also gave 8 to 9 points. No one gave 10 points. Qian Songbao smiled bitterly. If it was just a small portion of beef brisket, he could ensure the quality and quantity. But to make such a big pot, it was already very good that he did not fail. Naturally, he could not grasp the taste perfectly. After the final calculation, Qian Songbao's big pot of beef brisket had a total of 50,084 points. Excluding the 10 judges who were picky with their mouths, the 5,000 judges all gave 10 points. This also meant that even if it was his first time making a big pot dish, this food god's disciple had real skills. The 5,000 judges all gave full marks. This is really too awesome. The martial artists from various cities were all amazed. After eating the beef brisket, everyone gathered in front of a few big pots of golden fried noodles. Then they took a plate and scooped it up. Lu Wancher's dish was huge in quantity. Therefore, many people subconsciously scooped more. It was not like the beef brisket where they could only judge a small portion. Oh my God, this is even better. Many judges ate the fried noodles. Their expressions immediately became rich, especially the noodles, which were smooth and refreshing. It felt good to bite it in the mouth. The 10 judges also showed satisfied expressions after tasting it. Then they tried the fried noodles in other pots. In the end, they praised the rice fried in batches can still taste the same. It's really commendable. Full marks. Full marks. The public and professional judges all gave marks. The final total was 50 out of 100 points. After seeing the final score, Jun Changshao sat down and put the extinguished cigar back in his mouth. He lit it up and took a puff. I said it before. Absolutely crushing. There's no suspense. The system collapsed. You've already stepped on it. Don't you find it dirty to pick up a cigarette? But I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm proud. P.S. 2 chapters. Total word count. 7,000 plus. The food god competition had also come to an end. Actually, at the start, I considered dumplings, egg fried rice, and cross-the-bridge rice noodles. But my Chinese cuisine has been passed down for a long time. It is broad and profound. There are too many things that can be written. Even if it's just a small place eating sesame seed cake, it's not something a universe country can compare to.